Welcome to the Saturday card from New York City's racetrack at Aqueduct. It's a rematch of two gritty New York breds to kick things off. Bank Frenzy, best in the Empire Classic. Can he be as effective going shorter in today's Thunder Rumble? Doc Sullivan was right there behind him in that October showdown, shortening to 7 furlongs. May give him the advantage in today's rematch. And in the Staten Island, all eyes on Sunday Girl. She is a standout to get her picture taken, having won 7 of 12 lifetime starts for trainer David Duggan. That and more ahead on our Saturday coverage from South Ozone Park, New York. Good to be with you with a great card that gets rolling right off the bat with this stakes action here in this New York Stallion Series Thunder Rumble division, named after the first New York bred in 125 years to win the Travers Stakes back in 1992. And it all is centered around the rematch, Bank Frenzy and Doc Sullivan. I'll bring in my partner JK here in just a moment to see who has the edge. I'm Greg Wolf, and it's great to be with you as we take a look at what's ahead on the program brought to you by Claiborne Farms. Sloppy, we are off the turf today, as we are just 10 minutes from the opener on the card. We'll have action from Tampa as well, where they are fast and firm. But races 1 and 4, Thunder Rumble and Staten Island division of these New York Stallion Series races. Jonathan Kinchin with me early on to start things off, and throw Dr. Kraft in the mix too. Some very honest and good New York breds here that do battle again in this opening race.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think anytime we spend so much time here in New York, we've fallen in love with these New York breds. It's what the New York racing program is built around. And you have two really good ones in Bank Frenzy and Doc Sullivan.
So what do you think? This is when they met in the Empire Classic. Big edge to Bank Frenzy going this mile and an eighth that we're seeing here, and does the edge at 7/8 revert to Doc Sullivan?
Yeah, I mean, I think Doc probably has a little bit of an edge in terms of the distance, but I think more than anything, I think Doc Sullivan's probably just a little bit more tactical. So even at this shorter distance with a horse like Bank Frenzy, who I believe can occasionally be a bit more pace dependent, I do think that today Doc Sullivan, the 4, makes a little bit more sense. But I'm not cutting in line to try to beat Bank Frenzy. But if you're going to make me pick one, I'll take the 4.
Public is leaning that way as well. 4-5 on Doc Sullivan here, and 2 that know each other extremely well. But there's Bank Frenzy. He's won 10 of his 20 career starts, getting close to $1 million in earnings as we head downstairs and check in for the first time today with Acacia Clement.
And Greg, I am a huge fan of both of these New York breds, who honestly show up pretty much every single time. As we start with Bank Frenzy, who boasts a record of 2-1 over Doc Sullivan in the 3 times that they've met previously. Bank Frenzy won last time out, going that mile and an eighth. And looking at the 2 horses physically, this horse, Bank Frenzy, just looks like one that wants to go longer. He is tall, he is leggy. He's a horse that does, I think, prefer to be a little bit more towards the outside, and had the benefit last time. And Rudy Rodriguez even told me this after the race when Doc Sullivan closed up the inside of Bank Frenzy. Bank Frenzy wears that extension blinker covering his outside right eye. To Jonathan's point, I don't think he's pace dependent, but he's not the quickest out of the gate. And in the John Morrissey, the last time Bank Frenzy went 7 furlongs, he was on the rail, not a benefit for him given that equipment. And today he's drawn inside of Doc Sullivan. Great muscle mass on him. His coat started to get a little bit longer, but as the temperature's gotten cooler, that's to be expected. But super energy, and I love what I see from him. I just do wonder with his draw and with the cutback if it will be to his benefit today. Now, as far as Doc Sullivan, the 4, is concerned, he's always a high energy type. They always have to saddle him on the walk. That's how he's been his entire career. And with that demeanor, I was a little bit concerned about him trying to get the 9 furlongs last time, and he ran exceptionally well in trying and finishing second. Now, he has held his coat and weight extraordinarily well. He's doing very well energy-wise for his standards, keeping it under wraps, and he has shown that he's a New York bred that can run effectively in open graded stakes company at this distance, finishing 4th behind the likes of Bookham Dano. I do think that given the conditions, he is kind of the horse to beat, Greg.
Dr. Kraft went by. Here's Bank Frenzy, 10 for 20 in his career.
Yeah, 10 for 20. I mean, that's pretty impressive, and especially at this level of these New York breds.
And just beat Doc Sullivan. That was at 1 1/8 miles, though. Here's General Banker. He was the runner-up in this race last year.
Yeah, he's got some back races. He's just gone off form a little bit. His last couple of races this summer weren't great.
Doc Sullivan not far from being graded stakes placed at 7 furlongs.
Look, he doesn't have a lot of ones in his past performances, but his pace figures suggest that he's going to be very comfortable close to this pace.
Joel Rosario will ride, and then long shot Jackson Heights outside for the Ilkay Cantermachi barn.
Yeah, he certainly doesn't feel fast enough to win this race. However, with these purses for being New York breds and these stakes races, just hitting the board can get a lot of bills paid.
So pick 5, as you see, there's the pool, bottom right-hand side of your screen. Kicks off right here. Sloppy today, off the turf. Keep that in mind for today's action, and you can play it all right there at Naira Bets. Get that offer for new members, $200 deposit match new customer bonus when you punch in that code at sign up, bonus 200, and you're ready to rock at NairaBets.com. So most believe, shortening up to 7 furlongs gives this guy the edge. Doc Sullivan over Bank Frenzy, who was just beat by that horse. And we'll see, is the game that easy?
I wish it was that easy. I think that it's when you have horses like this, and I feel like this happens a lot in these divisions where you get these rivals where they run against each other often, and one time the circumstances really fit one, the other time. I'm sure there'll be another race this year, and there's probably a race last year where I thought Bank Frenzy had a huge edge against Doc Sullivan. It just so happens that in this spot, the way that this whole thing is going to unfold, it feels like to me that Doc Sullivan has that edge. He's a little bit more tactical. He can be a little bit closer. The distance is probably a little bit more in his wheelhouse, and I think the price reflects that now. But still, pretty even, pretty close here. Even money and 6 to 5. As close as you can get.
And we know, no two off tracks are ever the same, even to the very same racetrack with the same listed type of track. Both seem to love off tracks, though, generally, even though Bank Frenzy didn't run very well in that John Morrissey at Saratoga in the mud. Yeah,
if you look through Doc Sullivan's past performances, you see a muddy, you could see a sloppy, you'll see some wet fast mixed in there. He's run well on all of them. So I don't think that'll be the reason that Doc Sullivan gets beat. But I also don't think that's necessarily the reason that Doc Sullivan wins if he wins. I just feel like he's going to be a little bit closer than Bank Frenzy. I think Bank Frenzy probably wants to go a little bit farther for his best performance as well.
Let's not count out Dr. Kraft. Yeah, he was no match for Bank Frenzy and Doc Sullivan. They were 1-2 in that Empire Classic last start when he finished 5th, probably longer than he wants to go. What about this one shortening back up where he's been a little bit more effective?
Absolutely, and he's another one who has some speed. He's drawn on the inside, which sometimes forces a rider into being aggressive. You don't want to get shuffled back from that inside post position. It's not as if Flavien Prat needs any help, though. He's been on an outstanding run here in New York, sticking around instead of heading back west at this time of the year like he has in the past. But also, Flavien, one of the reasons he's so good is because he's aggressive at the right times. And maybe this is one of those times he will try to be aggressive with Dr. Kraft.
4-win day again yesterday for Prat, including the finale. Let's go back down to Acacia.
And you see that warm-up that Flavien's giving the number 1, Dr. Kraft. He broke him right away from the pony, talking about the 1, and he has kept him moving every step out there and moving very well over this wet track, too. Now, this is a horse, I know he's won at the 1 1/8 miles. I was so against him going that distance because nothing about Dr. Kraft says that he wants to go longer. He is compact, he is smaller, he is very stout and broad, just everything about him says that he wants to go shorter. I love the cutback for him from a physical perspective. Now, that being said, lately he's been so quiet and laid back in the preliminaries and in the paddock, and that was the case again today. So maybe that was one of the reasons that they felt stretching him out, he would be effective in there. But I love the energy that he's showing on the track now, warming up for that turn back. Now, the number 3, General Banker, coming in off of a layoff since June. He's a very cool horse and one that is very aesthetically pleasing. He's a beautifully put together son of Central Banker, super coat as is always the case. He hasn't run in a few months and I'd say he looks about 90% fit. I've seen him look more defined in the past, just especially in that barrel, kind of bringing up the top line a little bit. I was hoping to see him just be a little bit more fine-tuned, but he does look in the face of some of these tough New York breds, like the one that is coming in off a bit of a freshening. But I do respect him and the talent that he has. He had a pretty tough campaign throughout the early part of 2025, so maybe a freshening will do him well. I just wonder if today would really be the day, though he is a generous price on the board, Greg.
All right, thanks, Acacia. Here we go. Post time coming up, 3-5 now on Doc Sullivan. You surprised at the disparity between these two rivals?
It's not a big field, and I think that most would probably think it's a two-horse race. Yes, the one Dr. Kraft could get in the mix here. It's probably a little aggressive on the 3-5, but I do think that he is the most likely winner of this race. So if he wins without really being challenged by 3 and Bank Frenzy does all he can to run second, then the 3-5 might look like free money.
Fourth meeting between these rivals, the 2 Bank Frenzy, the 4 Doc Sullivan. They just met October 25th, different distance, mile and an eighth. That was a fast track. Bank Frenzy won by a neck on a distance that he's probably better at. At 7 furlongs, he's never won at this distance. 0 for 3 in the money. Doc Sullivan, a multiple winner at 7 furlongs. Edge seems to lean with this one here, and the public betting it pretty heavily that way as well. Joel Rosario back aboard Doc Sullivan. Rosario's final couple of weeks here before he heads off to Hot Springs, Arkansas.
Yeah, I'd imagine he'll make some noise down there as well. Oaklawn getting going here pretty quick.
Here we go, loading up to kick off this card. Thunder Rumble Division, New York Stallion Series in the rematch of the 2 Bank Frenzy, the 4 Doc Sullivan. They were 1-2 in the Empire Classic just a few weeks ago. Let's go upstairs to Chris Griffin for the call.
Jackson Heights. All set. And they're off. Dr. Kraft broke sharply from the inside, and Bank Frenzy is right with that early lead, too. Here comes Doc Sullivan to join the early fray, and now Bank Frenzy will take back as General Banker is out in the center of the racetrack. Bank Frenzy immediately moves towards the outside, wants clear running room in front, and the lone trailer, Jackson Heights. They work up the backstretch here in the opener. It's Dr. Kraft in front. Is up by a half length through at 22-4. Opening quarter mile, Doc Sullivan is right there, engaged with the pace setter. Bank Frenzy doesn't want to lose too much ground. Manny Franco is already under the shove here, wants to move in closer to that top duo as they've got less than 4 furlongs to go. General Banker is drifting out wide. Jackson Heights has about 10 to make up. They're well into the far turn, and Dr. Kraft is in front. Doc Sullivan is on the move towards the outside. Bank Frenzy is all in, is trying to make up some ground at this shorter distance and just getting out there. A little awkward there was Doc Sullivan is trying to get out, starts looking at the grandstand, and that allows Dr. Kraft to keep on going. The top 2 have drifted out to the center of the racetrack. Bank Frenzy down to the inside. Now Doc Sullivan straightens up, and here he goes. Doc Sullivan opening up here was awkward at the top of the stretch, but he's gone. Doc Sullivan has a 16th left. It's a Thunder Rumble Division. The opener, Joel Rosario. Doc Sullivan dominates. Dr. Kraft second, Bank Frenzy, and Jackson Heights in 1 minute 22.31 seconds.
So 3-5 winds up being conservative here, actually, with this performance. Doc Sullivan dominant in this Thunder Rumble to kick things off on the Saturday card.
Yeah, I mean, he got an absolutely perfect trip. I mean, it probably even worked out better with Dr. Kraft being aggressive. That way he had a target. He could just sit off of that horse. Sometimes, horses can get lost in the lead. This didn't happen for Doc Sullivan. He was able to sit right off of Dr. Kraft, and when they straightened up, Joel asked him, he exploded and opened up here. And Bank Frenzy, look, I just don't think this is exactly what he wanted to do today. I think he wanted a little bit more pace, maybe a little bit more distance. He'll be back to try to challenge Doc Sullivan, maybe circumstances that work a little bit better for him next time.
3-5 favorite. Doc Sullivan, 6th win of his career, 4-1, 2-5 finish. John Ortiz, Joel Rosario, TriStar Farm to kick things off on this Saturday card. Good to have you with us on our Saturday coverage. Opener in the books. We'll show you what happened here in just a moment on America's Day at the Races sloppy racetrack to begin Saturday action off the turf today. Greg Wolf, Jonathan Kinchin with you to begin things here on the program, and a pretty good race to kick things off of this rematch between Bank Frenzy, I should say, and Doc Sullivan. Public heavily went towards Doc Sullivan, shortening up in distance, and they were right in this Thunder Rumble division of the New York Stallion Series.
Well, I think the public knew that he was going to end up getting the trip that he got here, sitting right outside of the one, Dr. Kraft. And then when they turned for home and straightened up, you could see Joel encouraging Doc Sullivan to give him his best, and he absolutely did. He ends up winning by 5 or 6 at the end.
Just dominates this group, wins for the 6th time in his career. And Doc Sullivan, 4-year-old son of Salamini for trainer John Ortiz. Rosario has a couple weeks left here before he heads off to Oaklawn Park. He's going to ride the entire meet out there in Hot Springs, Arkansas. We'll have live coverage of that meet for you as well, so we'll see plenty of Joel when he heads out of town. But it's Doc Sullivan pretty dominant here, and we expected this big battle between him and Bank Frenzy. It did not develop. It was all Doc Sullivan as we head downstairs to Acacia Clement.
And so happy to be here with the very happy Winning Connections at Glenn TriStar Farm, as well as Danny, assistant trainer to his brother John. And Glenn, let's start with you. This horse has been just a gem of consistency. Had to be rewarding to see him get to the winner's circle today.
God. Yeah, so exciting. What an effort he gave today, and just so excited to be here. And this horse has just been a blessing for my entire family. I mean, just so great to come out and spend time with him and just experience this. Amazing.
I remember we talked in Saratoga about how he's really kind of continuing on your family's legacy and being able to do what he's done.
Yeah, he really is. I mean, as I said last time, this horse kept my dad alive for 2 years, and I really believe he's up there, watching him and guiding us on. So it's really special.
I can only imagine how special it is. And Danny, for you, I know you've been able to work closely with this horse since he's joined the barn, and he's really come along, I think, mentally too.
Oh yeah, for sure. He's settled in really well in our program, and he's just an alpha. And I'm just really happy that he was able to get the job done today, and for the connections, for Mr. Lastrito, and just so happy to be here.
For a horse like him that's been able to kind of even the score now, it's 2-2 between him and Bank Frenzy. Kind of a fun New York bred rivalry that they have as well.
Of course. I mean, it's a good storyline, and we just got to watch and see what happens next.
Well, we can't wait to see them go again, but victorious today. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you so much.
Greg.
And deserve to have huge smiles on their faces after that performance. That was big time from Doc Sullivan. And a little hardware to take home. $3.40, formful start to this Saturday card. And again, that's later division. Fillies and Mares get their chance. That'll come up race 4. Staten Island division and Sunday Girl. We're going to see another very short price coming up. Here's what's ahead. Presented by Claiborne Farm. That's that 4th we're talking about. Sloppy off the turf. If you're just joining us, late pick 5 begins in race 6. We have a cross-country pick 5 that begins in race 8 this afternoon. Coverage from Tampa as well. A little bit later on, Fast and Firm out of Tampa today. Play it all right there. NYRA Bets. Get signed up, started if you have not already. Bonus 200, that code to use to get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus in your account at NYRABets.com. Race 2, pick 4, $16,000 claiming race at 6 furlongs as we approach the 18-minute mark to post. And JK, it is Amundsen. I've been such a fan of this horse. We've seen him run on this New York circuit. For this is the last year he can do it as a 9-year-old. 17 career wins in 51 starts.
Yeah, and I just wonder, maybe get a little long in the tooth. Maybe he's had enough. I don't know. He's a really cool horse I'll always root for. I went with the 4 in here. Laughing Boy, who I think is pretty interesting, is one who I think could be pretty close to a pace and still finish like a horse who wants to come from out of it.
All right, more on race 2. Again, starts the early pick 4 in a moment. Staten Island division, as we said, in the 4th race for Fillies and Mares. We're going to see another maybe even shorter price than what we saw in the opener. Sunday Girl was 3-5 morning line. in this race for trainer David Duggan, and Flavien Prat will be aboard.
Yeah, I mean, look, her last race was much better than anything else is running here. But I think more than anything, and this is that performance right here, is that she's the type of horse.
And we're going back to her win, actually,
Excuse me,
the correction.
The correction, yes. But that actually is to my other point, is that not only is her last race the best race that any of these horses have run in quite some time, she's got like 6 races throughout her, last 10 or 15 that are good enough to win this race. She's drawn perfectly outside as a tactical type. She gets a red-hot rider who's going to make all the right decisions in Flavien Prat. If I like really try to look hard, it's hard to find someone that's going to beat her in this spot.
And yeah, that's why you see that incredibly short morning line, and with a rider who's notoriously getting overbet anyway, it might be ugly in terms of what you're going to get back.
Yeah, she's going to be super, super short. But, in multi-race wagers, if you played that pick 5 and you singled there, there's nothing wrong with that. And you also got a pick 4 starting here if you want to try to pick up some value that way by running together a couple of other opinions.
All right, we'll get to that one in a little bit. Early pick 4, though, next, race 2. We'll have the story of the man who's going to be on a major contender. This one, Divine Leader, Christopher Elliott, following the footsteps of Dad and making a name for himself on the toughest circuit in the sport. Stay with us.
$1,600,000, thank you.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage on Fox Sports 2, and that is a look at Divine Leader, as we mentioned going to break. Christopher Elliott will be aboard. Christopher, of course, racing in his blood. His father, Stuart, best known as the pilot for Smarty Jones, who took the first 2 legs of the Triple Crown back in 2004. And Christopher has learned lessons from Dad well, quietly making a name for himself now on this New York circuit.
I remember being 2-3 years old, going to the track and looking at the horses since the beginning, pretty much, you know. When I was like 14 years old, we were in California and my dad had won a stake at Del Mar. That's when I started thinking about it.
Smarty Jones and Stewie Elliott goes on to win the Kentucky Derby by 2.5.
I've watched the Derby and the Preakness and the Belmont 150 times or more, you know. It was just really, really cool.
I thought that there was probably a good chance that he would want to, ride, but moving sometimes made it difficult. When we got here, the first couple years, I'd get on the pony and he'd get on the thoroughbred and take him around the track. Then he went to Ocala and then came back and then actually started galloping on the track. You know, when they all start off, they're all pretty green, but he wanted it. He wanted to learn.
After every race, pretty much, I talk to him, and you know, he says, "Oh, you did great," or "You could have done this. Maybe you should have done this." And I think that's why I've been able to get better in the quick amount of time that I have, you know, because he's been a big help. My agent is Jose Santos Jr. I started off the meet at Lone Star Park in Texas. I actually rode my first winner the first race that I rode at Lone Star. And after that meet, I had rode about 85, 90 horses. He said, "Listen, this is the plan. We'll go to Monmouth, you'll ride a little bit over there, and then after Monmouth, we'll check out New York." My first stakes winner was for Tina Hurley. It was my 6th winner at Monmouth Park in the Regret Stakes. I was way in the back, and they were flying up front, and I came like maybe 12 lengths out of it and won.
Reclusive from a mile behind is coming fast, takes the lead for apprentice Christopher Elliott.
The first person I called when I was back in the jockey room was him.
It's very exciting. It is. I'm very proud.
Cool story, obviously, with what his dad accomplished and now following in dad's footsteps. And if you've watched, for those that have seen Christopher Elliott the last few years here on the program, we really see him kind of grow up and take big steps to get better.
Absolutely, and as a young rider, this is a pretty hard room to kind of break into, right? You got a lot of Hall of Famers, a lot of future Hall of Famers, and a lot of really other good riders in there. It makes it really hard for a young rider to kind of find his way, and Christopher has done a great job at doing that.
He will be on board Divine Leader, as we showed you in this race coming up, who right now I believe is 9-2. Coming off a win for 16, but that was back in June. What do you think of Divine Leader's chances?
Yeah, I mean, there is some back races, but the horse seemed to be kind of going in the wrong direction. But there is a trainer change. I think sometimes when there's a trainer change, there's an opportunity to kind of wake up an animal back to where they were at one point. So there's always an opportunity for Divine Leader to kind of to improve. And I think at this price, 9-2, I don't think that's too short to try to figure that one out. I prefer the 4, but I wouldn't talk anyone off the 3.
There he is, 8-year-old, won over $330,000 in his career. Again, coming off a win. That was a wet track for this $16,000 level, but it was back in June as well, so a little bit of a layoff to contend with as we go down to Acacia.
We'll start with a horse that is returning to the NYRA circuit in the number 5, Emerald Forest, a horse that kind of refound some of his form when going over to Finger Lakes. And I wanted to start with him as they have been able to get the tack on now, but he's kind of back up to his previous antics, and thank goodness for Notes, because this is the horse that throughout the years has always been a little bit tough getting the tack on. So not a negative for him, but even once they got the tack on, he was a little bit reluctant, kind of freezing a little bit in the paddock, and it seems that they've got him going now and got him moving forward. He's a 7-year-old, so certainly not going to change any of those antics at this stage, but Charlie Baker kind of getting on his head and taking a hold of him. Now, he's a horse that has always been a beautifully put together animal. He always carries good weight and conditioning, but now seeing him again, he has started to look like a horse that's starting to get a little bit more up there in age, a little bit more of a dip in his back, kind of carrying down that weight a little bit more than was typical of him. But to have to respect that he's been in good form recently. Last time out, yes, at Finger Lakes, was beaten by East Coast Girl, who would come back to win another race, making it 3 in a row for that runner. And this is a horse with some tactical speed. We'll see what he can do returning to the NYRA circuit, but did think he was a little bit interesting, having gotten back to some of that better form, and I think well spotted. Now, the number 6, Amundsen, talking about an elder statesman, this one a 9-year-old, who is a horse that I think has been a little bit frustrating throughout, because there's been some questions, does he still have it? His last 2 races have been good in that he's run well and he's run consistent figures, not up to the level at what he was once running, once upon a time, but was beaten by 3/4 of a length and a nose in his last 2 starts. Now he moves to the barn at Chad Summers, and we have seen some horses transfer from Jose D'Angelo to Chad Summers and vice versa over the years as well. This is a horse in Amundsen who always is a good doer. He's always one that never really looks 100% fit. He carries a lot of weight and conditioning, and that's very much the case. Now, when I saw him a couple of races back in the summer, I noted that he still seemed to have that enthusiasm and good energy for racing. He's very quiet here in the paddock today. Like I said, carrying good conditioning as always, coming in off a race where he was right on the lead momentarily before getting run down. And I think it is a fair question as he comes towards the end of his 9-year-old season. As is the rule at NYRA, you cannot race here as a 10-year-old, so potentially towards the end of his career as well. Does he still have the will to win? I'll watch him on the track warming up, but did wish I saw a touch more energy from him here in the paddock. We'll see if the veteran 9-year-old can get it done and find the winner's circle once again, Greg.
And, you know, we'll see, too, if maybe he just moves to another circuit. That's a rule just here in New York. We could see him show up at Parks or somewhere else. He missed by a nose last time out. That was November 1st. It was for the $16,000 level. Laughing Boy, the 4, was in that race as well, who wound up 4th, just a little bit behind him.
Yeah, the thing is, you look through Amundson's past performances, at least, you know, earlier in the year and the end of last year, there's a lot more ones there. He was showing a little bit more early speed. He was finishing his races a little bit better, and he just doesn't seem to have the same punch as he always has. Now, look, you're not going to find too many people that like Amundsen more than I do. I think he's a really cool horse, and I'd love to see him run well here today. But, you know, it just seems like maybe he's not the same Amundsen he once was.
But relative to this group, still good enough to be right now the 2-1 favorite.
Well, yes.
According to the public.
According to the public, he is good enough to still be the
What do you
favorite.
think he should be on the board?
Look, I think all these horses kind of look the same. So, you know, I don't have a problem with him being, you know, 3-1, 7-2, just kind of right in the mix with everyone else. They all feel very, very similar. They've all run races that are within reach, and they've all done those races recently as well.
Here's our post-parade. Burnin' Hunk of Love has been popular in the claim box, including last start.
Yeah, there's a trainer change here. There's a couple of trainer changes in this race. Maybe that trainer change can get this one back to what we saw when the horse was with Joe Sharp.
Dots Dollar over $450,000 in earnings.
Yeah, I thought the horse ran sneaky good two back. I didn't love his last performance.
Here's Divine Leader with Christopher Elliott. Just showed you the feature.
Yeah, so we talked about if we can find a way for that trainer change to kind of wake Divine Leader back up.
Laughing Boy will try to turn the tables on Amundsen.
That's where I landed. I think this horse is going to finish pretty well, and I actually think the pace of this race is going to set up nice where Laughing Boy will be close enough.
Charlie Baker with a 13-time winner here, Emerald Forest.
Yeah, this horse has come down from the morning line. Not one that I think has the greatest shot in here. Probably too short at 5-1.
Here's the 9-year-old 17-time winner, Amundsen.
17 times, looking for 18 and won probably one of his last, if not his last race in New York.
And Principe Ilkay Cantermachi outside.
Yeah, our colleague Andy Serling made a case for this horse on our handicapping preview show earlier today. He doesn't seem like one that feels very likely, but if he were, I think you would be rewarded with the 8-1 if you were to find Principe to run a better race.
Playing with NYRA Bets, bet $75 each on Churchill Downs. And was that Gulfstream? It was.
It was Gulfstream.
You get $15 in your account, whether you win or lose.
Nothing wrong with that.
Opt in. Got to opt in to take advantage of that as we go back to the one you prefer in here in this rematch against Amundsen here, Laughing Boy.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, there's a lot of different handicapping tools that you can use when you're looking at these races. Obviously, past performances, the daily racing form. You know, I know there's certain numbers you like to look at, Sheets, Ragozin, Thorograph, all that stuff. I really like Timeform US. Timeform US is a little bit more visual. And one of the things that they have is they have a pace projector that kind of takes these horses' internal fractions and kind of lays out where it looks like they'll sit midway through the race. And it also talks about which horses have the best kind of finish, their late pace. The 4, Laughing Boy, they have this horse on the pace, basically sitting second or third with the best late pace in the race. You don't often see a horse with the best late pace being that forwardly placed. To me, this is strictly a race design situation. I'm hoping Laughing Boy is going to get that forward position, sit in a comfortable position, and still have something in the tank with that late pace number and be able to outfinish the rest of these.
All right, let's go to Acacia for more.
I agree with Jonathan on Laughing Boy, but looking at him from my vantage point and what I see from him on the track and what I've observed throughout his career with this horse, and he is a very high energy individual. Used to be that he would get just totally washed out prior to his races with David Jacobson, and he would start to lose his weight a little bit. He's energetic today, but not over the top. He's not gotten washed out. Obviously, it's cooler out. And he's also held his coat and his conditioning remarkably well. He was drawn the rail in his last couple of starts, and last time he seemed to break slowly. And I thought, watching that race back, that when he got off slow and he was taken off the pace, he was climbing early on, meaning that he was going more up and down versus forward with his stride. And you'll see that sometimes with horses that are maybe off the pace, that they're not necessarily used to that, or maybe horses that prefer the turf sometimes. In other words, horses that don't like kickback coming back on them. So being drawn not on the rail today, given how sharp he is, but again, not over the top, given what Jonathan's saying about where he would be placed within the running of this race, I think we're going to see a better account of him, because he did not look comfortable in the early part of that race, and then actually ran on late when he got up to the inside and got some kind of clear run when kicking on late. So I liked what I saw from him to turn things around. Now, the number 7, Principe, this is a horse on paper that is a bit tough to recommend, because his last race, he actually broke really sharply out of the gate from an outside post, and then just got completely out-footed and dropped back and didn't have anything to show for himself late. But as he comes here to the NYRA circuit, he's a horse that just kept grabbing my eye and grabbing my attention. He's the biggest price on the board at 11-1. He was with Matt Cantermasi, now into Ilkay's barn, so staying in the family. But I'm wondering if maybe it's a change of scenery, just in the face of what he's facing in here. He looks exceptionally well turned out, moving very well out there on the track, and at a price. I'm wondering if we're going to see him run a bit better today, because he just looks too good to ignore at double-digit odds, Greg.
See what happens coming up as we get a look at Divine Leader in here. Divine Leader, JK, last start wet track for this level. Gate to wire for the win, and now gets a sloppy track again the last time we saw him when he got back in this race June 15th.
Yeah, I mean, and like you said, it's definitely not a bad thing when you have a horse who's run well on a sloppy racetrack, and they get another one here today. But it doesn't necessarily, it's no lock or guarantee that this racetrack is going to be the same one that the Divine Leader caught last time. And there's also a lot of other changes, right? There's a trainer change, there's a rider change, there's a lot of different things going on that could prevent this from being a duplicate performance. Or this horse could absolutely love a sloppy racetrack. That's why the horse ran so well last time, and could jump right out here and do it again.
And wondering what he does with this young rider too, because he comes in off that when he went gate to wire. He's quick, and now coming in fresh too. You expect maybe even to fire out of there as well and try and use that speed. But there are a few that want to be quick in here.
Yeah. And his pace figures were pretty quick last time too when he made the lead on a sloppy racetrack. Sometimes you'll see those ones in the past performances and assume that they went really fast. This horse actually did go fast last time.
This race right now, there's Amundsen being bet like this is Amundsen of 2021.
I don't know if it's name recognition. That's just entirely too short of a price for a horse that, hasn't won since June. And has been disappointing at short prices.
Did not see this coming. To be this short a number. Cool horse, been fun to watch over the years, 870,000 plus in earnings. And look, to be fair to him, he just missed for this level last time out. So he still absolutely has it in him to win races like this. Just does not have the kind of edge you would think to be bet like this on the board.
Yeah, I completely agree. If he wins that race last time, do we look at this significantly different? I just think that I thought he was going to be too short of a price. I didn't think he was going to be this short of a price. So now my play against Amundsen here is even stronger at this price.
Pick 4 starts here on this sloppy going. Let's send it upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Laughing Boy. Jose Lezcano. Moving in. Emerald Forest. Princip. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Off very slowly was Dots Dollar as the lone trailer. Emerald Forest has early speed, is towards the outside, and here comes the top duo down towards the inside, and Burnin', Hunk of Love, and Divine Leader, and they hook up early. Burnin', Hunk of Love, now with a neck advantage over Divine Leader, who's going to take back and try to slow things down up front. Emerald Forest is 3 wide. 4 wide is Amundsen. At the rail just behind them is Laughing Boy. Out wider Princip, and after the slow start, Dots Dollar is the trailer. Burnin', Hunk of Love is in front, is up by a length. Here comes Emerald Forest, who's on the move, is now taken second. Emerald Forest is rallying towards the outside of Burnin', Hunk of Love. Down towards the rail, it's Laughing Boy. On the far outside, Amundsen. Just behind them, an all-in Divine Leader, Dots Dollar. And at the back, Princip, the leader, Burnin', Hunk of Love, is still opening up well on the field. Burnin', Hunk of Love, Emerald Forest is a lone second inside the final furlong. Jamie Rodriguez, Burnin', Hunk of Love have a 16th left to go, a host of pursuers, but Burnin', Hunk of Love, that's your winner. Burnin', Hunk of Love wins it over Princip, up for second, Emerald Forest and Amundsen in 1 minute 10.53 seconds.
Burnin', Hunk of Love, 6-1 upset here in race 2 to start this early pick 4.
Yeah, popped away from there. The 2 missed the break, who I think would have been involved in the pace a little bit, missed the break. The 1 ended up holding that inside position. The horse that you talked about, Wolfie, the 3 Divine Leader, popped away from there as well. But the 1 was just faster, held that position. You got an aggressive ride, and it looks like the trainer change kind of woke this one up a little bit, got him back to some of those races we saw for Joe Sharp earlier this year, and it was a very impressive performance as well to put away that main speed. You see the 3 back there finishing out the back. To put away that other speed and open up and win like that was very impressive.
And we keep talking about, I mean, all those wins from Amundsen. This was a field, everyone in this field really likes to win. They have a lot. This is number 10 for Burnin', Hunk of Love in 33 starts.
Yeah, a bunch of hard knockers in here, including Amundsen, and he was able to get 4th in here, and probably not what the connections were hoping for, but the old boy's done a lot. 17 wins throughout his career. If this is the last time we'll see him in NYRA, we appreciated all of his runs. Maybe we'll see him one more time.
1-7, 5-6, and 6-1 upset. Jamie Rodriguez for Oscar Barrera, first off the claim. Upset here in race 2. After a formful beginning to the card, we'll have the prices from this first leg of the Pick 4 sequence when we come back. Stay with us.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing, making the sport easier to follow. Explore stories, betting tips, and race day insights at americasbestracing.net today. In race 2, Vernon Hunk of Love ended up taking them gate to wire with Jamie Rodriguez, who's joining me here. And at the break, I think we saw some changes with the 2 Dots Dollar breaking slow. You took the bull by the horns and went right to the lead.
That was the plan, you know, and trying to figure out who break good out of the gate. And the one outside broke a little bit slow, and I said, you know what, now I'm going to get the champ because I got the one hole. Just hustle out of there until I got the lead. Once I got comfortable, I let it take him the control, and he was so relaxed, comfortable. Once we got in the top of the line, I asked him, and he exploded.
We've seen you be aggressive and it pay off. How important is that, being able to get some forward position?
You have to, because sometimes like when you break from the inside and you got a lot of speed outside, you got speed, you're trying the break out of there, get position early and see, and you don't have to get in a bad spot. You know, once you got a good spot, clear spot, you can do whatever you want.
Had to feel pretty good when your horse was able to get so comfortable in the front end like that too.
Oh, he was pretty forward, and like when I look back and I don't see nobody, I look inside, I just got a little bit out of the rail, and then once I hit it once, I mean, he responded right away, and then I hit it in the left, just drifted ahead, and he just gave me another kick.
Well done, gate to wire. Good way to start off the day with some more mounts. Good luck with the rest of the card.
Thank you.
Thumbs up, Greg.
Thumbs up to the way he's been riding. Jamie Rodriguez making an impact here in New York, and Vernon Hunk of Love better than $15 here in race 2.
Yeah, it was an aggressive heads-up ride. He got himself into got hooked early, got himself into a bit of a duel, but a lot of times you just got to believe in the horse. It's exactly what he did. He put the pressure on the 3. That one was out the back, and he just kept going. I love a nice aggressive ride like that.
Race 3, we have a lot of youngsters, several who have never raced before. The debut coming up. New York breds in this maiden special weight. 3/4 of a mile for 2-year-old fillies. And Fabian's Princess on the rail. Pratt's aboard. Surprise, surprise is open. The favorite, the dam, produced a pretty good one named Castle Chaos.
Yeah, some good pedigree there on Fabian's Princess. The rail, no bargain, though, for a first-time starter. I ended up going with the 7, Liberty's Advance. Just feels like the type of horse, the experience is going to go a long way. This horse sprinted really well first time out. Gets back to that sprint distance now.
Speaking of the man who cannot seem to lose since he's come back for the Breeders' Cup here in New York, Flavien Prat, he will be aboard Fast Market. Took 9 starts to break that maiden, then jumped in first-time winners against Graded Stakes Company. Nearly won the race. Now gets the rail at tomorrow's Pebbles. We'll have a preview when we come back.
Prince of Monaco's too good for Moose, an impressive winner of the Best Pal. Miramondi's all hot, but Prince of Monaco too good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, home to 4-time leading New York sire Central Banker, sire of champion New York bred Bank Frenzy.
Bank Frenzy, a hard-fought winner of the Commentator.
And multiple stakes winner Sunday Girl.
Clear winner in the John Hettinger Sunday Girl.
Also standing into mischief's Grade 1 son Provocateur. And top young stallion Solomini, sire of Mike Lee Stakes winner Doc Sullivan. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, celebrating over 50 years of equine excellence.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
with racing room now, and a daring move by Pat Ettery, and Pebbles has taken the lead. It's Pebbles now in front. Strawberry Road coming after her from the outside. Strawberry Road and Pebbles, they're dueling to the finish. Pebbles is game and determined. Strawberry Road driving hard. They're running out of ground. England Super Filly. Pebbles has won it.
Historic win. It was only second year, but it was the first ever British trained Breeders' Cup winner. Filly beating the boys. Pebbles, who was supplemented, took a big shot here, supplemented for $240,000.
The first British, huh? They won a few cents.
Couple.
Well, I guess the Irish too, but they all, Europe, how about that, Europe?
Yeah. Big win. Pat Ettery, Clive Britton. And this year's edition of the Pebbles rescheduled and a little bit longer distance now, moving turf courses. It's our ABR race of the week. Mile and a 16th, $175,000 purse for 3-year-old fillies. And with the redraw, Fast Market gets a much better post position, now drawn on the fence. And Pratt will be aboard for John Terranova.
Yeah, I mean, the inside draw, for a horse that has a little bit of tactical speed, but you have a rider in Flavien Prat who can usually work out a trip from anywhere. If you look at this Sands Point, I thought this horse was a little bit unlucky not to win, right? Lost by a neck there, but did earn a lifetime best figure in that race. So the horse is going in the right direction. On a wrong lead here, trying her hardest, and just loses by a long neck.
2-1 is in pretty sharp form right now for Phil Antonacci as well. Now you add Pratt and get the inside post. A lot of positives for Fast Market. Meanwhile, not helped by the redraw, Peak Hype, who gets the outside post.
Yeah, but it's not the biggest field in the world. You'd like to think that, you know, Peak Hype had that impressive win at Saratoga late this summer in August, and then came back and won again last time for that second win. Peak Hype, another one that seems to be going the right direction, and some of my favorite silks, those lime green and purple E5 silks with the dots. You know, this feels like a horse that's going to continue to progress for Chad and E5 Racing. Like I said, got that maiden win up at Saratoga and then comes back with the allowance win this time. I'm not too worried about the draw. I think when you draw, you know, outside in a group of 8, just one from the 11 last time, the 8 shouldn't be a problem.
Seemed like a big move forward. Yeah, and that's his 4th start of her career. Ricardo Santana Jr. retains the mount. And he's pretty good at getting position. And at least there's a little bit of room to try and tuck in and get some cover before that first turn.
Yeah, I would think so. And Peak Hype doesn't have a ton of early speed, so you'd like to think maybe even like a pop away from there, and you could just kind of just let them run away from you, tuck right in. Next thing you know, you find the inside. The outside post is only bad when it's bad.
Yeah. And more often than not, a lot of times it's overblown.
Yeah, and I think you actually will see prices kind of creep up as well.
Yeah. As for Sweet Treasure, the only time she's been beat in 4 career starts was the first start back off about an 11-month layoff.
Yeah, you'd like to think that there's an excuse there. Sweet Treasure and Brad Cox and Florent Giroux, when you have a horse with tactical speed, a horse that likes to get forward, find the front end, Brad Cox and Florent Giroux are some of the best combo to have because they will not take that weapon away from a horse like Sweet Treasure. You'd like to think she'll be aggressively ridden in here.
Yeah, adding, nice new mix to this group. I believe was not originally entered when this was to be run last week. So see what she can do in this spot. That is coming up tomorrow, race 8, 3:39 Eastern time for that Grade 3 Pebbles. You a Fast Market guy? Or are you still working on it?
I like Peak Hype quite a bit, but Sweet Treasure is going to be hard to run down.
Back to today's action. Race 3 here starts a mandatory pay pick 5, and Pratt will be again on this one. Fabian's Princess, who right now is a slight second choice at 3-1 after opening is the favorite. Horacio to Paz trains, and we'll have to try and deal with the rail in the debut here. Let's go down to Acacia.
We'll have to navigate a trip from the rail for Fabian's Princess, but we'll see if she can break quick enough, and she certainly is built like a horse that should be quick enough from the gate. Her work two-back from the gate was 48-4, very fast work in the mornings, and I love that pattern where the gate work two-back and then kind of more maintenance, and this one looking like a speed drill, just 3 furlongs coming in. She's not the biggest filly, this daughter of Vino Rosso, and while the dam was good going long on the dirt, she's definitely built like a sprinter. She's smaller, she's compact, she's short coupled, not a ton of substance to her, but very, very fit, and she has enough of an engine and a hind leg and a good hip on her, which you do like to see. Plenty of pedigree, as you guys mentioned, being the half-sister to multiple graded stakes place Castle Chaos, and all 5 of the siblings, in fact, were winners. So plenty to like with this one. Not great inner coat overall, but that is something that you do tend to see from Horacio's barn at this time of year, just kind of letting them have some of their natural coats get a little bit longer or wispier. So I feel positive about this one debuting and the money that she is taking. Taking a look at a couple of other first-time starters, the number 6 Tactically goes out for Tom Morley, who's been having an exceptional meet here at Aqueduct. This one, a daughter of Tacitus, was sold for $79,000 at the Timonium Mid-Atlantic 2-year-old sale. Because of the weather there, you had kind of half the group breezing and half just galloping. She was one that galloped in at that breeze show, and while she was very reluctant and got kind of high-headed when asked to switch leads, and she never actually did end up switching. That aside, she moved very well in that gallop. She is a daughter of Tacitus, and she looks it. She looks like she might want to go a little bit longer. But that being said, she's well put together. Like I said, she moved well in that sales workout or gallop, which was a while ago in May. It was actually a wet track that weekend, and she was able to handle it, so she should be able to handle the conditions today. Just a beautifully turned out individual who's been very professional here in the paddock. The dam is also the sister to stakes winner and graded stakes place Clip the Coupon Annie. So there is a little bit of pedigree in there to sink your teeth into. And she herself, the half-2 Trust Fund, who was a good dirt sprinter and did win it too. The number 9, Braver Than You Believe, John Ortiz and TriStar Farm looking for another one. Of course, Doc Sullivan won the opener. This one, a 2-year-old first-time starting filly. New York bred by Honest Mischief, whose progeny, typically I like sprinting on the turf, but in general, far better sprinters than going long. And this one looks like a sprinter through and through. She came in with a training saddle, but has not turned a hair. You will often see trainers do that coming in with that piece of equipment so that it's not a shock when you put the actual racing tack on. Just take out another one of the variables for a first-time starter. She's pretty relaxed in the paddock, very well muscled, especially in her hind end, which I appreciate, and a pretty athletic looking filly too that looks like she should be ready for her debut. Now, while she was professional in that she was not turning a hair, she was a little bit looky, just kind of taking in everything in her surroundings. We'll see once they've got the tack on her if she can get a little bit more clued in and focused, but physically she does look well prepared for this start, as she is one of many in here without any racing experience, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. So we approach the 8-minute mark to post. Our post parade coming up shortly. Let's go back to Liberty's advancer, Charlie Baker, the one with experience, still a maiden, of course, but debuted in a stake and followed up in a stake and almost won this debut. Only beat a half-length, ran very good first time out on a wet track.
Yeah, I mean, it's a sign of confidence from a trainer to continue to skip the maiden condition and throw a horse like this in state company. I thought the debut was pretty good, right? The horse ran well enough, and if you don't love the second race, I think the distance might have had something to do with it. Maybe the horse is going to be a little bit better going shorter. So I think the cutback, from the mile race, but then also getting back to the shorter distance. And while I wanted to try to beat this horse, because I felt like
and there's Charlie Baker, the trainer of the 7.
Yeah, I thought the 7 was going to be a little over bet. You're kind of guessing with some of these first-time starters still, right? Like, yeah, okay, the 1 is interesting, Fabian's Princess, but you're getting virtually the same price, obviously a little bit better, 5-2, on a horse that I know can run, a horse that this horse, the 7, can run. Has run well enough on 2 occasions. I've got no idea about the inside horse with the 1. So I think when it comes to guessing, I just kind of want to lean usually with horses that I've seen do it before.
Yeah, a bit of a known commodity.
Yeah, and the one, you just don't know. I mean, the rail, like I said, is not a bargain for a first-time starter on a sloppy racetrack. I know the pedigree's there. Castle Chaos obviously was a runner. There's other horses in there that ran well precociously as early types. But it's just hard to fall in love at that price when you just don't know anything.
So 2-1, Joel Rosario. We took the opener on Doc Sullivan. We'll look for number 2 this afternoon on the one with experience as we go back to this first-time starter from the inside for Horacio de Paz. And steady series of works leading up for this debut. But yeah, the rail typically you don't love for a first-time starter, and now a sloppy track in the rail.
Well, you just got to think. From the inside, a lot of things can happen that are not favorable, or at least that you would imagine Fabian's Princess has not experienced. One is being in behind a wall of horses. If you break a step slow, you're going to end up behind a bunch of horses.
And wet track coming back in your face.
Wet track coming back in your face is obviously, you know, look, if I threw sand at you or if I threw a mud ball at you, one of them is more impactful. And it's just there's a lot that can go wrong from down there. Now, Fabian's Princess could pop away from there like a professional, hold their position just like we saw previously, and run this entire group off their feet. That's entirely possible. But at 5-2, the unknown's making me just a little bit more nervous.
Here she is, and there is Flavien Prat again. 4-win day yesterday, closing things out on Ori, who was an improbable stretch-out winner for the Maker Barn. Here's the 2 Kaz Farm Girl, first-time starter as well.
Yeah, this horse isn't really taking any money. I'd like to see first-time starters with at least a little hint of some money being taken.
Tiffany's Gem Firster also not taking money.
The same here. This daughter of Cupid shows up in here. Jimmy Bond, 10% throughout his career with first-time starters.
Ditto to the 5 Firster not taking money.
Yeah, I mean, and Garrett Siaka, 4% throughout his career with first-time starters.
All right, Tom Morley, first-time starter here, tactically 5-1.
I actually like this horse a little bit. I think that the Dam one first time out, wire to wire, trust fund sibling was pretty good.
Here's the one with experience and deserving favorite.
Yeah, has experience, and that debut race absolutely wins this one.
Huge work, quickest of 141 out of the. I don't know if it was good or not, but it was quick.
Yeah, Jeremiah does a great job with first-time starters. 20% with state-bred first-time starters on the dirt. Those are pretty good numbers.
And then a first-time starter outside for John Ortiz, Braver Than You Believe.
Yeah, I like Ricardo in this outside draw. You know, I think that this one's interesting as well for John Ortiz. I just don't have a lot to lean on. 5-1, it feels like a good enough price if you think the 9 can run a little bit. But, man, I just can't get away from the fact that this 7 has experience, and you're getting a pretty good square price.
Let's go for more on the favorite to Acacia.
And with her trainer, Charlie Baker, as Liberty's advanced, Charlie, the only one in this field of 2-year-olds with experience, especially at this stage of the game. How important is it that she has a couple races under her belt?
I think it's great. I mean, there's always good experience is always a good thing. So she's great. She has experience, and she got a little talent too. So hopefully that combination comes together. Yeah.
She's a big filly. I know she's cutting back, but she ran well sprinting first out.
Yeah, her first race, Gun Sprint, was a great race. I thought it was super. And I think she's definitely going to go along, better preferably. I don't want her to go run along the race and go, so we end up coming to the spot. But I think that's going to be our distance, going a mile and 8 or whatever it's going to be. But she definitely got tactical speed. She's going to be okay here, I think, because she came here training good towards this race. So I'm looking forward to her running a good race.
Yeah, she looks like she could handle anything down the line, but how has she come along now making her third start?
I think she's a lot more mature than her last start. You know, she's a lot better doing everything in the morning and hopefully in the afternoon. But in the morning, she has been doing everything better than her preparation to her first 2 races. So I'm expecting definitely improvement if she transfer that to the races.
Well, thanks so much for the insight. Good luck, Charlie.
Okay, thank you.
Greg?
Such a tremendous trainer who doesn't have a lot of big-time horses. He makes the most of what he has.
That's what I love about this game. I mean, you get the shiny suit trainers that look like billionaires. Then you get the guys that you could tell are working hard every day. They're out there grinding away. They don't look down their shed row and see, $200 million worth of horses. They've got homebreds. They've got modest pedigrees. But it still feels the same way for them when they cross the wire first, when they get a horse ready. It's the same idea. You're getting these beautiful animals ready to run fast for as long as they can. And Charlie Baker's one of those guys that there's a handful of folks that I would love to see with $5 million yearlings. Just see what happens.
Yeah.
And see, if you gave Charlie some of that stock, I don't think he would disappoint.
3-2 now as the money's starting to pour in on a stakes-placed maiden deserving favorite, Liberty's Advance. Let's go back to Acacia.
And I have so much respect for Charlie Baker as a horseman, and hearing the insight that he gave in that interview, I think a positive that she has come along and improved. But as he touched on, and we mentioned, she looks like she's a horse that wants more distance. She is big. There's a lot of leg to her, a lot of size, a lot of substance. But I will say, she ran well sprinting first time out, and that was also on a wet track. And she went right away from the pony, and she moved beautifully out there on this track here under Joel Rosario as well. I think she's very much the horse to beat, and have a lot of respect for her trainer and the experience that she does bring to the party. Now, the number 8, Mama Rock Me, as you mentioned, Greg, had a very fast work, as we do have a late scratch of the 6 tactically. A late scratch here on track to the 6 coming out. But as far as the number 8, Mama Rock Me, is concerned, this one, debuting for Jeremiah Englehart, had that fast workout from the gate, but it's a really interesting pedigree because the dam was 0-for-1 on the grass, and she is the sister to multiple graded stakes winner Proctor's Ledge, who was an excellent turf horse, and the dam of Proctor Street, very good turf runner as well. So there's quality in the pedigree, but so much more on the grass. She's the daughter of Rock Your World. She's a very big filly. She's very fit coming in. I wouldn't mind seeing her get a chance to go long on the turf in the future, though. But she's another one that did warm up very well out there, but one that I'm going to watch with interest, and wondering if maybe on that pedigree the grass might be in her future. We'll see if she can handle the conditions today, Greg.
Actually was able to do 4-5 now with that late scratch tactically coming out. Who's one of the interesting first-time starters in this race. Unfortunate, we'll have to wait another day. But yeah, Liberty's Advance now the 7 odds on.
Yeah, and the prices are going to all drop, obviously, because that horse was taking some money. So everyone else is going to kind of creep down a little bit. It's the experience factor for me. I'm not going to be shocked if the one runs well. I mean, they're betting that horse. And you got to realize that the reason that people bet these types of first-time starters is there's the ability to see how these horses work in the morning, to see their practice in the morning. So you can have an idea how good they are, how much talent they might have.
A little bit of it, too, is probably Pratt being overbet.
Obviously, it's a little bit of Pratt, too, because there's that whole thing of, like, one of the first things I learned as a horse player, a racing fan, is that the good jockeys get the mounts on the good horses. And that makes sense. That checks out. When someone calls the agents of these good riders, they say, hey, I got a good one, I got a live one. You don't want to put them on a 50-to-1 shot, and then they're frustrated and they don't want to ride for you next time. So I'm sure that there was a good story about this one. And look, the pedigree's there for this horse to be pretty good. I just want to go with the experience, because the difference in price isn't significant enough to me to make that big of a difference.
There she is, the favorite. Joel Rosario won the opener in that Thunder Rumble division of the New York Stallion Series. Looks to add another here on a stakes-placed maiden as the odds-on favorite here in race 3 to start a mandatory pay pick 5. Chris Griffin, the call.
Braver Than You Believe. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Slow at the start there was Tiffany's Gem. Braver Than You Believe. Towards the outside has early speed. Mama Rock Me is in that early mix, and towards the inside Now comes Boiling Point, and at the rail, that's Fabian's Princess. Liberty's Advance is content to sit just off of these early pace setters in 5th. Starts to move forward now in split rivals. The 2 at the back, that's Kaz Farm Girl with Tiffany's Gem. They work into the far turn. Boiling Point's got the lead. 23 seconds flat for that opening quarter mile. Right to the outside. Patiently ridden. Braver Than You Believe is in pursuit. Mama Rock Me is going to be 3 wide. Liberty's Advance. Joel Rosario in between horses, just progressing nicely, is taken 4th. To the outside here, Fabian's Princess. Out wider, it's going to be Kaz Farm Girl and Tiffany's Gem. Very tightly bunched as they reach the top of the stretch. Boiling Point now gets the cue and kicks for home. Fabian's Princess back for more. Braver Than You Believe. Now Liberty's Advance has got clear running room, but they've got about 4 lengths to make up. Braver Than You Believe is opening up here. Braver Than You Believe. Liberty's Advance now focus on the task, and here she comes. Braver Than You Believe. Liberty's Advance. Braver Than You Believe. Liberty's Advance. Braver Than You Believe won it over Liberty's Advance. Then came Boiling Point and Fabian's Princess in 1 minute 11.51 seconds.
Braver Than You Believe, first-time starter with the upset over the odds-on favorite at 5-1.
Yeah, I mean, this horse ran extremely well. Took over right here. You can see under Ricardo Santana, starts to take the lead, kind of on his own. You see the other riders asking. Ricardo still sitting chilly. In all fairness, though, the 7 Liberty's Advance had dead aim. I thought got a pretty good trip. And then right here, I thought was going to eventually grind that one down. Just kind of kept coming, those big loping strides. I think they both ran really well. But it's clear that Braver Than You Believe was best in here.
4-5 defeated. And you get 5-1 on this first-time starter from the outside here, John Ortiz Barn, who grew up on the Belmont backstretch with a first-time starter with some ability. All right, we'll have prices coming up in a moment. Let's go to warmer weather. Race 1 at Tampa. You're dressed for it.
Trying.
6 furlongs. It's a mindset thing, right? Yeah. $5,000 claiming race to kick off their card, where we will see Slew Crown to begin things.
Yeah, made the lead last time, but those pace figures were very, very slow. Could be a tough draw from the inside.
The New Beginning, the 2 trying to win 3 in a row now.
Yeah, look, I think the last 2 at short prices ran well enough. Now drawn down on the inside, though.
3-2 favorite. Sammy Marin, naughty favors.
Yeah, I mean, this horse's last, 10 starts have been on synthetic, getting back on the dirt.
Dirt races have not been nearly as good. Foxy Lady, big price, 10-1.
Yeah, it doesn't have a lot of early speed, hadn't done much running as of late.
Timely Reward, 3-time winner.
Yeah, this is the horse I like in here. This horse is cutting back a little bit. Has a little, from a couple starts back. Has some early pace, too. Yeah, I like Timely Reward.
And here's Bold Baby, who's a 4-time winner. This one coming in from Parks.
Yeah, it comes in off the trainer change, looking to find some of those past speed figures.
Megan making money.
Yeah,
11-1.
Yeah, another one probably going to have to get a little bit faster.
And then outside the 9, Claire's Darling, who enters off a victory on synthetic Presque Isle.
Yeah, when I see turf, synthetic, starts making me think that they don't want to run on the dirt.
Making crop circles. Post time coming up to kick off this card. And is this, I guess we'll find out shortly. I mean, naughty favors, a lot of big figures on a different type of surface. And maybe just better now than, because it was a while ago this one was running on dirt, but the limited races we see on dirt were not that strong.
Yeah, but it could just be a class thing. I don't think that synthetic horses necessarily have to like the dirt. I don't think synthetic horses have to like the turf. Too short of a price for me with that big question mark. I much prefer the 5, who I know can run well on the dirt, will run well on the dirt, and is also dropping.
All right. 5-1, meanwhile, The New Beginning. That's the one on the win streak, trying to put together 3 in a row. At least sort of, but that's thistle down form, trying to translate to Tampa. We'll see if that one can, but actually did have a big win here at Tampa back in April in one of probably the fastest race this filly's ever run.
Yeah,
buried a little bit back
But from a speed figure standpoint, the new beginning is not too far off. Not too far off.
Can be tactically close early on as well.
And just a reminder at Tampa Bay, historically, being down on the inside is not ideal. Now, that can change from day to day, but historically, being down on the inside is not the best place to be at Tampa.
Loading up to kick off the card, and Jason Beam to begin things from Tampa Bay Downs.
We'll be ready to kick off day number 2 of the season, our first Saturday of the meet. It's a gorgeous 81-degree day here in Oldsmar. A fast main track and a firm turf course, and we are ready for a Saturday. Good luck to all the horse players playing here on track and across the country today here in Tampa. Claire's Darling goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Megan making money through the head a little bit at the start, came away slowly. Naughty Favors the favorite out quickly. Timely Reward going to go right with that one. So 2 of the favorites going at it from the opening bell. Timely Reward now in front. Naughty Favors going to take back. Joined on the outside by Claire's Darling, who's up into that second spot. The New Beginning comes through down inside of Naughty Favors to put ahead into third. Megan making money after the troubled beginning is up to 5th now. Then comes Foxy Lady between runners. In the black colors is Bold Baby second last. And 2 more to Slew Crown, who's the trailer, as Timely Reward tries to sneak away. Timely Reward, 22.30 seconds, the opening quarter mile. Naughty Favors from out of the pack, now a length and a half back in the second spot. It's a length more then, back to a wall of horses. The New Beginning coming up 2 deep. Foxy Lady looking for a seam. Megan making money, covering a lot of ground there outside of Claire's Darling. Then comes Bold Baby and Slew Crown. Timely Reward comes to the top of the stretch. The lead a length. On the outside, Naughty Favors trying to get to this long-time leader as these 2 have separated from the pack as they come to the 8th pole. It's Timely Reward on the inside and Cipriano Gill. Naughty Favors on the outside. Samuel Marin trying to get one more furlong out of that one and push by this long-time leader. 16th pole, Timely Reward, Naughty Favors. They're racing way in the center of the track. Naughty Favors, Timely Reward. They drive to the wire. Here it is. Photo finish. It's very close there. Either Naughty Favors or Timely Reward. Foxy Lady got going for 3rd and 4th was The New Beginning.
Or a dead heat. This was incredibly tight. I don't want to make a call.
No, it was very close. I mean, both of these horses really ran. You know, it's from the top of the stretch. You know, it looked like the 5 was going to get away for a second. And then it looked like the 3 was definitely going to go by. But neither one of these horses wanted to lose. Let's see when they slow it down here if we can make an educated guess. Ooh, that's close.
I can't even make a guess.
Feels like the angle is telling me that it was the ins. Oh, here we go. Golly, that's close. That's just really close.
I can't do it. Sammy Marin on Naughty Favors, who, let's see the final price this one went off at. 5-2. Timely Reward. Cipriano Gill went off at 2-1 as the favorite, actually. We will keep you posted because we need to get back to New York as they work on that photo to kick off the card at Tampa. First-time starter holding off the huge odds-on favorite, Liberty's Advance, here in race 4.
Yeah, good day for the John Ortiz
3,
group so far. You see Ricardo barely moving here, a couple shoulder taps. He had this horse in a great position. And when the favorite had dead aim and started running out there in those green silks, it looked like he was going to grind down this first-time starter, but Ricardo Santana had other plans. And the 9, Braver Than You Believe, wins on debut.
By the way, your pick was never in doubt at Tampa.
Never in doubt.
5-3-4-2, unofficially at Tampa. $12.76 on your winner, Braver Than You Believe. As we take a look at the head-on at Tampa, as just mentioned, 5-3-4-2. Coming out to meet the challenge. Wow.
I mean, that is legitimately the 12 and 14 path.
Okay.
Way out there.
All right, those prices coming up in a moment. New York Stallion Series, Staten Island division, and here we go with Sunday Girl. 3-5 morning line opens up at 1-9 for David Duggan. Pratt rides 7 for 12 lifetime, 5 for 7 at Aqueduct.
Yeah, that checks out. I mean, she looked like she could be the shortest price on the day, and she just has too many figures, in my opinion, that make it look like she's going to be very hard to beat, regardless of what happens in this race.
Objection, by the way, at Tampa. So we will keep you posted with that eventual winner drifting very far out. We'll take another look at that when we come back. Sunday Girl. Huge odds-on favorite again. New York Stallion Series Staten Island Division coming up. Can she rack up the 8th win of her career? In her 13th start, she holds all the cards. We'll be back.
Well, we've been here since 1910. Started here with my great-grandfather. They moved the operation from Virginia to present-day Claiborne in Paris, Kentucky. Long lineage between my grandfather, Bull Hancock, who was really influential in importing European stallions. And those stallions ended up kind of transcending the American bloodstock, and they're still evident and prevalent throughout the pedigrees today. My father, he had Mr. Prospector. He brought him up from Florida. He's had Danzig. Obviously, Secretariat was his first stallion that he ever syndicated, so he caught lightning in a bottle right off the bat, and I'm trying to do the same thing now. Certainly, we've come along and been really lucky and gotten some really good stallions along the way. Warfront's obviously in the sunset of his career. He's been unbelievable for us. We're looking for someone to fill his shoes, and we're excited about Mindframe. We think he can be that next big horse for us. Annapolis has had his first foals on the ground, and they're looking unbelievable. Certainly Prince of Monaco, he has his first that are in utero, and we're looking forward to those foals in the spring. We've really put an emphasis on our September sale this year, more so than years past. We're feeling confident that we have a really good group, and hopefully the sales results will prove that. We've had a lot of wonderful clients over the years that have really supported us and backed us, and that's been one of the main reasons why we've had the success we've had. We couldn't do it without them. It's hard to be in business for 115 years if you're not doing things the right way. Our motto is do the usual and usually well, and we've always felt like if you take care of the horse is going to take care of you, and we've certainly been lucky in that regard.
Proud to have legendary Claiborne Farm as a sponsor. Again, as you just heard, 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well, no question. As we get set for this Staten Island division, New York Stallion Series, and all the attention centered around this filly here for David Duggan, Sunday Girl.
Yeah, I mean, look, she's got a lot of things going for her. Her last race was really good. Her races earlier this year and late last year on the dirt have been really good. She's actually got a nice turf race mixed in there as well. I just think that her outside draw, her versatility, her consistency is why she's currently 1-9 on the board.
Pratt will ride. Not going to help your price at all, and she's going to be incredibly short already. 1-9, she may not move off that. But if you force to try and find someone to say, if she doesn't run her A-plus race, who has a potential chance for the upset?
Yeah, I mean, I think Kali Magic, the 4 at 19-1 is a little bit interesting.
I agree.
And then I also like the 2 Midtown Lights a little bit at 10-1, who I think is interesting. Getting back to Saffie Joseph, one of the best races that horse ever ran was for Saffie Joseph, now getting back to Saffie.
With us for the first time on the program, we welcome in Maggie Wolfendale as we get set to see Sunday Girl back in action. Maggie.
On a Saturday, Greg, as I'll look at the other horses in here, the ones at second and third choice as of now occupying those inside stalls, will begin with number 1, Stone Smuggler, who is now third off the layoff for trainer Jorge Abreu. And, you know, last time I said I still wish she looked a little bit more tucked up because she's such a robust filly. I mean, she really carries her weight and conditioning well, which is kind of typical when you look at her pedigree. But now she's third off, and she's coming off of an effort that I thought against some pretty tough grizzled veterans, and before that she was in the Prioress. So arguably outside of your favorite Sunday Girl in here, this is the easiest field that she has faced since coming back now as a 3-year-old, and finally she looks more tucked up and more defined. So she showed that she can kind of stay on it and not be intimidated down on the rail. It's where she was last time, as she breaks from there again today. Number 2, Midtown Lights. I agree with what JK said. I mean, she did run her best race for Saffie Joseph, at least that one effort. The other one didn't go so well. But at 7 furlongs, you know, I wonder, does she get better with less ground? That's always kind of been my stick-up point with her, is that she looks like a mare that appreciates a little bit more ground. She's a bit longer and leaner in her frame, and I like the fact and appreciate that she's a lot more relaxed now as she is approaching the tail end of her 5-year-old season. She takes her racing much more in stride than she ever did, and despite only being claimed 2 weeks ago, she looks remarkably better in her coat. I don't know if they like immediately clipped her or what have you, but she had that long wispy winter coat, and today, for whatever reason, she does look much better in her coat overall. And like I said, I appreciate the fact that she's a bit more relaxed and not getting so nervous prior to her starts. But the 7 furlongs, I do question if that's really her optimal distance, Greg.
Real quick, too, thanks, Maggie. Good to have you on. No change at Tampa in that opener, so 5-3-4-2 with that objection and inquiry. New York Stallion Series, Staten Island division coming up. Midtown Lights, Saffie Joseph Jr., 6-time winner, but this is a tall order trying to get by this one. Sunday Girl closing in on over $500,000 in earnings, 7 for 12 lifetime. Staten Island's next.
$50,000. Thank you.
We're down a minute to get down, heading to the ground, and to get all through, well done. $1,050,000, $1,050,000 and a half. $1 million, Blake, thank you.
Juddmonte.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our FS2 coverage. For more information on how to start with an advantage, have a New York bred, go to nybreds.com for that New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund. We are approaching the 5-minute mark to post for the Staten Island division of the New York Stallion Series. Post parade begins with Stone Smuggler, trained by Jorge Abreu.
Yeah, look, I'm a huge fan of Jorge Abreu. I think that this is one that probably needs to get a little bit faster, but does have some back races that suggest there is some talent there.
Next store, Midtown Lights just claimed Saffie Joseph Jr. for $45,000.
Yeah, the old reclaim. Lost the horse for $45,000 in a race that Saffie won, and then comes back in for the $45,000.
Solo Shot, another one that was just claimed.
Yeah, this one feels like they probably prefer turf.
26-1. Kali Magic, big number on a horse who seems to be going the right way at least.
Yeah, probably needs to get a little bit faster, so I'm glad they're going in the right direction because they're going to probably need to go in that same direction to win this one.
Storm Changer, huge number, second back off a short layoff.
Yeah, I don't trust that number. It feels like an outlier.
Stablemate, Dave and Duggan trainee as well to the favorite, Intentious.
Yeah, you know, I don't have a problem with this horse either. I think at 10-1, an interesting alternative to the very likely winner that we'll talk about next.
And there she is, Sunday Girl with Pratt, 1-5.
Yeah, I mean, she just got too many races that are consistently faster. If you look at her past performances, I'd say maybe 1, 2, 3, 4 of her last 8 races are faster than anything else in here has ever run.
She's been very good for the man standing by with Maggie.
That's right, Greg, who actually does send out too. Please be joined here by Dave Duggan. And Dave, Sunday Girl, the thing, you know, not only are her races looking better than the rest of her competition, she holds that speed advantage over the field with that nice outside draw today.
Yeah, when I saw the overnight, I was quite happy with where we were drawn, especially going 7/8, which is always a question mark with her. Obviously, you throw the variant with the wet track in. I think it's fine. I mean, she's got over it before, and I think it'll be fine. The one negative was that Bowery win was just horrible. But, you know, it's our race to lose, I believe.
Now, you were just saying to me, is she a normal price yet? I said no. I said half of that is Flavien Prat money. Talk a little bit about Flavien climbing aboard today.
Well, Katie was suspended. That's the reason why. And like I said, he had won on her before, so I reached out to Brad, and he said he was open, so it worked out well.
Backup plan with Intentious?
Yeah, I mean, she's a late-running sprinter. I mean, she's a tough old lady now. She'll be rolling late. I don't know. Like I said, she gets the 7/8. I promise you that.
That is for sure, and she's been in great form for you. Well, best of luck, and thanks for your time.
No problem, anytime.
All right, love catching up with Dave Duggan, sending out Sunday Girl, the prohibitive favorite here. But like he said, plan B with Intentious. Always good to have some options, Greg.
Yeah, Intentious, she's good. I don't know if she's Sunday Girl good, but why not find out?
Yeah, but you know what? I mean, it's you'll see that these other 5 horses show up in here, 6 horses, excuse me. You know, Sunday Girl is good. She's not Beholder. Like, she doesn't have to win. She looks on paper like she should, but you know, these races, you can get a nice little check for running second in these races too. That's what's great about the New York bred program.
That's the filly when you think of the most invincible of all time, Beholder?
No, that's who came up.
That's a good one, though.
I should have said Rachel Alexandra, because to me, she was the most invincible filly I ever saw when she was in her good mode. Oof.
Here's Kali Magic. I just like the fact that in this tall order, obviously facing Sunday Girl, but she is kind of moving in the right direction and, you know, try and create value in this race. Maybe find someone underneath for an exacta.
Yeah, the other thing, too, is this racetrack could be a little bit of an equalizer, right? It could help. Maybe one appreciates it, really likes it. But, yeah, Kali Magic, she shows up. She runs her race. Her figures are pretty consistent, but I think that's probably the problem I have with her to a certain extent, is that her consistency lets me know that she's probably going to do what she always does, which is probably not good enough if even the 90% version of Sunday Girl shows up.
Ruben Silveira will ride for Rudy Rodriguez, but it's all about Sunday Girl from that outside slot. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, checking in with your favorite here, Greg, as Sunday Girl. You know, Dave said it himself, and it's something that has crossed my mind. The 7 furlongs, I think, is a little bit of a stretch for her, as she has attempted it only twice before, to her credit, but has not won. I will say this, she has developed so much mentally since, you know, the last time she tried it, which was the tail end of her 3-year-old campaign. And she's so much more relaxed now, so conserving that energy prior to her races, and too, she's grown, which I love to see. Now, she is kind of getting a little bit of that wintry look to her, which hasn't necessarily been an issue for her in the past. And furthermore, she does add those front wraps for the first time, which obviously could be a product of our sloppy racetrack that we're seeing here. So it just made me go in a possible other direction where I feel third off the layoff that Stone Smuggler could pull off the upset, but utmost respect to Sunday Girl and what she's accomplished on the racetrack. Then let's check in with a massive price. I just want to point out that number 3, Solo Shot, while she has been predominantly a turf horse, she began her career on the main track. She actually won the Lady Finger Stakes up in Finger Lakes in her second start. So while as of late she's been much more of a turf horse, I thought it was interesting that they target a dirt race first off the claim here for Ilkay Cantamasi, and 2, she gets to do it on a wet racetrack where she has won and has a second out of 2 starts. And like I always say, it is a surface that is more relatable to the turf, and considering we haven't had rain in several hours now, it's got that tight seal to it where she might appreciate this surface. Not that I like her as a win candidate, but maybe a little bit of a price to use underneath, Greg.
Yeah, and again, we talk about how do you create value in a race where you have a 2-5 favorite in this spot. And well, if Solo Shot were to win, or to come in second, I should say, that's the $24 for dollar exacta.
Yep, Solo Shot used to be owned by Swinbank Stables and Alex Bregman. So, a very clever name for Solomini, Solo Shot.
He's hit a few of those in his career. 2-5 favorites, Sunday Girl. David Duggan, Flavien Prat filling in. Pretty good pickup mount to get. 7 for 12 lifetime. She'll be the last in. Staten Island division of this New York Stallion Series. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Heavy favorite to the outside. The Staten Island division of the New York Stallion Series. All set. And they're off. Breaking sharply with Sunday Girl, Kali Magic in the early mix, and here comes Stone Smuggler. Stone Smuggler and Manny Franco, they're a nose in front, but pressure to the outside. Kali Magic will not give up the lead. Kali Magic wants to press on, is now up by a full length. Stone Smuggler's going to take back to second. Here's Sunday Girl just moving up on the outside center of the racetrack in third. At the rail comes Solo Shot in fourth. It's another 2 back to Midtown Lights, second to last Intentious, and the trailer Storm Changer, 23 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. They've got to catch Kali Magic. Kali Magic is in front by 2.5. At the rail, here comes Solo Shot, Stone Smuggler in between horses, and Sunday Girl is on the move now. Here comes Sunday Girl to the outside. To the inside is going to be Solo Shot. Losing ground with Stone Smuggler back to fourth on Kali Magic, who's still there through a 46.38 half-mile time. Intentious trying to get going. Midtown Lights, far back, Storm Changer. Sunday Girl is now asked the question, hasn't caught Kali Magic yet. Kali Magic is finding more. Solo Shot trying to pull off a massive upset down at the rail. Sunday Girl's got to pick it up. Sunday Girl is back to third and not making up the ground. The big favorite might be out of the money. Kali Magic is still there. Intentious with a late rally. Solo Shot switches to the outside. Can Solo Shot pull it off. Kali Magic almost home. Kali Magic won it. Solo shot second, then came a photo Intentious to the outside of Midtown Lights. In 1 minute, 23 and 4, it's an upset in the Staten Island division of the New York Stallion Series.
12-1, Kali Magic, Rudy Rodriguez, Ruben Silveira, and aggression pays off here.
Well, look, it feels like Kali Magic probably ran her race. Sunday Girl did not. Kali Magic got the job done. That's why they run the races, Wolfie. We could talk about it over and over again on paper, how tough a horse might look. But it's times like this that you'd love to have this exacta.
Maggie talked about that big long shot, solo shot, winds up second here, 30-1, and also mentioned Sunday Girl looking a little winterized. Not a great endorsement. Did not run the races we're used to seeing from her.
Yeah, she ranged up, but it was actually pretty quick. I think right outside the 8th pole, or that you felt like, she's not really firing her big race, and she kind of threw in the towel pretty quickly there at the top of the stretch.
So her stablemate able to outfinish her here, Intentious for David Duggan, winding up third here at 9-1, but it's a 12-1 upset, a big one with a 2-5 favorite. Not even getting beat, not finishing in your top 4.
Yeah, I mean she did not fire her big race, and it's not like her. She's pretty consistent, and she just wasn't there today. And Maggie gave you some good clues along the way that maybe that was something that could potentially happen with that comment about her looking a little winterized.
So Kali Magic, Rudy Rodriguez, big upset coming, out of the same race with Sunday Girl in that Iroquois. She was quite a few lengths behind her that day, but we talked about her as a 7-year-old mare, was at least moving in the right direction.
Yeah, and she's consistent. She's consistent on paper. If Sunday Girl showed up, she probably looked like her consistency wouldn't be good enough. But that's why they run the races. You never dodge one horse, because that one horse just has to not show up or have a bad day, and it could lead to performances like this.
There's Rudy Rodriguez, winning trainer, just leaving our screen. Got to feel happy with that upset score. As we get you back to Tampa for race 2, 6-furlong sprint in this $25,000 maiden claiming event, where Top Pocket Pick from the inside right now is the favorite.
Yeah, another horse whose last performance comes from a synthetic racetrack. And you got to ask yourself, do you trust that form? Some of the dirt numbers previously put that one right in the mix with this group outside of that. But that inside draw, though, I'm leaning more towards the 8, Dame Gina Marie. Puts the blinkers on, has some tactical speeds, drawn outside, has run on this racetrack before. Of the two, I prefer the outside horse.
Yeah, and faced better last time out. Just seems like more upside with that one. That was back in April, though. It's going to try and overcome a layoff, but is getting a much softer field in theory here to do it.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, when you look at the inside horse, the favorite here, the one Top Pocket Pick, that last synthetic number, it gets made in 25s, and I just don't necessarily trust that number. Like I said, I'll go to the outside. The horse that's been a little bit less exposed, puts the blinkers on, has tactical speed, drawn outside. Remember, before the last race, I said that Tampa typically not the best place to be down on the inside. So I'll go with the 8 in here.
Jason Beam with the call. Here's race 2, Tampa Bay Downs.
And Dame Gina Marie will be all set for a start in the early pick 4. Race number 2 here on a sunny Saturday. Here's Dame Gina Marie, Jose Ferrer for Kathleen O'Connell to the outside draw. Goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Magala in the yellow colors was out well. Top Pocket Pick from the inside and Dame Gina Marie from the outside. So those three across the course through that first 16th of a mile. It's Dame Gina Marie who's going to take the initiative and grab the lead 3/4 in front of Magala in second. Top Pocket Pick toward the inside. Awesome Elisa between horses. Majoring in Gold is starting to move up along with Love That Gal. Also in that next flight is Valiant Jane. There's about 5 of them across in that third flight. It's 4 more back to Queen Diana, who is the early trailer. But Dame Gina Marie from that outside draw all the way toward the inside in front by 2.5. The opening quarter, 22.28 seconds. Dame Gina Marie by almost 3. Stocking in second, Magala. Top pocket pick. Picking up some ground on the outside from third. Is drawn within 3 of the leader. It's 4 more back to Awesome Elisa. Now 4 more back to Valiant Jane. Outside of that one, majoring in gold. Then comes Queen Diana, and at the back is Love That Gal. Dame Gina Marie, that lead is down to a length now. Here's Top Pocket Pick revving the engine up on the outside, and Top Pocket Pick coming up after Dame Gina Marie. Toward the inside, Magala battles on from third. A final 1/8 of a mile left to go. Top Pocket Pick is the new leader. Up the inside, Magala takes over second, then Dame Gina Marie. Top Pocket Pick wanders down toward the inside, but is a length and a half in front of Magala. Top Pocket Pick. Magala going to shift to the outside, but it's going to be Top Pocket Pick to win it. Magala was second, third, Dame Gina Marie, and fourth, Awesome Elisa.
Some erratic stretch drives.
A little bit.
At Tampa over the last couple of starts there. But Top Pocket Pick said, dirt, synthetic, I got you.
By the way, with a short-lived objection back here in New York that's already come off the board. But yeah, Top Pocket Pick, Sammy Marin with a win. Graduates, start number 7 here. Shifting to a new barn. So short-lived objection, no change in here, 4-3-6-2. It's Kali Magic, 12th win of the 7-year-old mare's career. Our Winter Circle lead-in. Brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton Kentucky Winter Mixed Sale, scheduled for February 9th in Lexington, Kentucky. Main catalog entries close December 15. Enter now at digital.fasig-tipton.com. This should be a fun interview. Maggie with Rudy.
It always is, Greg. I always love catching up with Rudy Rodriguez. And Rudy, you looking sharp at the barber, man. You were dressed for success.
Oh, no, they tell me to cut it after Von Francis run tour, so...
Bank Frenzy, a little bit of a shorter distance for him. He tried, as he always did, but...
He definitely tried, but we got to take a chance, The next race is in 5 weeks, so even breathe him in the mornings, and I think he will get a little bit more out of this one. Maybe we go wire to wire next time, and then we take it from there. But we're going to have to deal with that Solomon, It's in very peak form right now, so... Right. But, it was 5 horses, so it was no-brainer to take a chance, and... I was hoping to get to the outside, but, the horse is the best horse win the race, so.
Was it a no-brainer, though, to enter Kali Magic here in this Stallion Series Stakes as she had the speed and she used it to her advantage today?
Definitely. When I saw 23, the way the track has been playing the last couple of days, I thought we was very, very live. Yeah. When I said 23, wow, this is beautiful. Yeah. And, when she get to the stretch, she always give you an extra little kick. And I think that was make the difference for sure, But I guess it was lucky for us they canceled the race on Sunday because she was supposed to run on Sunday.
Right.
And lucky enough that they canceled the race early, that we can re-enter right back. So, we got to thank God for put us in that position and take it from there.
And also, you own part of her, too. Yeah, so that's always nice.
The owner, Steve Esperanza, is in República Dominica, so I guess he's doing better than us.
You mean the Dominican Republic?
I guess, he's in Punta Cana, wherever it is. I wish I was with him right now.
I know, it's a little chilly here. Well, Rudy, well done. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
All right, Rudy gonna go get some champagne in his sharp-looking barber. Greg?
Time to celebrate after that win that everyone thought this race was a foregone conclusion, that Sunday Girl would be getting her picture taken, as you said. That's why they won the races.
Yeah, I mean, that's sports in a nutshell, right? I mean, if sports were played on paper, it wouldn't be much fun.
Played on TV screens, we all know that. $27.16 win for Kali Magic, 4-3-6. And a big, big upset that part of a mandatory pay pick 5 as well, if you started that one in race 3. Race 6 starts the late pick 5. 6.5 furlongs. Wait, I'm jumping ahead. Sorry. Race 5, 6 furlongs. Starts the pick 6. 6 furlongs here in this New York bred maiden special. And Party in the Army. What do you think? We saw a maiden who was stakes place get beat earlier at 4-5, and this is a little bit of the same situation.
Yeah, I mean, this feels like a kind of a 2.5 horse race. Party in the Army, obviously, is one of those. Pride of the Union. The 6 is another one, but I think that the horse that's going to take the most attention and the most beating would be the horse of the outside, the 11 Whammo, a horse that showed a lot of early speed last time in a contested pace. for a trainer who I think his horses get better as they run. He's drawn well outside, and there goes that man again, Flavien Prat.
Yeah, one only to get DQ'd. Right now the 6-5 favorite, trying to do it again here. Real quick, back at Tampa, race 2. Top pocket pick, winner with Sammy Marin in the irons, 7th time out, getting back to dirt after a couple of tries on synthetic, graduates for the first time.
Yeah, he does. And it's one of those situations where, in the last race, the first race, we were against the 3 who was coming off the synthetic. That horse ran well enough. And then this horse coming off the synthetic. That's 2 horses that enter in off the synthetic and have run well. Well enough to win, at least. So I won't be making that mistake throughout the rest of the card. It seems like those horses are appreciating the surface at Tampa.
All right, we're going to take a timeout. 16 minutes away from the start of the Pick 6 coming up. The one you mentioned with that outside slot for pretty strong connections. Mike Maker, Prat, they took the nightcap yesterday with one that was a bit of a head scratcher. Wamo, not a head scratcher. Deserving at 6-5. We'll be back. Closing in on opening day out in Hot Springs at Oaklawn, now accepting reservations as well for dining in reserved seats for the 2025-26 holiday and classic seasons. We're going to have meet-long coverage, and we always look forward to one of the most competitive meets there is in the sport.
Absolutely. They give away a lot of money there. Obviously, their 3-year-old program leading up to the Arkansas Derby is a very, very productive one, very lucrative one that points towards the Kentucky Derby. Their Kentucky Oaks, perhaps, as well.
Fantasy, yeah.
And their maiden races, their allowance races, their full fields, and their handicapping puzzle on a daily basis is one of the toughest out there with enormous payoffs because of the full fields and horses coming from all over the country. It's a premier meet, all dirt as well, so no turf racing to confuse things.
Here is Whammo. Cross the wire first to graduate, only to get DQ'd. And now Pratt will be aboard for Mike Maker. Here is that performance.
Yeah, I mean, look, this horse ran extremely well and did it in a contested pace against a nice horse. And I think that contested pace is the key word here, is that, yeah, sure, the horse looked good doing it, but it's even better than it looks because they had to run. They had to run the entire time, and now in a situation where it doesn't seem to be as much pace in there doesn't seem to be as many talented horses as well. Now you get an outside draw. You don't have to be down on the inside. Just so many things now change in the favor of Whammo. I think Whammo could be extremely tough to beat in here, but I thought that about Sunday Girl as well. So
you do have someone that finished ahead of him, though, although it was the dirt debut for Whammo, and that's Party in the Army. With more, let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, Greg, that's very true and a valid point. As Party in the Army looking for win number 1 and start number 4, as he does come out of a duo of stakes races up at Finger Lakes for Jeremiah Engelhardt. And honestly, I will embarrass myself here, but Party in the Army was going to be one of my 2-year-old reports, but he had another 2-year-old that I also talked to him about, and luckily we chose that one because she won and not him. But Party in the Army is a good-looking type. He's, kind of that typical Army mule in that they look like sprinters. They're very round types of individuals, round hip, round shoulder. And while he adds blinkers this time around, he's very engaged, very much on the muscle and sharp. And last time, and the time before, things did not go well from the gate. He has been acting up. Now, whether that lives in isolation at Finger Lakes, to be determined if he brings that bad behavior here to Aqueduct, and maybe the blinkers trying to get him to focus in and not worry about what other horses are doing in the gates as well, get that focus forward, so therefore he leaves alertly. Because the fact of the matter is he looks like a horse that should have more speed than what he has shown due to those poor beginnings. Moving on to number 6, Pride of the Union. I have not covered any of his races, but he got close to the lead as he broke well, and he was kind of sent for speed away from there for Manny Franco. He sat second, and he just ended up chasing Top Player, who was the favorite the whole way around there that day. I noted that he looked like he got a little washy, at least in the running of that race. Well, that's not the case here in the paddock, and he is a good-looking type. I would have preferred this race to be last time's distance at the 7/8 because he is a little bit more of a long, kind of scopier frame to him overall, but he is good looking and he looks fit here. He looks strong, as he also adds a pair of blinkers. I wonder if they added them to him because they thought maybe he just hung on that horse a little bit and wasn't as inclined to run past him. But again, making an excellent impression here in the paddock. Now on to a first-time starter who immediately caught my eye, and that's number 5, Stanicki here, a son of Matoli. Good with his dirt sprinters. The Dam, she was a decent sprinter on the dirt as well. The first foal wasn't much to write home about, but Stanicki is huge. I mean, he looks like a 3 or 4-year-old. He definitely has size on his side and maturity. This guy's so physically mature, and he has been acting that way too. He's been professional, maybe not totally clued in, just kind of looking around, not totally focused overall, but it feels like there's a bit of quality to this guy. He might need a start. He might, honestly, despite that pedigree, want to go a little bit further. But as he does take some money on the board, currently 5-1, Greg, he backs it up here in the paddock.
Homebred for Flying P Stable and those Hot Pig Silks. Right now 5-1 on that first-time starter. But this one's still your favorite. Whammo DQ'd out of a win back on October 24th. Can he do it again and have it stand? Pratt will be aboard for Maker when we come back.
The champion 2-year-old. One of 4 champion 2-year-olds in his immediate family. Essential quality at 2. Undefeated.
Essential quality, though, has opened up by 5.
Devastating. His own first 2-year-olds race in 2025. If they're anything like him and you've got a mare in foal, just imagine.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
As they say,
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
if you can make it here,
Book 'em, Dano in a thriller. Book 'em, Dano wears him down. Book 'em, Dano under a perfect ride from Paco Lopez to win the True North.
you can make it anywhere.
It's Book 'em, Dano in another stellar display, winning the Alfred G. Vanderbilt going away.
Bucaro, proudly standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
A provision in a bill passed this summer reduces the tax deduction for wagering losses from 100% to 90%. This unfair change would tax horse players on a percentage of their losses, could cost over $1 billion in handle, and threaten thousands of jobs in the racing industry. That's why the NTRA is fighting to pass the Wager Act, a new bill that would restore the deduction to 100%. Tell Congress to pass the Wager Act. Visit ntra.com/wager.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage. America's Day at the Races, brought to you where you can play it all at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. You've been there, right?
Yeah, I've been there before. It's actually very confusing.
It is a little
navigate.
confusing. Couldn't find my way out.
Well, there's a train station. So, yeah, I've been there. It's fun.
Pure Mischief, Adrian DeVoe to kick off the post parade.
Yeah, horses 81-1 on debut. That's hard to do. Didn't do much running.
Good race coming out of, that's a big price in that debut. Party in the Army, major player.
Yeah, major player, just kind of knocking on the door a little bit. It's been right there. Too short of a price for me, though.
Mission Critical didn't take a lot of money first out.
Didn't take a lot of money. Let's see if this horse can improve for Jeremiah second time out.
First time starter for Pat Quick here, Calvary Hill.
Pat Quick, throughout his career, 1 for 71 with first time starters.
The one Maggie touched on, that she's intrigued by this homebred for Flying P Stable, Stanicki.
Absolutely. Not a lot of homebreds from Jay and Flying P, but this one does show up. A Matoli. I think Matoli's going to be all right. Got a Breeders' Cup win this year.
Good tactical speed from Pride of the Union last out. Now blinkers on.
Yeah, I think this one's a little bit interesting. The horse has taken money a few times. That last race is the one that gives me the most hope.
Mock Schnell. John Terranova, debuter.
That's the horse that I accidentally put in. Talking Horses is my pick today. People were wondering what's going on. I don't see this one.
Just Tipsy, hard to endorse as well, debuting for Jenna Antonucci. Here's the 10, the last delivery.
Yeah, the last delivery. Didn't run too bad last time up at Finger Lakes. The speed figure suggests that not too far off, but does definitely have to get just a little bit faster.
And Whammo's gone down to 4-5 now. That's a whammo.
You know, this is going to sound a little bit crazy, but and maybe it sounds like a red boarding, but I promise I'm being truthful. I actually trust Whammo more at 4-5 than I did Sunday Girl at whatever she ended up going off at. I mean, I know she was
3-5 maybe. Okay, really?
Yeah, but I think part of that trust also comes with the fact that you're getting a better price, 4-5. So if the reward is higher for me to take that risk.
Get 10 times reward points any race on the Del Mar card. Opt in at NairaBets.com. If you're playing with Naira Bets, we hope you are. And take advantage, pad that account. Back to Party in the Army. As mentioned, this one out finished. Your odds-on favorite, Whammo. When they met August 29th, Saratoga. That was start number 2. First dirt start for Whammo. For Party in the Army, it was the debut. And there's been a little bit of improvement, hasn't there, from this one going forward? Now blinkers on.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a little bit of improvement. It's almost like I don't want to necessarily compare the meeting they had. It feels like Whammo's a much better horse now. while Party in the Army kind of has stayed the same. Very similar figures. It feels like Whammo has taken another step forward. So while, yeah, I mean, it's definitely something, a notch in the belt for Party in the Army that this horse outfinished the horse that's 4-5 here. I think we're talking about two different animals at that time.
And this one now, 2 starts in a row after that performance. Not gotten out of the gate well. We'll see if Blinkers On helps. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, Greg. And to take a somewhat short price 3-1 as your second choice on Party in the Army when you just don't know if he's going to behave at the gate and get out of there cleanly just makes Whammo feel that much more reliable, given that he has actually won a race, or at least crossed the wire first in his career. He looks great here, as he did last time out. Just really solid, has those massive hindquarters that kind of propel him forward. He's figured it all out now, as he was just kind of a little bit of a baby Huey, maybe in those first 2 starts, where he's just more focused, he's more athletic, and looked to be moving fine over this sloppy sealed surface that we have here today. So all things good for your favorite, not against him at all. Do want to check in with a long shot on the rail is number 1, Pure Mischief. As you guys mentioned, was a massive price and what has turned out to be a very nice field, with Bravaro winning that one and coming back and winning a stakes race in his next start. Pure Mischief, though, he broke well from a far outside post. Now, of course, he's going to have to go down to the rail and do it again, and he couldn't quite keep up. He made up a little bit ground as they kind of went around the turn, but then he really just wasn't asked through the stretch. You know, the rider just looked like a statue, and I get it. The race was being won up in front of him, and, you know, just trying to give the horse a bit of an education. But he warmed up really well, framed up beautifully with Jose Gomez, who I think it's fair to say could be qualified as a little bit more of a hungrier jockey, you know, somebody that's going to try as hard as they possibly can, you know, as opposed to a Hall of Famer on your horse. So he looks fit here. Like I said, he is a long shot. He should be a long shot, but I thought there was a little bit more to that first effort than it would appear, and I do like his appearance heading into this second start. Greg?
All right, thanks, Maggie. See what happens here coming up. Pick 6 begins in this one. Again, if you were playing this, well, the pick 4 as well that started back in race 4, but the mandatory pay pick 5 in race 3, 5-1 upset of an odds-on favorite, 12-1 upset. Is that right?
Yeah, that's 12-1's paying bigger than that, though, beating a horse that a lot of people singled.
2-5 or 3-5 favorite. If you're alive to this point, 3 legs gone, a long way to go. But already you're sitting pretty.
Things,
so good luck to anyone.
Things are going in the right direction.
Yes, sir. 4-5 on this one here, Whammo. Could we see 3 odds-ons beat in a row to start a pick 5? That's everyone's dream, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it depends unless you single those horses. But, yeah, no, it's – look, I like the 11 quite a bit. It's a profile that I like in a horse where they showed a bunch of speed, held on. Maybe they lost the battle, but they show back up for the war here, and I'm hoping can get a much better trip
Talked
here.
about the 6, though, as well, with some upside. Now Blinkers On, start number 3, 9-2.
Yeah, I mean, when you have these young horses, especially with changes like that, putting on blinkers is something that can wake them up.
Pick 6 starts here. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Stanicki. Stanicki goes in. Whammo. Whammo to the outside. Last to low. Whammo. Goes in. All set. And they're off, and Whammo jumped in the air at the start, just towards the back end of the field. Slow start for Just Tipsy. The speed is at the rail, Pure Mischief. Party in the Army, and these 2 hook up early. Just off of them is Mock Schnell. They're followed by Pride of the Union, another 3. Back to Mission Critical. Then towards the far outside, the Last Delivery, and Whammo is towards the outside of them. It's been a tough opening quarter there for the favorite, who starts to make up ground in the center of the racetrack. Further back in the field, Now towards the back end there is Just Tipsy trying to get going, and far back Calvary Hill. The lead is Pure Mischief, Party in the Army, 22.30 for the opening quarter mile. Pride of the Union is in pursuit 3 wide. 4 wide is going to be Mach Schnell. Whammo is going to be a mile the best, is going to be 5 wide. If Whammo passes the entire field, they reach the top of the stretch, and Party in the Army is ready to challenge. Pure Mischief battles on. Here comes Pride of the Union, who's battling on, and Whammo is trying to get in it too. Mission Critical is right there taking fourth. Party in the Army, Pride of the Union. Whammo continues to make up this ground, and Whammo has now taken the lead. Whammo's in front, battling on down towards the inside. Party in the Army. Whammo in that photo there with Party in the Army, Pride of the Union, and Mission Critical in 1 minute, 11 seconds flat.
Looked like it might be race over from the outset with a poor break for Whammo. How much best was he to get this win after that start?
Look, we're all horse players, so you know the person who calls you and says, man, in the pick 5, I was alive to the 2, and I just got caught at the wire. You don't need to feel bad because you weren't even close to. The 11 was so much the best in this race.
Popped up out of the gate, as you just saw right there from that outside post.
Broke slow, was wide, had to move probably a little bit earlier, had to run in a style this horse hasn't run in before, out in the middle of the track. I mean, look, he's being encouraged with shoulder taps to be involved at this point of the race, and then he just kept grinding and grinding and grinding and grinding. I mean, this horse ran extremely well.
This horse won second or third. You say this horse ran a tremendous effort. Gets up to win in this performance. You were right, much the best in here. Start number 4. After getting DQ'd out of a win last time out, overcomes major adversity to get this maiden score.
Yeah, very impressive. You know, you'd like to think from what this horse has done already, you've got to be excited for Pura Vida Investments and for Mike Maker.
11-2, 6-3, even money warranted here. Can't imagine what Pratt is feeling when it just goes south right out of the gate like that. Just no panic, though, and stick to task, and Whammo gets it done.
No, absolutely. That was look. I know we're talking about a maiden race here, but this was impressive to overcome adversity like that. I mean, you think about all sports. We talked about just sports in general. I mean, that's the sign of a really good team, a really good horse when they can overcome adversity. You know, that getting down 14-0 and then still being able to kind of persevere and come back. We saw last weekend with Texas A&M. What were they down like 30 points at halftime?
The Falcons going up huge on the Patriots in the Super Bowl.
It's a perfect example, and that's what happened because Whammo was down 21-0 early, came back and won the game.
Pratt with a win. As we go to Tampa, race 3, 6 furlongs coming up in this Non-Winners at 2 Life $25,000 claiming race. Fillies and mares, 3 and up. And it's the 9 outside, I believe, your favorite. Yeah, Bloody Colors Wave.
Wow.
Ron Potts off, okay.
Scary.
A little bit. Off since late September, been pretty much exclusively on synthetic. The only dirt start was a debut. Did run second first time out.
Wait, exclusively synthetic? Where do I sign? Give me the 9. Synthetic horses have been running at Tampa. In all seriousness, though, drawn outside. The figures put this horse right in the mix. Now, it does happen to be taking place on the synthetic. And I joke. I think that any absolutes when it comes to racing, any blind assumptions is a mistake. But I will say that there might be something to the fact that these horses that have been running on synthetic are appreciating this current surface at Tampa Bay.
This horse, though, debut as a 3-year-old, first time out, ran a figure right off the bat, similar to what she's been running now with a lot more experience and on synthetic anyway. A lot to like here. See what happens for Bloody Colors Wave.
Someone's got to explain that to me. That's wild.
Jason Beam, the call.
Starter Eddie Boobles around to the front. Send them on their way. They're in the gate. Bloody Colors Wave popped the gate open there, but assistant starter did a good job to hold on, and the others did a good job of not breaking. So they're going to walk Bloody Colors Wave back around. Your 3-2 favorite. Gets a quick look by the vet. Bloody Colors Wave looking to come back into the gate now. The outside draw. And once again set for a start. And the race is on. Money Magnets, Country Economics, those two show out first as they meet up with the main track. Bloody Colors wave away in good order, driving through the red colors, Sounded Out. Wants to be a part of the early mix and Sounded Out all the way up to grab the lead. From Country Economics back second, Money Magnets is third. Up the fence, My Little Wildcat joins Bloody Colors Waves. They're fourth and fifth. Between horses, Prayed For Girl in the black colors is sixth and about 6 or 7 off the top. Then comes CC Girl. It's another length back to Yancha, and the early trailer is Collected Dreams. Is Sounded Out speeds through an opening quarter in 22.44 seconds. Sounded Out to the far turn. The lead is 2.5 lengths. Money Magnets up on the outside of Country Economics. They're second and third. My Little Wildcat fourth to the inside. Bloody Colors Wave in the pink colors, Teal Cap to the outside fifth. Starting to gain up on this leader as Sounded Out brings them around to the quarter pole. Sounded Out, the lead down to 3/4 of a length. Money Magnets, Bloody Colors Wave out 3 deep. Charging after this longtime leader is Sounded Out, turns for home just in front. It's Sounded Out to the 8th pole. Bloody Colors Wave, Money Magnets, Prayed For Girl catches the eye. Going to dive down toward the inside as they have just over a 1/16 of a mile left to go. Here comes Prayed For Girl charging up the inside. Bloody Colors Wave on the outside. Between horses, Sounded Out. Prayed For Girl up the inside at 9-1 to win it. Second ended up very close there between Sounded Out and Bloody Colors Wave. After that was My Little Wildcat and Money Magnets.
Prayed For Girl. 1 for 11, had not hit the board the other 10 starts. The win was on a wet track. Crafty move here, Sonny Leone. A little reminiscent of his Derby ride.
Yeah, I mean, Sonny's just decided, if I'm not going up the rail, I'm not winning any races. So this is a nice trip right up the inside. And the synthetic craze is over.
And real quick, let's see if Andy knows this one. Bloody Colors Wave. What's that from, Andy? Come on, you guys. Act 2, Scene 2, Henry VI, Part 3.
Yeah.
What a line, though. Whammo, sound trumpets, let our bloody colors wave in either victory or else a grave. Jeez. Shakespeare's amazing. Whammo with the win, overcoming that horrific start to get this win.
Yeah, this is impressive. I mean, look, this horse had every reason to throw in the towel after breaking slowly. You know, kind of being encouraged on the backside. You saw Flavien giving him shoulder taps on the backside. For a lightly raced horse who likes to be forwardly placed, to stay in the race, to continue to grind away the way that he did. Nice little future for Whammo.
DQ'd out of a win back on October 24th. Not to be denied despite that poor beginning this time around. And that's how close it was.
Didn't feel that close.
No, it didn't. What a performance from this 2-year-old son of Yaupon for Mike Maker. Pura Vida Investments with Pratt in the irons, 11-6. But again, not near as close as it should have been with that start. So formful start to the pick 6. Up next, late pick 5. And it's our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Spendthrift for the 6-time reigning champion, General Sire, into Mischief, sire of the Derby, Belmont Travers Winter Sovereignty. Here we go. Hedge Ratio, start number 3 for the Chad Brown Barn and Klarovich, 9-5.
I picked this horse, Hedge Ratio. I don't love him at 9-5 with Our Magical Moon staying at 5-1. I think if those prices reflect that when they break away from there, I think Our Magical Moon's interesting at 5-1, but Hedge Ratio is definitely the horse to beat.
All right, this one coming up in 18 minutes. I enjoyed it. Andy Serling going to step in for JK here after a break, and enjoy the rest of your weekend.
I'll see you tomorrow, I think.
Oh, we get you back tomorrow?
Yeah.
That's great news.
You know? Yeah, it's good.
All right.
Christmas came early.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Late pick 5. When we return, we'll have more on this 6th race to kick off the sequence. Get Andy's thoughts on Hedge Ratio and the rest of this group. when we come back on our Fox Sports 2 coverage.
Hang on a second.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races as we get set for the late pick 5. 14 minutes to post. And you're not Jonathan Kinchin.
No, I'm not.
Andy Serling
He
has
has a
joined me on
lot
the
more
set.
hair than I do. He
Good
has a
to
lot
see
more
you.
hair than I ever had.
How you doing?
Good to see you. I'm doing great. It's nice to be here.
Late pick 5 coming up, and part of that sequence, a really interesting race that we have in the 9th with a couple of returnees, including Knightbridge back off a long time away for Bill Mott.
Yeah, Knightbridge is kind of one of those what could have been horses, right? A horse who's never run a bad race. All 4 of his figures, Beyer figures, have been in the 90s. A little disappointing in his last race, but obviously something went wrong, and he's the speed and the one to catch. But boy, BU came back and ran a huge race last time.
Yeah, absolutely monster for Pletcher. We'll get to him in a minute, but Knightbridge, this was the last time we saw him, February 15th of this year. Second in his 4-year-old debut. Forward, winds up second, runs a big figure, and now we'll put blinkers on off the bench.
And listen, you can always hope that these horses stay sound and they continue to move forward. I know he's going to be a 5-year-old, but he's run well enough in his races, forgetting about today, that he's the kind of horse that could be a factor in stakes. I mean, he dead heated in his return race with he was 3/4 lengths behind Book of Dano. And Book of Dano was maybe getting a little late in the year for him and didn't get the best trip, but still, this is a very, very talented horse.
4 to 5 morning line. Brother to a pretty good one, too.
Who's he brother to?
That named Speaker's Corner.
Oh, he's a brother of Speaker's Corner.
Yeah.
He's a real horse, from what I heard.
Now, this group's going to
Real
face
horse.
a real one here with that pedigree.
Yeah.
BU,
He is pretty
you
good.
talk real quick, and then we can move on. But BU comes back off a long time away from a mile out of it, gets up to win off over a year layoff.
He ran very well that day. I mean, he's got the feel of a last time was the time, and the problem is that Knightbridge is a potential controlling speed, and he has no speed. So when you get in those situations, but at least we know he's come back and run very well, we don't know that Knightbridge is going to come back and run as well.
Right in the hopeful second start of his career, he's faced Sierra Leone, Bookham Dano before he went to the bench.
He's a horse who's lacked consistency, but he's clearly got talent.
That is coming up, part of this late pick 5 sequence later on this afternoon. First things first, we started off here. What's your take on hedge ratio?
That I didn't think he'd be 8-5, but I do like him. I like him cutting back. I like the race that he's coming out of. I thought he made his move and kind of flattened out, which I imagine Chad Brown must have been part of his thinking in cutting him back even further, 6.5. But I think a horse like the 8, Our Magical Moon, at his current 5-1, is a better bet than he is at 8-5.
Start number 2 on the dirt, start number 3 overall for hedge ratio.
Yeah, I mean, this is one that I think if you asked Chad Brown, he'd tell you honestly, I kind of got the horse wrong, right? He started out long on the turf. Then he went long on the dirt, and now he's going shorter on the dirt. So he seems to be a horse that's trying to sort of find out what he can do. But his last race, pretty good. And horse who got placed first in their Paladin, as well as horse who's DQ'd, I believe that both of them are expected back in what's going to be a very good Remsen in a couple weeks.
Does he look like he wants to sprint? Let's find out from Maggie.
I'm actually not going to talk about him here in the paddock. Greg, I want to reserve judgment for him out on the racetrack. So focusing in on some first-time starters, because we do have several in here with nice pedigrees. And we'll begin actually with Chad Summers, number 4, Feroce, as he is one that sold for $130,000 at the OBS June sale and worked 10 flat. He was asked quite a bit, and he was on his wrong lead throughout that work, i.e. he was on his inside lead, but he just looked quick. And that's exactly what he looks like here in the paddock. Son of Ghost Zapper. You know, some of those sires getting up there. You don't see too many Ghost Zappers as with first-time starting 2-year-olds anymore. The dam, she did win first time out, albeit as a 3-year-old. There's been 1 winner from 2 foals, so that hasn't been much immediate production. But the second dam was Lady Tack, who was a multiple grade 1 winning dirt sprinter. I like what I'm seeing from him here. He is fit. He is athletic looking. He's been professional so far, and we have consistently seen if they're not winning, they're running well from this barn at first asking. So he makes a lovely impression. He does possess an element of intensity that sometimes first-time starters don't necessarily have. So he's acting like he knows his job already. As we'll check in with number 5, Ovechkin. Cleverly named, son of Nyquist, and the venerable Ovechkin on the ice. But this one, out of a dam who is a stakes-winning 2-year-old and half to a stakes-placed turf sprinter by the name Bling. And it's a pedigree that can kind of go either way when it comes to surfaces. The problem is, though, with this guy, looking at him here in the paddock, as he does take a little bit of money, 10-1 currently, probably going to drift up from there, is that he just looks a bit light behind. He actually, despite that pedigree, looks like a horse that wants to go further. He's kind of narrowly framed. Granted, that usually bodes well for a wet track, but just looks as though he needs to develop and that he might desire a bit more distance to work with. Next, we'll check in with number 3, Complex Charlie, as he's kind of the firster taking the most significant money, and a son of complexity who does hit at 15% with his first-time starters and is a half to a pretty good New York bred named National Identity, and also a stakes-winning turf sprinter who is also good on the dirt by the name Fire Crow. So there is some pedigree here. This guy, you know, he is wearing blinkers first time out. He was accompanied by the pony, but he's actually very quiet. It's not like he needs a pony. Kind of a little bit of a sway back to him too. A bit of an awkward conformation overall. Does look as though he should be quick, but he's not acting that way. He's incredibly docile here in the paddock. You know, he doesn't possess that kind of intensity that the aforementioned number 4 has. Just feel like a start's going to be needed just to put everything together and get it together mentally too. Greg?
7 minutes from the start of this late pick 5 hedge ratio. 3-2 favorite. First time sprinting on either surface. Cuts back in distance here. Second time on dirt for Chad Brown next.
$1,600,000. $1,600,000 bid today. $1,600,000 bid now. Bid now. $650. $1,650,000. $1,650,000. Anybody else want $650,000 bid today? $1,650,000. $1,600,000. Thank you.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Weekends are for winners at Naira Bets. Opt into the Late Pick 5 hit and split bonuses to claim your share of $5,000 every Friday through Sunday. $5,000 hit and splits every weekend when you bet with Naira Bets.
Here comes that big gray Tappet Trice right down the outside.
Tappet Trice wins the Toyota Bluegrass. Tappet Trice's 2024 debut was awesome.
Tappet Trice is lunging. Tappet Trice wins the Woodward.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Pretty incredible. 907 goals and counting. Had a hat trick on Thursday at 40 years old in a win against the Canadiens. 33rd of his career, ties him for 4th all-time. 10th on the NHL all-time points list. And still doing it at this advanced age. Number 8, just incredible. And Ovechkin, the horse, we're going to see debut. Coming up in this 6th race here, the 5, who is at 11-1. We'll get to that one in a moment. Hedge ratio still the favorite. Kicks off the post break.
He's drifted up a little bit to 2-1, so slightly better price now. You hope a little bit of a cutback will help him. His last race was good.
John Terranova barn with a first-time starter, Dr. Sinatra.
There used to be a horse, Mr. Sinatra, and now, I guess he's grown up. He went to college, and now he's Dr. Sinatra.
Christopher Elliott, saw the feature on earlier on in the program, will ride Complex Charlie, Carlos Martin trains.
This horse is taking a little bit of money and kind of like those complexities.
Yeah, Dan produced National Identity. It was okay.
And then 4 horses that couldn't outrun you and I in a horse suit.
Feroce, Chad Summers, first-time starter.
Another horse who's taking a little money to be 8-1 in this race, and Chad Summers having a very good year. It's one for Roddy Valente and company.
Here's Ovi. 12-1 for the debut for the Mark Hennig runner.
A lot of pressure when you name horses after successfully. Well, Sean Avery actually won the Vanderbilt one year.
Marble Hall, Belmont, Charlatan, first-time starter.
Yeah, not taking much money right now. We haven't seen a lot so far from Charlatan, but it's early.
Our Magical Moon, you make the case here for Marcassi.
I agree. I think this horse should be the second choice in here. That was a contested pace last time, and Universal One's pretty good.
George Weaver with a first-time starter, Sonic Surge.
I always look at the Weaver ones. He leaves this one in, also taking a little bit of nibble.
And 4-1, Dark Assault, Shug McGahee.
Obviously, Dark Assault can win, but I feel like this horse has had chances. And I just think the others, like the 1 and 8, have had just slightly less chances.
So Ovechkin, first time out and pretty long work pattern going back to this summer, July at Saratoga. Son of Nyquist, spent some money on this horse. Keeneland, September 2024 sale, $400,000.
A little more turf in the dam side pedigree. The second dam was okay. You think the MIG would be against this horse since he plays for the Capitals?
100%.
Yeah, so MIG is somewhere rooting against Ovechkin.
Well, let's go down to Maggie.
Not that I follow hockey, but if I did, I would be a Capitals fan, that's for sure. But yeah, I take the wait-and-see approach with the 4-legged Ovechkin here, as we'll check in with some horses that have experience. Obviously, that includes your favorite in here in number 1, Hedge Ratio. Look, I thought first time out that this is a horse that looked as though he needed ground. He's a big horse. He's got, you know, that kind of rangy frame to him overall. And while he didn't run well on the turf, he ran a little bit better on the dirt. And, you know, he just looked a bit uncomfortable, a bit green early on with that first dirt start when he was behind a wall of pace horses. And it just looked like he was kind of running in stops and starts. And I don't know if cutting back necessarily mitigates that. I'm not sure about this horse. Look, Chad Brown has great numbers when turning maidens back on the dirt. He's 17 for 58 with a 169 ROI, and he doesn't do it that often with 2-year-olds. I looked that up. He's 1 for 3. So I don't know. I just there's a lot about him that says not going. Not going shorter is the answer. So we'll see how some others do in here. And number 8, Our Magical Moon, he's coming off a little bit of a freshening. He has speed, but he has filled out a lot. He was a little bit over the top in those Saratoga efforts, and obviously that happens at Saratoga. There's so much energy, and it will often make a horse bubble over a bit, and it did in both of his efforts. And, you know, obviously he ran well despite that, but he's also filled out. He's gotten a lot stronger here for Mark Casse and his team. So I do like what I'm seeing from Our Magical Moon, who has run in some nice fields and certainly hasn't disgraced himself. As we'll take a look at Dark Assault, I'm going to land here. I get what Andy's saying, but, you know, Shug McGaughey, he is a trainer that kind of builds and develops horses, and they're not expected to necessarily win first time out. I thought he looked best in the paddock. Honestly, that's just where I'm going to land because he just looked best, and he's run some fast races. Outside Post kind of ran in a merry-go-round affair last time out behind Epic Summer and Schoolyard Dreams. So we'll see how much speed he has yet again from that outside, posting Joel Rosario climbing back aboard. And then another first-time starter taking some nibbles is number 9, Sonic Surge. McLean's Music, love him as a sire, is good with his juveniles, hitting at 14% with them first time out. The second dam on this one, she was a multiple graded stakes placed horse. The dam she won going longer, but this horse looks like an out-and-out sprinter. I mean, he is compact. He has those really stout hindquarters to him, pushes off nicely. He warmed up professionally out on the racetrack. He kind of hinted at to me that he should show some speed here, given his physical confirmation and the way that he's acting on the track. So, yeah, there's some firsters that I liked, the 4 and the 9, but overall, Greg, I thought it was the horses that had experience in here.
I'm going to say something about the 1 and the distance. I understand. Chad Brown looked at this horse and thought distance and turf. I get it, but the reality is this horse didn't finish last time. Now, one of the reasons he didn't finish was it was a good field. He still got a 75 buyer. He got a figure that makes him the horse to beat in here. But he got there. He looked like he was making a move, and he kind of flattened out. That's probably a horse that wants to go less distance. Sometimes they fool trainers. They look one way, and they end up being another. Now, he went up to 5-2, and he seems like a very fair price at that price. I think he's going to be fine at the distance. We'll see how it works out, but obviously, and I agree with Maggie, this race is about the horses that have run. They've all run well enough that a firster's going to have to be okay to win first time against them.
Including that one, whose price has come down the 8, stepping in, and those Silks of Live Oak Plantation from Mark Casse should be forward yet again. And gets to shorten up now to the shortest this one has gone. 7 furlongs last start, now 6.5 today. We're set for the 6th. Starts the late pick 5. Chris Griffin, the call.
Last to load. And in. All set. And they're off. Dark Assault broke very well from the outside. Hedge Ratios in the early mix too. Purple Silk's Marble Hall joins that early fray, and that's the top trio. Trying to keep up, Dr. Sinatra is now back to 6. Just got passed towards the outside here by Sonic Surge and Our Magical Moon. Just behind them in 7th is going to be Feroce. The 2 at the back, Complex Charlie with Ovechkin. They work up the backstretch. Hedge Ratios got the lead as a nose in front. Plenty of pressure to the outside from Marble Hall. 22-4 for that opening quarter mile. Less than 4 furlongs to go. They're into that turn, and Hedge Ratio has had pressure throughout. Marble Hall, Dark Assault 3 wide. 4 wide. Here comes a run from Sonic Surge. Just behind them, Dr. Sinatra waiting for some room with Our Magical Moon. Feroce on the far outside. Then Complex Charlie and the trailer, Ovechkin. 46.33 for a half-mile time. They reach the top of the stretch, and Hedge Ratio still there. Hedge Ratio sprints for home. Dr. Sinatra down at the rail, trying to rally on Dark Assault, Sonic Surge, Ovechkin, Feroce, but Hedge Ratio just keeps opening up inside the final furlong. Hedge Ratio is now up by 4. Hedge Ratio inside the final 16th, much the best. Hedge Ratio will win it. Tight here for second. Our Magical Moons in a photo there with Dr. Sinatra. Further back came Complex Charlie to finish 4th. The woman at 16 and 4.
Sharp out of the gate, still doesn't want to stop. Pratt for Chad Brown, Klarovich, and first time sprinting successful.
A nice performance by him. You know, he's forced the whole way down the inside on his pace. And, you know, they all sort of came to him on the top of the stretch. And, you know, you talk about that, how they take the turn. My friend Richie used to always talk about that at the harness track. They take the turn. Do they draw off, or does the field come to them? This guy drew off the top of the stretch, and it was no doubt he was much the best. And as you point out to me, he was briefly 5-2. He went to 2-1 going to the gate, and you rarely see that. He went from 2-1 to 8-5 in the last pop. Something you don't see around here. See other places. Other places you see 2-1 to 2-5.
6-1 good. Hedge Ratio, Pratt with the win. Let's take a look at the one here out of the gate. And not the smoothest. Not terrible.
No, he broke fine. Flavian, is he made up for the fact that he didn't hit the board with Sunday Girl?
Nothing to do with him.
No, you can't blame him for that one. You can, but you'd be wrong.
Hedge Ratio, right move, cutting this one back in distance, and maiden breaking win in his 3rd career start for these dominant connections. 1, 8, 2, and 3 at 32-1 shot, completing the trifecta.
Dr. Sinatra. Don't think he's related to Mr. Sinatra. Kieran actually trained the dam of Dr. Sinatra. Easy living. Kieran McLaughlin, that would be.
All right, let's get back to Tampa. Race 4.
Let's.
And this race, $5,000 all in for that tag here in 3-year-olds and up who have not won a race since May 22nd. 6 furlongs.
There are people at home may not believe me when they say that Greg texted me this morning and said, you know, I'm glad I'm going to be on with you for the Tampa 4th because I really love the 12 in the Tampa 4th, but unfortunately he scratched.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Yeah, no, I know you were
There's
excited about him. I feel bad.
Sometimes in this game.
Does that make the 7 the controlling speed? I'm taking it to the bank.
That one
Not that I love that one, but he may be the speed now with that one scratched.
Exceptionally quick.
I had it narrowed down to 1, 6, 7, and 12. So with the 12 out, I'm 1, 6, and 7. No 10s for me. Who's the 10?
Mr. Squeaky Wheels.
Oh.
Big drop.
Well, his last dirt race was a good effort. I will agree with that. Runs his last dirt race, he's got a shot. I'm 1, 6, and 7 for me. The 7's now the speed without the 12, so I prefer him at 6-1. It's my mild opinion, which will probably be bad.
Starts an ultimate 6. Jason Beam with the 4th from Tampa.
Favorite 5-2 on the number 10, Mr. Squeaky Wheels. 4-1 on the number 6, Osprey, and then 6-1 numbers 1 and 3. 4-1 also on the far outside, Ensign Parker, who drew in off the also eligible list. Here's Ikigai, Paxton. They're going to be the next 2. Paxton and Pablo Morales for Rory Miller to gate 9. No Angel coming up in the Brian Lusk blue and white colors. Here's Mr. Squeaky Wheels. The final pair going to be Ghost Stalker and Ensign Parker will be all set for a start. Ultimate 6 time here on a Saturday. On the turf coming up next in race 5. As Ghost Stalker goes up and Ensign Parker, Antonio Gallardo to the outside draw. Goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Ikigai out well in the yellow colors from the outside. Ensign Parker's flashing some early speed, and I'm taken to the bank. Coming up to join those two on the front end, and those three across the track. Just in behind them, Bear Creek in the lime colors is out in fourth. It's two more, then back to Mr. Squeaky Wheels Osprey. Two of the favorites right together, fifth and sixth. Litigant seventh toward the inside in the white colors. It's another three back to No Angel. Another gap of 3.5, maybe 4 back to Paxton, who moves up outside of Ghost Stalker. Jarlian in the early trailer is ambushed. 12th and last at about 14 off the lead. As up on the front end, it's Ensign Parker in front. 22.23 seconds for Ensign Parker, who strides clear 3.5 now. I'm taken to the bank as a clear second. Two more back to Ikigai. Trying to get a move on is Osprey. Outside of that one comes Bear Creek, but up front, Ensign Parker has gotten away. Ensign Parker to the top of the stretch. The lead's 5. I'm taken to the bank. Osprey trying to chase this lone leader as they come to the top of the stretch. Ensign Parker with 3/16 of a mile left to go. 3-length lead, but Osprey is digging into that lead, is now second, just 2.5 back. Down the outside, Bear Creek not without a chance. Late run from Paxton, who's trying to come from all the way in the back. Final 16th to go. Ensign Parker, that lead is perilous. It is gone. Here's Bear Creek, Osprey. These are the two that go on. Bear Creek to win it. Osprey was second. After that came Paxton. Photo for fourth between Litigant and the tiring Ensign Parker.
8-year-old Bear Creek, 5 for 65 lifetime. Sammy Marin had been 0 for 10 this year. Off the donut.
Yeah. 28 seconds and thirds coming in here with just 5 wins. Now it's 6. Sammy Marin.
He's been 0 for the last 2 years, by the way.
I know the feeling. I've been there.
Back to New York. Hedge ratio. And just the right move here. Shortening this one up. Klarovich, Chad Brown, Flavien Prat.
Yep.
Sharp out of the gate.
This was impressive. You know, you never know in wet track. Sometimes you wonder, are they slightly exaggerated? But it's a big step forward for this guy. He need a little less distance, and he need a little time. And he's come around. He's okay. Seemed like a decent race by him. See where he goes from here.
Easy time with this field.
I'll probably see him down at Payson Park if I head over down there if I go to Florida this winter. He could stay here this winter, actually. Couldn't he?
Yeah.
See if he's tough enough.
So our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day. It's Hedge ratio, $5.44 for the win as the favorite. Our Magical Moon Sinatra complete that trifecta with that big number checking in third there. Helps things a little, 78.95.
Yeah, nice super. Nice try. Especially, again, it was a chalky exacta.
All right, let's move on to the 7th. Scheduled for the grass. We're off the turf today. And a look at the current odds in this allowance optional claiming group.
I'll tell you something. This race, I mean, you know, you hate to come off the turf, but we've still got 9 in here. And I think there's some interesting things going on. Obviously, if Pocamucha can get back to that off the turf win at De La Rose, she's going to win here. But you don't know if that's going to really happen. I thought the one Curlin's Girl was interesting. You know, her first dirt race was her second career start. She got a 70 buyer. And it's not clear she's really necessarily not as talented on turf as dirt. Dirt is turf or synthetic. Now, I don't know if that makes her necessarily win the race, but I thought she was interesting for Linda Rice staying in, so I like the 1.
Well, the race you're referring to with Pocamucha, yeah, an off-the-turf, sloppy seal track Saratoga 2 summers ago. In the De La Rose, 14 1/4 length win, 86 buyer.
I think she'll win here if she runs that race. Going out
Probably.
Yes.
You're leaving?
I'm leaving.
I'm leaving.
You're leaving.
Yeah.
I'm Andy. You're Greg. So if you're either run down, the Greg stuff is for you.
I
the
thought
Andy
we were
stuff's
both
for me.
out of here.
I'm
like,
happy to go. You want to stay? I'll go. Whatever you want.
Late
I'm
pick
amenable.
4 starts in this race coming up. 17 minutes to post.
You're not going to miss the lock in the next race at Tampa, are you?
Which is who?
It's a 1 to 5 shot in there, isn't there?
I'll be watching. Don't
the
worry.
6 Wrigleyville.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races here on FS2 as we're proudly brought to you by Gainesway Farm. Power, passion, performance. And I am so pleased to be joined here in the paddock by a very special guest, Libby Imperio, president of the Belmont Child Care Association. And Libby, you're here to talk to me and talk to everyone about a very special event for the BCCA.
Best day of the year, the holiday shopping for the backstretch families. We provide 500 children with gifts that they come and we set up a tent. Now it's located at Belmont Child Care in the Larry and Leslie Sarv Playground. And we set up a huge tent that's about the size of a soccer field where we purchase over 2,000 gifts. We set it up like a department store and the children come through. They get a personal shopper that are volunteers, mostly from the National Charity League of Garden City. So those kids come and help out. It's about 100 volunteers. So each child gets a personal shopper. They come through, they pick out gifts from everyone in their family, mom, dad, brother, sister, and a gift for themselves. And everything is purchased and there's nobody's buying anything, everything is donated. And they go and get it wrapped. And then they go and see Santa and get pictures with their family and cookies with Santa. And it's just spectacular. And watching these kids be more wanting to get a great gift for their parents than pick out Barbie or Legos for themselves, it's just the most heartwarming event you'll ever see.
You have told me so many times how special it is, how meaningful it is. Now, for people interested in helping out, there are a couple ways that you can do so.
Well, right now our Amazon wish list, we're happy to say, is full because
Okay.
it's a time constraint because it is next week, but you can go to our website and donate. There's no donation too small, $5, $10, $25. We are still looking for sponsorship money for the Cookies with Santa, that whole section there. So that's a great way. Just go to our website and donate anything that you feel appropriate that works for you.
Libby, thank you so much for everything you do for the children of the BCCA. I know I can't wait to see their little smiles too.
Oh, nothing's better. And watching them come year and year after and seeing them all grow up and that they all want to go to college now. And it's a real tribute to all the work that everyone in the backstretch does. I'm proud of it.
Well, thank you for everything you do and your time. And as we said, if you want to help out, just go to bcca.org, right? Yes, to donate today, as we are pleased to welcome back into the show, Acacia Clement, who takes over hosting for us. Hey, Acacia.
Hey, Maggie, great to hear from Libby. And it is, BelmontChildCare.org. And Andy, I know you're very involved with the BCCA as well, and I love every opportunity to support it. It's such a wonderful organization, and it's so much fun getting a chance to see events like that around the holidays for the kids.
No, I agree, and I think you want to include all of the organizations, whether it's the chaplaincy, whether it's BEST, the Belmont Employee Services, Backstretch Employee Services Team, and BCCA. All of these organizations do an enormous amount for the people on the backstretch, and they're the people that keep things going here. And the opportunities to be able to help educate the children preschool, post-school with the BCCA, it's a tremendous organization. Joanne Adams, who runs it, a close friend of mine, does a fabulous job. Everybody involved with it that works with her, Libby obviously also. But yeah, they're a great organization, and it's BelmontChildCare.com. And yes, .org, excuse me. Not BCCA, as I found out by looking at it.
One of us will get
I
it
think
right along the way.
probably got a virus from looking at that one, so don't go there.
BelmontChildCare.org. And be sure to support, especially as we get closer to the holidays. As we take a look at horses in the paddock, there's Sayuni Flash, currently 4-1, as this 7th race is off the turf. I don't know about you, Andy. I could not find anything about this filly to suggest that she would prefer the dirt with that European pedigree, so we'll see how she handles it today.
Which one are we looking at?
The 7.
Yeah, I guess, Jimmy probably left her in thinking Jimmy Jerkins, of course, is just right.
Yeah.
That thinking, it's winter time, maybe she handles it and we'll leave her here for the winter, whatever, take a shot. And we appreciate leaving in, not a horse that we would bet on. I mean, listen, Pocamucha is the horse to beat, simply because she has that fast race. I would never in a million years bet Sayuni Flash. I think there's a lot of other ways to go. I think the 1's interesting. Obviously, 11 horse to beat. The 13 is a very dangerous player, and I doubt is going to go off of that price. And even Trail of Gold, the dirt races aren't that bad, but I would narrow it down to 1, 11, and 13 if you want me to say you got to only take 3.
This race, again, off the turf to be run at the same distance, 1 1/8 on the main track here, as we did have some rain this morning. It's 9-5 on the number 11 right now in Poca Mucha, who draws in. She had that impressive victory. And look, it was a short field. It was against some turf horses, but she did win by 14 lengths in an off-the-turf De La Rose back in 2024.
She runs that race, and we've got another sloppy sealed track here. She's going to win. But they don't always run them. Sometimes, you know, she was 10-1 that day. Today, she's a fraction of it.
Talk a little bit more about her and the rest of this race 7 field after this. More live racing coming up on America's Day at the Races.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control. And Flightline takes off.
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
Who's still a nose in front. Kourou is lifting late as well. Better lucky than good at the rail. Better lucky than good. Kourou, better lucky than good, wins the finale.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. Don't forget, you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Sign up today and get up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Promo code BONUS200. Sign up at NairaBets.com. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Off the turf for this race 7, muddy sealed track coming up, but hasn't rained in quite some time, so pretty good conditions we're dealing with here. And you do have a 2-1 favorite to the outside in Poca Mucha, who, as we mentioned, had that win in an off-the-turf race last summer. Here's the rest of the field, though. The one Curlin's Girl, she actually had a good race on the dirt towards the start of her career.
Her second career start, she got a 70 buyer on the dirt. She can handle the dirt. As she handles the wet track, I don't know, but I'm taking a shot with her.
Beaten a neck that day. Here's the 3. Bobby Jean has run on the dirt before.
And she's actually run credible races on the dirt. She's far from impossible.
Generous price right now at 10-1. There's Trail of Gold, another one who boasts a dirt win.
She has handled the dirt. I would say that she improved a lot in the turf, but you could also say, well, she improved in her first start as a 3-year-old in the turf, so maybe it was also maturation.
Bobby M's Girl won an off-the-turf race back in April.
She's another horse that has handled the dirt before and is not impossible.
Another generous price at 14-1. There is the 7, Sayuni Flash, first time on the dirt.
If this horse with that European pedigree beats you in here, you just have to shake your head and move on.
Ola Gata, first time on dirt.
Well, why not?
Take a shot. 2-1 favorite, Poca Mucha.
Yeah, I agree. She's the right favorite in here, but I don't know. One race doesn't make her the winner of this race, though if she runs it, she'll win.
Long shot, Widdershins.
Yes, she's run the dirt and not handled it.
And main track only, picking up Flavien Prat next on stage.
I think you have to sort of draw a line through her big figure when she was second to Ragtime, because that race is an aberration. Having said that, her other dirt races are perfectly good enough to win this race, and she's the unsurprising second choice.
There's Pocamucha. We mentioned that De La Rose back in 2024. She ran in the turf edition of the race this past year, but it was a short field. She was running against some turf meant horses, but she was incredibly impressive in the way that she won that day. And you have to give it to her because she's really not a winning type.
No, and she, you know, her other dirt races are okay. Remember, I bet a big exact, I think, with under the favorite with her, but the favorite was like last. And it wasn't close. It wasn't like I liked her to win. I just thought she could be second to the favorite because she's run okay in the dirt before. But her other dirt races are nowhere near as good as that one race. So was this one of those aberrational races? And listen, you can say, well, it's another sloppy seal track. As you know, they could love a sloppy seal track up in Saratoga and not have the same affinity for one at Bell Aqueduct or any other racetrack. But I still think because of that race, she's the horse to beat in here. But the thing is, this is not a turf race that's off the turf where you've got where nobody, there's one or two of the horses that can handle the dirt. There are a lot of horses in this race that have handled the dirt credibly.
Absolutely. And you got some generous prices on the board as a result. Horses warming up, though, Maggie. Who's standing out to you?
Definitely number one in here, Curlin's Girl, who, you know, the last time I saw her was going back to last summer when she was making her first few starts for Linda Rice. And I don't know what happened to her, but it looked as though she was going through something. You know, sometimes horses are affected by what we call EPM, which is a neurological kind of condition, and it'll completely deplete their muscle mass across their hind end. And I honestly wrote that down in my notes because that's how poor she looked in her hindquarters and across her top line. That is not the case whatsoever today. And I remember thinking, you know, when they switched her to the turf, I was like, okay, you know, fine. She looks like she should handle it. And she's gone on and done fine, honestly, on all surfaces. But I'm intrigued to see her back on the dirt today, purely just because how well she appears before this start, and obviously ran that figure when she was a 2-year-old. Moving on to two horses who are trying the dirt for the very first time, including number 7, Sione Flash here for Kenny McPeak. And Javier Castellano has given her quite a big warm-up overall, really kind of blasted away from the pony. Now, this is the first time I've seen her since the springtime, and she has done well. She has strengthened. She is a little bit more of a slighter filly, but that comes with the pedigree. But she's really gotten a lot stronger, carries more conditioning across her top line. She just truly looks like a turf horse, as her pedigree would suggest. So taking any kind of short price on her just seems a little bit silly. But I will say, given the warm-up, it does feel like Javi's going to try to, and not that she'll have an abundance of speed, but at least try to get her forward so she's not affected so much by the kickback. And then a complete wild card is number 10, Ola Gata. And she is by far, she's not the longest price on the board, but she's a pretty big price. 41 to 1, as she's a daughter of Kitten's Joy, who, yes, you obviously think turf with him, but he can get one to go long on the dirt. And the Dam, she was a good dirt sprinter. Half to Gold Street, who's a stakes winner on the dirt. And there have been 7 other dirt winners in the family. So there's pedigree for this horse. I don't see an overwhelmingly turf, physical. She doesn't have particularly slack pasterns or a massive foot to her. And furthermore, as she's gotten older, she's just really filled out and looks much better than when I had seen her as a younger horse. So I know she's a complete wild card here, Acacia, but I can see why Connections have opted to leave her in today.
She's a generous price, 42 to 1. Maggie, thank you. See if she might make a little noise in here. But Andy, as we talked about with Pocamucha being the favorite, there are several others, including the horse you and Maggie like, with the 1, Curlin's Girl, between the 3, the 4, the 6. A lot of them have run good races on the dirt and offer some value too.
I agree. I wouldn't argue with anybody that took 15 to 1 on the 3. Trail of Gold, could have improved with time and ran well enough as a 2-year-old. Those figures can be in the 70s, which if the 11 doesn't run the race that she ran the De La Rose, and I don't think she will. She still may win, but I don't think she's going to run that kind of race. Then the winning figure in this race is probably going to be in the low to mid 70s. And a number of these horses have shown the ability to do this on the dirt. So I think there are plenty of ways to go. I mean, the one thing you do in this race is you don't bet the 7. That's what you don't do. You don't bet Sione Flash. And people will say, oh, great, you're throwing a 9-2 shot. Well, a 9-2 shot is taking, what is it, 1 and 6, but it's about 12% of the money in the pool. You take that out, you don't have to be that sharp to make money in these races when you throw them out. So I think that's the advantage of off-the-turf races. There's always a horse like Sione Flash in there, a horse that was going to be the favorite or one of the horses to be in the turf that stays in, that is not likely to handle the dirt. Do those horses win occasionally? Of course they do, but they don't win to their odds. And that's the value of off-the-turf races, is that people too frequently don't understand the importance of surface. You can be a Grade 1 stakes winner on turf and be a 10-claimer on the dirt, and vice versa. And you've certainly seen them in your husband's barn. They've got horses in there that are huge quality horses on one surface that just can't run on another surface. It's a different world.
Totally is. Very well said. We'll see if Poca Mucha, though, currently the favorite, appreciates getting back onto the main track as she boasts that open length victory last year. They load in for race 7 off the turf. Chris Griffin has the call.
Wittershins. Wittershins. Second last to load here. Wittershins goes in. Next on stage, all set. And they're off. Breaking a tangle there was next on stage will be the early trailer. Speed from Curlin's Girl. Heart Sent wants to be forwardly placed, and Bobby Jean is right there 2 wide. Joining them will be Olagata 3 wide, and very wide is going to be Wittershins, who's in 4th. At the rail in 5th is going to be Sione Flash. That's the leading pack. Is now going to be mid-pack there is going to be Poca Mucha, who's right there in 6th. Just behind them, Trail of Gold, Bobby M's Girl, and after the start, the trailer next on stage. They work to the backstretch, and Bobby Jean is in front. Bobby Jean is up by 3/4 of a length. Olagata in close pursuit, and Wittershins center the racetrack in 3rd. Curlin's Girl is shoved along here. Ruben Silvera doesn't want to be too far back, is now reclaiming that 3rd spot. Sione Flash is in behind them. The back markers, Poca Mucha is on the move with Trail of Gold on the far outside. Bobby M's Girl, and next on stage, still 8 lengths the trailer, the leader, Bobby Jean. Bobby Jean is stretching the margin. Kendrick Carmouche front running, 47.46 for a half-mile time. Less than 4 furlongs to go. Curlin's Girl is on the move. Shoved along is going to be Olagata. The leading trio is getting away from the rest of the field. Trying to pick it up there is Poca Mucha, who's now taken 4th. Next on stage, a wide rally, but is starting to make up some ground with Bobby M's Girl and Trail of Gold. They haven't caught Bobby Jean yet. It's Bobby Jean in front. All in. It's Curlin's Girl towards the outside. Poca Mucha down towards the inside as they reach the top of the stretch. Bobby Jean and Curlin's Girl 1-2. Poca Mucha's alone in 3rd. Next on stage has this grinding rally up on the outside as Curlin's Girl has taken the lead. Curlin's Girl has a furlong left to go. Next on stage, the only one making up ground. Curlin's Girl has a 16th left to go. Next on stage is now taken 2nd, but it's going to be Curlin's Girl to get the victory. Next on stage 2nd, then came Poca Mucha and Bobby Jean in 1 minute 51 seconds flat.
As we see Andy and Maggie's top pick, Curlin's Girl, very much appreciate getting back to the dirt. She was forwardly placed thanks to Ruben Silvera and ran back to that early race that we saw from her.
There are many great things about the Daily Race Forms formulator, and if you play the horses seriously, this doesn't tell us anything. The 13.
Well, that was about the 13 who got second. Yeah, she leapt up at the start.
Yeah, she definitely hurt her, and not saying she would have won, but it could have been a lot closer. As I was saying about Formulator, you get the lifetime PPs of horses, and as the game has changed, it's gotten easier. I hear a lot of people complain, but it's actually gotten a lot easier because there's so much more information readily available. I used to keep years of racing forms in my apartment. Because you wanted to see a horse's lifetime PPs exactly for this reason. Yeah. You wanted to be able to go back and see if they'd run in wet tracks or they'd run in dirt early in their career. And even before they had the box that said wet tracks, and I go back a long time. I'm 136 years old. And with Formulator, you just, in 2 seconds, you just scroll down and you see the horse ran a 70 Bayern. Its second career start as a 2-year-old. Well, that's a horse that can handle the dirt. And she handled today, and Ruben did everything right, as usual. I get to be more and more of a fan of Ruben's as we watch the racing. He's never going to get the best mounts. But I tell you what, he makes the most of what he gets, and if you want an aggressive rider, you can count on Ruben to be aggressive.
Did the right thing with Curlin's Girl, had her just off the hip with a pace setter, Bobby Jean, as it was at 1:13.11.3. Big effort from the 13 next on stage after that poor break to finish second. Over to Tampa Bay Downs, race 5 coming up next. It's an allowance on the turf, and no surprise, Wrigleyville currently 4-5 on the board. A filly who has faced some very good horses recently here in New York, but Tom Proctor looking for just the second win on the year.
If this horse doesn't win, I don't know what to say. She lays over this field. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't bet 4 to 5 shots. I'm tempted to bet her at 4 to 5. If I knew for sure she'd be 4 to 5, I'd bet her.
She's just faced so much better.
She's lone speed, and she's in a different league than these horses.
We'll see if she can get the job done at 4 to 5. Race at 5. Tampa Bay Downs on the turf coming up. Here's Jason Beam with the call.
La Artista coming up. 2 turntables going forward. We're ready to start the late pick 5 on a sunny Saturday. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Caught him in a pretty good line. The Gray Notable Exchange flashing some early speed. Wrigleyville the favorite coming up, and 2 turntables trying to work over from that outside draw. 2 turntables in Wrigleyville. These are the 2 that emerge 1-2 in the early going. La Artista in a bit tight there as Curlane stays down toward the inside. It's going to be 2 turntables to take over with 7 furlongs to go. Wrigleyville wrangled back in second. La Artista to her outside is third. Then comes a lineup of 3. Out wide is Deflection in the orange colors. Between horses, the Gray Notable Exchange. Curlane down at the fence. Another length back to Native Rose, who works toward the outside. Meanwhile, Dorothea Dream gets down to the rail, is second last. And the trailer early on is Authenticate Now as they work through that first turn. It's 2 turntables. Now some company from Deflection, who moves up on the outside, just 24 seconds for a modest tempo out there with 5 furlongs to go. 2 turntables ahead in front of Deflection in the second position. Wrigleyville under a hammerlock down toward the inside. The favorite's ready to go, but bottled up right now. La Artista moves to that one's outside with Native Rose as Wrigleyville shuffled back to 5th, but only 2 lengths back. A length and a half more. Back to Notable Exchange and Curlane. They race as a pair. They're 3 clear of another pair. That's Dorothea Dream and Authenticate Now, who are at the back. 48.97 seconds, so they slowed it up down the back stretch. Long shot, 2 turntables, Deflection. They're 1-2. Wrigleyville once again going to try to come through down toward the inside. Still having to tap on the brakes and wait. Meanwhile, Native Rose launches out 3 deep. Curlane going to look for a seam down at the fence. They come to the top of the stretch. Deflection takes over the lead. Native Rose out wide. Wrigleyville still looking for that seam. Going to go toward the outside. Meanwhile, Authenticate Now has gotten into gear as well. They have a final 1/8 of a mile. Now Wrigleyville sees daylight if good enough. Has to come after Native Rose. Curlane slipped through down along the inside. Curlane, Native Rose, Wrigleyville on the outside. It's Curlane and Native Rose down to these 2. Curlane, Native Rose. Curlane, I believe, got it. Native Rose was second. Wrigleyville had to settle for third. Authenticate Now fourth.
Curlane in her second start off the layoff gets the job done. She didn't have the easiest trip there, and some ice water in Sammy Marin's veins to go up the rail like he did there, Andy.
Well, it's an interesting situation because obviously she got a very good trip getting through on the inside like this. Having said that, she was victimized by the horrifically bad ride number 6 got from Chris Landeros, Wrigleyville. And if he rides like that down at Tampa, it's going to be a long winter for him. And I'm not mad. I didn't bet any money. She's a lone speed. When you are riding the best horse and you're lone speed, you go to the front. Yeah. You don't get jammed up like that. And in her getting jammed up like that, she was spending the entire race backing up into the face of this horse. Yeah. So Sammy had the right instincts. There's no way he could expect the ridiculously bad ride the 6 was getting. You can say, well, Wrigleyville got out. She had her chance to clear. And that's no question that's true. She's a speed horse.
Of course, when you take a horse that has speed off the pace and strangle her, then she's going to get a bit keen.
What education did she get out of that? We've already established she's not a 2-year-old making her second start trying to get an education. You're trying to win a race. And, man, this is just... And I didn't bet. Believe me, I don't bet 4 to 5 shots. But this was a bad ride, a bad decision. And, you know, Sammy got skunked because of it. but still was able to get through and get the win.
He stuck to his guns, though, Sammy Marin on the one Curlane, and stuck to the rail. And she, luckily, when that rail kind of drops out in the stretch there, finally got a little bit of room and was able to kick on. And she had enough
And
there.
she had no choice.
Yeah.
At that point, Sammy he had to do that.
Back over at Aqueduct, well, that's the wrong horse, not the winner. The winner was the number 1, Curlin's Girl. She's somewhere out there. So I didn't think those looks like the winning silks. There she is, Curlin's Girl. Sat just off the hip of the pace setter, Bobby Jean, was able to run her down late and ran back to that race at the start of her career where she was beaten just a neck on the main track.
And I'm sure Linda Rice saw that race, and that's why she stayed in here, seeing that race, and got a generous 15.46 from a barn that's been going very well lately, to say the least. I got the bad value pick 3. Double pay.
Well, this one was 6-1.
Yeah.
A nice price. Andy and Maggie both liked this filly, who ran back to those dirt races. And smart ride by Ruben Silvera, who, as we mentioned, his aggression paying off. He puts horses forward, and especially here in New York, where sometimes aggression is a hot commodity, he's making a bit of noise and consistently riding well.
I agree. He went to Del Mar and he won races out there this summer. I would say that when Ruben came here and started riding, a few years ago more consistently, I kind of rolled my eyes and said, I've seen Ruben Silvera before. I was wrong. The guy is good.
Risen to the occasion, riding here in New York for sure. That's a generous price. And the late pick 5 follow along 15.46 for Curlin's Girl after hedge ratio was a favorite there in race 6. As we have some more competitive races to come. Race 8 coming up next. You've got an even money shot to the outside in the number 9. Also for Linda Rice. I feel like you have to say this one almost like a Brooklyn accent, coffee talk,
Yeah, well, Linda Richmond, Coffee Talk,
Yeah,
right? The
definitely.
Mike Myers character.
Totally.
I always felt like Ernie Munich could have been part of Coffee Talk. I always thought that,
Absolutely,
he could
yeah.
definitely been on with Linda Richmond.
He
Could you
could
see Ernie in that
absolutely have.
situation?
Yes,
Yeah, Ernie,
yes.
of course, worked with us, and
Ernie
he
the
and
best.
Eldon are very much behind a lot of the great videos that we do around here. But, I think been good.
Yeah.
Coffee Talk. I want to know how you can trust a horse that was running around 70 buyers for Brad Cox, got claimed by David Jacobson, and suddenly ran a 94 buyer. And now you're going to take it, and as much as I respect Linda, I'm a little skeptical about this one.
The bar is set to a certain level. Will be tough to run back to that one. We shall soon find out, though. Coffee Talk coming up. We'll discuss that
You and Ernie
field.
should do it.
I know. I'm ready. As we will take a look at Oversubscribed coming back tomorrow in the Forever Together off a big layoff. We'll preview that race coming up.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright future.
Forever Together has been produced on the outside, and she'll run to daylight as they run to the final furlong. And here is Caribbean Sunset, who comes bursting on through to take the lead. And Forever Together coming with giant strides, and there she is to win the Diana again. Forever Together.
Forever Together in the 2009 Diana with a big victory there. She's easy to spot.
Yes, yes, she is. Yeah, she was quite the racehorse. You know, I think her turf debut, I believe that it was in the Just a Game. She finished third, and then she won the Diana in her second turf start at a big price than the previous year. She was a heavy favorite in this one, getting it done. But it's a nice horse, and that was got to be a Clement horse running second. That's not Moigler. That's the Giovanni. Isn't that Carl? Is that Carl Lyons?
Castleton Lyons.
Castleton Lyons.
Castleton Lyons is solid green. It doesn't look like that.
No. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong. I thought it was.
I'll have to look that up.
I mean, you would think if a horse got beat a photo in the Diana, it was Grand Motion.
Probably was
No, I was going to say Grand Motion. I think he's lost like 4 or 5 Dianas in photos.
Pretty amazing. As we take a look at the field for this year's Forever Together, as we will pay tribute to the talented racing filly. This will go as an early stake on Sunday, race 4, mile and 16th, our turf. And oversubscribed 4 to 5 on the morning line as she comes back off of a big layoff. We haven't seen her since November of 2024, finishing second in the Pebbles.
Yeah, and I think they're hoping to get her, if things go well, in here to the Pegasus Day Philly race, $500,000 race they run down there. She was good. She's been a bit unlucky, but she's compromised by her running style. And in this race, you know, they ended up, the speed horse that's falling apart right now, backed down the pace so much that it gave the winner, who's okay, a real advantage up front. She just couldn't catch her. She's been a bit unlucky at times, but when you're that kind of deep closer, you invite bad luck. You know, you invite being victims of pace and victims of trip. But she's a talented horse, and if she's able to come off the layoff, and Chad Brown usually has them ready off layoffs, she's going to be hard to beat at a short price.
She feels pretty 2 starts back as well in the QE2, so she's running against some good company. She is a closer. We'll see if she's ready off the bench in this year's Forever Together. Cross Country Pick 5 begins in just a few moments with race 8 here at Aqueduct. Includes races from Tampa and Aqueduct there, so some great action packed into a short amount of time.
And we will not be showing you the 9th from Tampa. That will be, you have to watch that at Naira Bets. People know that will be run after our show is over.
And you can watch the rest of the action on our show. As we mentioned, we have race 8 coming up next to kick off the Cross Country Pick 5 is starter allowance, sprinting on the main track. And the big question is, can Coffee Talk run back to that dominant score by 10 3/4 lengths last time out for David Jacobson, now making his first start for Linda Rice?
It's very easy for me. I'm always going to bet against a horse like this. I like to sort of tread lightly with horses claimed away from David Jacobson. In general, the numbers aren't very good. Claimed from David Jacobson overall in the dirt, 14 for 118, 12%, $1.14 off, $1.14. Off a win, 4 for 26, $1.23. And this is just such a funny horse, right? I mean, Brad Cox, arguably one of the great trainers in the game. 62, 76, 71, 68, and I'll throw out the last race. It was a turf race. David Jacobson claims this horse, and in a matter of moments, wins by 10 lengths, runs 94 Beyer, gets a big fig on Time Form US that's right in line with that kind of number. Obviously, he runs that race again. He's going to win here. I'll believe it when I see it.
Can he do it again? We'll soon find out. Let's head down and get a paddock report from Maggie.
Acacia, I'm getting a little verklempt down here. I'll talk about Coffee Talk number 9 because I generally agree with what Andy says. With horses claimed away from David Jacobson, you have to tread lightly, and sometimes it's a sketchy proposition, but I can't deny the fact that this horse looks superior against this field here physically. I kind of gathered that he looked like a bigger, taller individual when watching his replays, and it was his first time cutting back. So maybe that's what he's wanted to do all along, and Brad Cox, for whatever reason, didn't see that. So maybe we can give him a little bit of a pass. I understand not wanting to take a short price, but he's just bound to be a short price given the number that he ran in that last effort. he looks sensational. He came in very aggressive and on the muscle, indicating some sharpness because he did have that tactical speed in that Keeneland race. He has settled nicely since getting the tack on and just looks phenomenal here for Linda, first off the claim. So I'm excited to see what this guy can do here as he will try a wet track again. Moving on to the inside with number 1, Remy's Moon. He'll go second off the George Weaver claim. You don't often say that. But last time we saw him, he was going 1 16 miles, and he broke a touch slow, then he got cut off, and you wouldn't expect him to be that far back when he was stretching out from the 1 turn 7.5 to the 2 turn 1 16 miles, and then he was at the back under a very stout restraint, probably expending too much energy, being against his rider. Then he allowed him to move closer, and it's not a trip that is ever going to win a race, especially when you're dealing with one stretching out for the first time. So I'm okay and willing to forgive him for that, because at the end of the day, he also looks more like a sprinter. He isn't the most robust type, and I had noted that when he came to Saratoga this past summer. He just is a little bit of a slighter frame, though he honestly looks better today than what he did during the summertime, and I do think this is a much better distance for him. Moving on to number 8, that is Sir Cartwright. Now, which version of Sir Cartwright do we get? Because I thought his last effort was very good. Considering the way the track was playing, it seemed like it was tilted to inside speed, where he was making that 3-wide chase throughout and behind Secured Lender, who was a pretty heavy favorite that day. And he kept plugging away, and it was getting back to what he hinted at as a 2-year-old, because it seemed as a 3-year-old he was never going to be able to build upon his 2-year-old form. So maybe he is heading in the right direction. Now, here in the paddock looking at him, his weight and conditioning looks fantastic. He's finally kind of filling out again. He never looked as though he had done that physically when he came back now as a sophomore. I wish he looked a little bit better in his coat. He's looking a bit winterized, but other than that, I think he's an interesting horse in here, Acacia, and probably should be at least a decent price at 6 to 1.
All right, Maggie, stop stealing my horses, all right? Just,
Andy, your top
stay
pick,
out of it.
Sir Cartwright.
I'm with Maggie on Sir Cartwright, and I agree with what she said about him. I think he's very interesting. I like his name, too.
It is a good name. 7 to 1 now. 6 to 5 on Coffee Talk. 6 minutes to post for race 8. Coming up after this, we'll take a quick timeout.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
He's a running son of a gun.
Papa Cap now has the advantage.
A graded stakes winning 2-year-old. Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile runner-up at 2. Multiple Grade 1 placings at 3. Finished in the top 4 in 11 out of 12 starts.
And from here on in, it's just a matter of how far. Papa Cap, an easy winner of the best pal.
Papa Cap, standing at Walmack.
Spine-tingling. Jaw-dropping. Awe-inspiring. Secretariat-like.
Welcome back to America's State. The race is glad to have you with us as we will meet the field for this upcoming 8th race. Starter allowance field. Remy's mood to kick things off, cutting back in distance.
Yeah, once again, he's an ex-David Jacobson horse, and look at how much his form declined in his subsequent start, but maybe it was going long, so maybe cutting back will help.
Back to the sprint distances for George Weaver. There is last out winner, Derek's Law.
Yeah, he's a last time was the time, but he's an awfully big price for a horse that ran as fast as he did last time.
Number 3, Go Irish, another last out winner.
Okay, I have nothing against the concept, but I don't like the horse.
13-1, 4 and 5 are out. There is the 6, Red Miller, cutting back.
He actually ran reasonably well, all things considered, off of his maiden win, but he still finished well behind Ranger Battalion.
Speaking of Ranger Battalion, there he is. Has been the favorite in his last couple.
I mean, at least with him, you've got a horse that's running consistently well around here for Linda Rice, so I trust him more than I trust the 9.
Now 5-1, Sir Cartwright.
I like Sir Cartwright. I thought his last race was good. He's run well in a wet track before, and I think he's showing signs of coming together for Jeremiah.
And huge effort last time out, Coffee Talk.
It was suggested to me by somebody on Twitter, not incorrectly, that it was his first start in the dirt as a new gelding last time. Gelding rarely moves horses up 10 lengths, but who knows?
Well, that's the field for race 8. There's a look at Ranger Battalion, the other Linda Rice, so to speak. And here as we get back to Maggie.
Yeah, Linda Rice seems to have a bit of a stranglehold on this race. As Ranger Battalion, he has been in great form for Linda, and she's kind of, transformed him into just a stronger horse overall as he does reach the tail end of this 3-year-old season. He's developed himself and really kind of takes his racing in stride. He looks good out there as he has, and in, 2-back, I thought he was a bit against the racetrack, where it was a day you wanted to be more inside and he was not. And then last time he was chasing between horses in a pace that ultimately came apart as he hit the lead and just couldn't hold off the late charge of 3 Bs that day. I have no problems with him. I don't see why Dynamics should be against him here. In fact, I like him cutting back a bit in distance. I know that his form has been maybe a little bit better with a little bit more ground, but physically he is built more like a sprinting type. So he's fine. I just couldn't get over how well Coffee Talk looked. I don't like taking favorites like this. I get it, but physically, I could not get past him, Acacia.
He's 7-5 now. We'll see if he can back up that effort. Maggie, now 3-2, Coffee Talk. As the number 8, Sir Cartwright. I know, Andy, you had interest in this one as the top pick. A horse that looked like he appreciated getting back to the main track.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to sometimes, sort of look at their PPs and take them apart, right? He obviously showed promise early in his career. He ran a 77 Beyer on a Muddy Seal track in his second start. It's a 2-year-old. These are the kind of numbers that turned to 90s at 3. They came back and he was terrible. And you can't blame Jeremiah for wanting to go to the turf because the horse wasn't doing any running in the dirt. Then he went back to the dirt and suddenly he remembered the horse he was in his last start. Ran a very credible race last time out. Secured Lender, I think, was a very big favorite. It was a Mike Maker horse. Thought the rail was the place to be. He chased a little bit off the rail. He wasn't way against the track, but he certainly wasn't with the flow. And I think it was a sign he's running well. He's handled a Muddy Seal track before. I picked him before I knew the track was going to be wet like this, but it's certainly not a bad thing. And you couple that with the fact that I don't trust the 9. I absolutely understand. If somebody says to me, I just think the 9's better than these, he runs near his last race, going to win, I don't mind taking 8-5 on the gamble. I got no problem with that. I'm just not that person. I'm never going to bet these horses. This horse, if this horse was claimed away from a 10% trainer and took a big move up, I'd say, well, we'll trade this horse away from Brad Cox. And I'm sorry, he is not only is he tough to improve on, for the most part, claiming away from Brad Cox is a bad thing to do. They don't run well, claim away from Brad. Now, listen, maybe David figures something out and Linda will continue on with it. I'm not going to be surprised when I'm wrong, but I am betting against Coffee Talk. And I bet the 8 to win, and I used him with the 7.
Speaking, let's keep on that theme for a moment with the 9 claimed away from David Jacobson, because the 1 is taking money as well, and he's a similar kind of looking horse, a horse that ran a big figure, 78 Beyer with a 5.5 length score for David Jacobson 2-back, claimed by George Weaver, and he was, yes, going longer last time, but he did significantly regress.
Yeah, I guess you don't know for sure because
Yes,
he was going
he's a
longer.
tougher read.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
a slightly tougher read. And he was, over 5-1, but he ran badly. Yeah. You don't see too many horses. George Weaver doesn't claim too many horses. I also looked up turnbacks for George Weaver. 9 for 63, going from routes to sprints in the dirt with a 91-cent ROI. I have a lot of respect for George. Obviously, he wins a lot of races. He doesn't need my respect. He wins. But I'm not taking X Jacobson horses. If he wins, I lose.
See how it plays out. Coffee Talk, 8-5 now to the outside off the claim. Race 8 coming up next. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Sir Cartwright. Coffee Talk. Last to load. And in. All set. And they're off. Derek's Law broke sharply. Sir Cartwright towards the outside is quicker, though, and Sir Cartwright now presses on, easily up by 2. Chasing is Derek's Law towards the inside. Now wider, there comes Coffee Talk. In between horses, Go Irish is now taken fourth as they really slacken off the pace and slow things down up front. Ranger Battalion switches to the outside, Pig Cap in 5th. The 2 at the back, Remy's Moon and Red Miller. They're all chasing. Sir Cartwright up the backstretch, 23.27, easy opening quarter. Sir Cartwright into the turn. Coffee Talk is now in closer pursuit, is now within a neck of the leader. Patiently ridden at the rail is Derek's Law. Go Irish is right there in 4th. Ranger Battalion's going to be wide. All in from the back, Red Miller and Remy's Moon, the leader, Sir Cartwright. Sir Cartwright, Jamie Rodriguez still with a nose advantage. Coffee Talk with every chance to run on by. Ranger Battalion swings out wider. At the rail, it's Derek's Law. Sir Cartwright is resilient. Sir Cartwright battles on as they approach a final furlong. Ranger Battalion is trying to pick up that leader. In between horses is Coffee Talk. Sir Cartwright is game, but here comes Ranger Battalion to challenge and now puts a neck in front. Ranger Battalion trying to kick away. Ranger Battalion will get the victory. Ranger Battalion over Sir Cartwright. Then came Coffee Talk and Remy's Moon in 1 minute 16 and 4.
Number 7, Ranger Battalion. He had the consistency and he gets the win. Definitely performed better than his now stable mode.
I think it's fair to say that Coffee Talk did not run back to the race for David Jacobson. Had no excuse here, couldn't get it done. This horse had a good trip, but won as much the best. Sir Cartwright, excellent ride by Jamie Rodriguez, going to the front, just simply second best. And it should be noted, this time is a little bit slower than the final time for hedge ratio earlier today. And these are, this is a horse that consistently runs low to mid 80 buyers, and that moves up hedge ratio quite a bit, right?
Yeah.
Older horse like this.
This is been consistent and
Right.
running against some nice horses too.
He's kind of a bellwether horse. I mean,
Yeah.
he ran a figure in the mid 80s, right?
He
doesn't
always
know he
runs the
did.
same kind of race. Yep. As number 7, Ranger Battalion getting the win, 7, 8, 9. Right in a row there with the 1, Remy's Moon checking in 4th. I don't think anything, nothing really happened at the start there, but Ranger Battalion getting the victory, been knocking on the door recently, and he just was best in this spot. 2-1, he went off at Ranger Battalion with the victory, 7, 8, 9, 1.
And I think it's fair to say that the bettors had the same kind of reservations that I did about the 9, because that's a horse that there was a time a horse like that could have been 4 to 5 and 3 to 5 in here. But they the betting showed that there was the same kind of trepidation.
Back over to Tampa Bay Downs, race 6 coming up next. 8 non-winners of 2 in life, low-level claiming race for 8,000. Sprinting on the main track, fillies and mares in the spotlight here, as you have the number 5, Vesper Chicks, taking money. Currently on the board, the 12, Long Gone Sally to the outside. Some horses that have just been kind of knocking at the door at this level.
Put a gun to my head, and you'd have to put a gun to my head to get me to bet this race. I would bet the 5 Vesper Chicks, but I don't know about you. I thought this race was about as wide open as a race could possibly be.
There's just not much
So I went
form
with the
to really
favorite.
sink your teeth into.
Yeah, I agree.
Agreed. 5-2, kind of tepid favorite. Vesper Chicks, as mentioned, off a bit of a layoff for Kathleen O'Connell, who always seems to have a good meet down at Tampa Bay Downs, as it's also the 100th 100th year down at Tampa Bay Downs this year.
Yes, it is. I learned very early when I first started going down to Gulfstream in the mid-'90s to play full-time, and I used to buy Jim Mazur's books, which were so great about the trainer patterns, that Kathleen O'Connell, that was really my introduction to seeing Kathleen when I was down there, and I learned very quickly that she is a very dangerous trainer.
Very, very sharp.
Yep.
Yeah, I always love getting catch up with Kathleen at the
She's
track.
good.
As she has a current favorite at 2-1. They load in for race 6, Tampa Bay Downs, non-winners of 2 in life. So everyone looking for their second career victory. Jason Beam standing by with the call.
10-1 price Soundtrack. Soundtrack slowly moving toward the gate, now goes up. Here's High Hearts, 21-1 price. Vesper Chicks, Shiloh the next 2. Racing the Light, and Long Gone Sally going to be the final pair. We're just about set for a start. Late pick 4 time. Samuel Marin and Long Gone Sally to the outside. And she goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Good start out wide, Long Gone Sally. Go Shocky is right there, flashing some early speed. Soundtrack is close up now to join them in the front ranks. Unicycle's right there in 4th in the black and gray checks. It's another 2, then back to Vesper Chicks. Racing the Light advances up from 6th on the far outside. Then comes Princess Norman, the blue colors, toward the inside 7th. After that is Stormy Disco in 8th. High Hearts with 2 beat early on. Those are Shiloh and Belly Dance. But the 11 of them only covered by about 9 or 10 lengths as they go toward that far turn. 22.41 seconds the opening quarter. Long Gone Sally and a chilly Samuel Marin. 3/4 of a length in front, traveling nicely. Down to the inside, Go Shocky. Tries to keep pace with that one. Meanwhile, Racing the Light is up to 3rd on the outside. Unicycle, down to the inside goes Soundtrack. Stormy Disco, the gray, starting to march forward. 4 wide on the outside. They all got to come get Long Gone Sally. Long Gone Sally brings him around to the top of the lane. A 2.5 length leader to Go Shocky. Soundtrack in the next flight. Down the outside is Stormy Disco, also trying to launch a bid is High Hearts from the back. Inside the 8th pole, Long Gone Sally still there. That lead still 3. Unicycle and Soundtrack, they're the 2 that emerged from out of the pack. Long Gone Sally still there. Samuel Marin has racked up 4 of the first 6. Long Gone Sally by 2. Soundtrack 2nd, Unicycle 3rd, and High Hearts finish 4th.
Another win for Samuel Marin. Long Gone Sally gets the win for Dave Brady.
I don't know if everybody knows this, but Sammy Marin is Acacia's favorite rider. We like to tease Acacia.
That's
you
not
love
true,
you love Sammy. He's good. No,
he was riding well at Tampa, and I pointed him out when he came to New York, and Andy said it was irrelevant. I would just like to say I was right.
No. We like to tease you about Sammy, because he was here one day, and Acacia was insisted on interviewing him. So Greg and I were teasing, saying, "What is your obsession with Sammy Marin?" But I agree. And listen, I had told Chad Brown, who ships over there a lot last year, you should ride Sam Marin. Then he lost a few races, and Chad got mad at me, and I said, Chad, he's the best rider there. I think Chad agrees with me.
Yeah, trying to defend his riding title there. Back over in New York, Ranger Battalion, $6 winner with Jose Lezcano, the other Linda Rice, so to speak. But this was a horse that made a lot of sense on his overall consistency.
And they really ended up at very similar prices because he paid $6 even and just proved to be best. Good trip or not, my horse had no excuse. The 8, he got a pretty moderate pace and just was second best. The key here is you have to stick to your guns and bet against Coffee Talk. If you did that, it wasn't a hard race to make money in.
7, 8, 9 right in a row. Ranger Battalion gets the victory for Linda Rice and Jose Lezcano. $6 winner, as mentioned. Sir Cartwright checking in second. As we take a look at the follow-along, do you feel, and I'm sure, as you mentioned in the final odds, how the 2 Linda Rice horses went off kind of similar, but do you feel like the fact that Coffee Talk didn't win will make this late pick 5 a little bit more interesting?
Yes, I think that's a good point. I think that horse is a clear-cut second choice in there. I think a lot of people on smaller tickets. Now, the thing is, are those tickets alive? But, yeah, I think this is a good result because I don't know if hedge ratio was that big a favorite in the pick 5.
Yeah.
Clearly, Curlin's Girl was one of the ones they used, but a bigger price. So, you're alive. Should be okay.
Well, good luck if you are still alive. We'll be rooting for you to close out the sequence. Couple races to go. Race 9 coming up next here in New York. 7 furlong race on the main track, as we'll see if Knightsbridge at 1-2 right now can get the job done off a layoff. He doesn't race very frequently, but he has run some fast races.
Yeah, no, I was excited when I saw his name in the entry. You know, sometimes these horses, you forget about them, right? Yeah. You know, this was a horse that was very exciting when he first started running. Obviously, you know, something went wrong last time, but even though he lost his last couple races, he's never run a figure of below 90. Now, he's got a real rival in BU who at least has come back and shown off that long layoff he can win. The difference is that BU is a deep closer, and Knightsbridge could very well be the controlling speed in this race, and a race where you have two horses that could be of relatively similar abilities, but one of them has a significant tactical advantage. Tactical advantage usually helps. On the other hand, the 2 will be a big favorite. The 9 will be a better price. And the 9 has come back and run. We don't know that Knightsbridge is still that good a horse.
BU has the recency edge, coming in off of a layoff with a really big effort and a 93 Beyer speed figure last time out. We'll recap what took place in the New York Stallions series earlier today. We saw some big performances. More on that after this. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime, as we look at the Verrazano Bridge. And what a segue. It takes us to Staten Island. We saw the New York Stallion Series Staten Island division earlier today.
Ah, there it is.
Did you get that?
We know
but
this.
Usually if I have to go to Staten Island, and it's been a while, I admit, but I will go Staten Island Ferry.
I've only ridden Staten Island Ferry once in my life.
I've actually ridden it a lot of times.
It was great.
Yeah.
It's free.
It is.
Yeah, it's great.
And you actually have an amazing view.
No, it's awesome. Yeah. I just, it's one of those things I did
with
somebody from out of town, once.
It's a journey. Yeah.
It's fun.
It is fun. But as far as the New York Stallion Series Staten Island division, it looked on paper like Sunday Girl was kind of very much the horse to beat, and she was disappointing today. Kali Magic, though, well, I guess actually, sorry. First, we're doing Thunder Rumble, and that on paper looked like it was going to be between Doc Sullivan and Bank Frenzy. Doc Sullivan, the edge at this distance, and he was impressive winning today.
Yeah, Bank Frenzy didn't run his race. Period. I'm not going to hold it against him. He runs too many good races to care about his weak performance here. But boy, Doc Sullivan, was he good? He is such a neat, honest horse. Look at him just reaching out at the wire. Dr. Kraft, boy, the Canterbury done a great job with him. He's really improved.
I was so excited about him cutting back, and I thought Flavien Prat did really the right thing, putting him on the lead.
Yeah, he couldn't win the race. He was never being this horse. I agree. You know, I wondered about his improvement because I always thought he was more of a one-turn type horse. It turns out he was really effective going the mile and 1/8. And I wasn't sure if it was distance or they had improved him. He's improved, but he was no match for this horse. And he's just such a neat, consistent horse. You know, he just always seems to run a good race. The Salamini, we're just showing the McMahon Farm, where, of course, Salamini stands. And he's just a really good horse. And he was the first of 2 wins today for John Ortiz and TriStar Farm, as they won with a first-time starter as well.
First time starting filly, too. So a good day for the Connections, as in the Thunder Rumble division. It's now 2-2, by the way. So 2 wins for Doc Sullivan, 2 for Bank Frenzy. So they're even the score.
Longer is better for Bank Frenzy, and both wins were wet tracks. But I love Doc Sullivan.
Yeah,
I'm not, no way am I knocking Bank Frenzy, who's been amazing. But Doc Sullivan has just always been one of my favorites.
Now we go to the Staten Island division, and there's Kali Magic in the yellow cap. On the outside in the white face with Sunday Girl. What were your takeaways from Sunday Girl's performance? It just seemed like she, kind of similar to what you said to Bank Frenzy, just didn't really run a race.
I really liked my 7-4 exact at the top of the stretch. You know, first of all, giving credit to the winner. Excellent ride, being aggressive, putting her on the front end, holding off the long shot, who ran very well, solo shot. I guess finally I'd stopped betting her on the turf, and for the first time she ran on the dirt. As far as Sunday Girl, I picked her. I'm not red boarding it, but I did mention it on Talking Horses earlier. If you look at her, she's got 3 races now on wet seal tracks, and all of them were stinkers. I think it's fair to say she just doesn't like a wet track, because it's not like she was getting dirt kicked in her face. It's not like she was taking dirt. She was out in the clear the whole way. She got there. I mean, top of the stretch, she looked like a cinch, and she just didn't finish. So either something went wrong, or she's just a horse that's miserable on a wet track.
You mentioned how well Ruben Silveira was riding, and he was aboard Kali Magic, and he was aggressive with her, and that made the difference as she was able to pull the upset and pick up the victory. She was a horse that figured, that made some sense, but I think the ride and where he put her made some difference as well.
She was way too big a price at 12-1. She should never have been that price. I mean, she was clearly one of the other horses, whether you felt she was the other horse or not. She ended up a big price, and if you bet her and you tried to bet against a favorite, you got the money. But Sunday Girl, hopefully she'll be back to race again. She's a better horse than that. But Kali Magic's had a long career, and she's been a consistent, good horse. Nice to see her get the win. As I like about the New York bred races, too. So you just see a horse like that win, a horse who's had such a good career, not that many times to be in the spotlight, wins a stake like that. It's nice.
It really is, and that's kind of the point of these races, the Stallion Series and the New York bred races, that they have kind of their day in the sun and have the opportunity to run for a lot of money, too.
Totally agree.
Back to race 9 coming up next, as we will get a chance to see if Knightsbridge still has it, has never run a buyer speed figure lower than one in the 90s, which is just pretty incredible. The blinker's going on today as well, as he comes back off the layoff since February. Does not run very frequently, but when he does show up, he runs pretty quick. We'll talk a little bit more about him and the rest of the field after this.
Say hello to Move. It's a one-horse race, very professional and very fast. Move, rolling home by 4 in fine style.
Muth, the son of good magic, coming down the stretch in Hot Springs to win it.
Welcome to the 2025 Keeneland September Yearling Sale, where history was made when Three Chimneys Gunrunner, the sire of 2025 Grade 1 winners Sierra Leone, Locke, and Brent, became the first horse in the history of the Keeneland September Sale to sire the session topper of each of the first 4 sessions. Among them was the $3.3 million sale topper, purchased by Peter Brent, MV Magner, and Winchell Thoroughbreds. Gunrunner, Breed Shaper, Dream Maker.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. We are proudly brought to you by Hillendale Farm at Elapa. As there's a couple Curlins in here, we'll check in with one in a moment. But the horse of the moment is number 2, Knightsbridge, as he does come back off of a layoff for Hall of Famer Bill Mott, adds those short cut cheater blinkers, and he has shown that he can run good races coming off of layoffs, as he has done so in every single one of his starts, 4 to be exact, this being his 5th. And he must be a horse that, looking at his work tab, he must want to do a lot in the morning. So therefore, those types, just by being in this game my whole life, they're a little tough to keep sound because they're kind of hard on themselves. So he does have a plethora of fast workouts coming back in here today. He's a very handsome horse, very sleek, very elegant and athletic, is very calm here in the paddock. So with that being said, I actually like the 7 furlongs for him. Obviously, it's a distance where he has shown ability and an affinity for. I think it's perfect distance for him coming back off of a layoff, in which he looks fit. So all things good, all systems go for your current 4 to 5 favorite, but I can understand if you're a little leery of him coming back off the bench, though he continuously runs fast races. We'll jump to the outside with number 9, one of those sons of Curlin, who does stand at Hillendale Farm, and that's number 9, BU. Kind of a bit of a theme in this race, where horses that have shown a lot of promise coming back to the races, and BU, he's already gotten that first race off the bench out of the way, in which he ran very well, going the 7 furlongs for Todd Pletcher. He was out the back early. He swung 6 wide in the stretch and really kind of lengthened his stride. You could visually see how this guy was really throwing his legs out in front of him. Now, he looks incredibly fit here in the paddock, almost too much so. I don't like horses that are over drawn up, and I kind of get that feeling with him, though, as this is his first start on a wet track. I do think that he will like it. Acacia.
Race 5 to 2, Maggie. Thank you. BU ran a big effort off the bench. More on him in a moment. Meeting the rest of the field, kicking things off with a new claim. The one crushed it.
Tell you one thing, if you wanted to take this horse in face value of his last race, you could do worse than 24 to 1 on him. Tough to claim away from Linda Rice, though.
Aaron, an 88 Beyer speed figure. There's the favorite, Knightsbridge.
He's the speed. He's the horse to beat. Hope he comes back and runs well.
24 Mamba, 19 to 1.
I guess you could make a mild excuse for his last race. There is some question if he's losing his form since being claimed away from Tom Morley, but he's got back races good enough to win here.
Big price on Treaty Obligation.
Yeah, his best race probably makes him a contender, but only his very best.
In good form, is he at this level? There's Big Hat Willie.
I agree, he's in terrific form, but he's really stepping up here.
Ignite the Light, trying to turn things around.
It's this race is filled with horses that are capable of running fast races. It's just, you don't know if he really can still. He's second off a layoff.
Blinkers on, Sheriff Bianco.
I feel like Sheriff Bianco needs a class drop. I wonder if Linda wants to drop. The connections might not want to, because he's just not quite as good as he used to be.
There's Eliminate.
He's my second choice. I thought he ran very well last time, and Dr. Kraft was lucky to get second from him.
And BU, second off the bench.
He was good last time. I'm not denying it. The problem is his running style. He has no speed. But his last race was very impressive. I agree with what Maggie said. He looked great there.
He's a deep, deep closer, 2 to 1. right now.
And the other thing is, while you know that Flavion's aware of that, and he'll at least try to get him a little more forwardly placed, if you take him out of his running style, you also risk the possibility of him not running his race, or you just sort of have to dance to the girl that brought you there and let him find his own stride and do what he wants to do. I tend to think it's that. It's tough to take a closer out of their game and expect them to finish the same way.
See that promo there? Sign up and get up to a $200 deposit match bonus with promo code BONUS200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join now at NYRABets.com. There is the current favorite, number 2, Knightsbridge. And look, he's run some very fast races. He's got a lovely pedigree, as is to be expected. Second Dam is Round Pond. This one, the brother to Speaker's Corner. But is it a bit of a concern still that he is very tough to keep on the track?
It's always a concern, right? And just so people realize what Acacia is saying, debuted on November 4th. He didn't make his next start until almost 5 months later on March 28th. Doesn't make his next start until almost 7 months later on October 19th. Then he's out 4 more months, and now he's been out for another 9 months. So, yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a guy that spends most of his time on the party circuit. He's not racing, right? You know, and that's a concern. On the other hand, they're not bringing him back unless he's doing well. Godolphin, Bill Mott, they're not bringing them back. And Bill's numbers off layoffs are solid. I got a stat. 6 to 12 month layoffs on dirt at NYRA. Bill is 15 for 62, 24% with a 234 ROI. Believe it or not, he's a little better in routes than he is in sprints. With sprints, he's a similar percentage, but he's a $1.99 ROI. But they come back and they do well running. And that's for Bill, who is a trainer that doesn't worry about his win percentage. He doesn't have those kind of gaudy numbers, and he wins at a high percentage off layoffs, which suggests they come back when they're ready. He's not rushing them back.
6 to 5 now on the favorite as we go back to Maggie.
Yeah, I'll take him here. I'm not excited about it, Acacia, but I'm excited to see him run. In other words, I'm not excited for him to be my pick, Knightsbridge. But let's take a look at some horses that are bigger prices, including number 5 in here, Big Hat Willie. As you know, it's funny with Rob Atras. I know he's winning at 14%, which is very respectable. But of yesteryear, this is a barn that would win at 20, 25%. But the thing that is consistent is that his horses continue to look tremendous. I know they're not winning as much, but this horse, I mean, he caught my eye immediately as he walked in the paddock. He's dappled head to toe. He's a big, burly animal. But with that being said, because of that big, heavy type of frame, I just find that those horses struggle over tracks like this. I want to take him. I don't want to take him, but I want to suggest him because he's a big price. And if you really like him, don't let me talk you off him at 18 to 1. It's just the track I have a problem with. But at least you know that he should be forward in here. As number 8, Eliminate. He does wear some pretty serious equipment. He wears that extended cage bit, that extension blinker, run out blinker, covering his right outside eye. But he's a horse that when he got out here on the track for the warm-up, he moved best over this surface. I mean, it was like his feet never touched the ground. He looked happy. He was animated and exuberant. And I respect his last effort. As Andy said, I thought too, he ran incredibly well, just lost the bob for second behind Dr. Kraft, who obviously we saw run very well in the stakes race today and liked the way, had everything his own way. So I think Eliminate on form is very logical, on this track is very logical. So if you're looking for a price or some decent value, I think it comes in Eliminate.
He's definitely interesting at 8 to 1. Maggie, thank you for it. Joe Sharp. He did run very well at a big price last time out. And yeah, he does. He wears a lot of equipment for a horse that has the tendency to try to get out or be a little bit tough to handle for his rider. So that equipment there to help him keep a straight course as much as possible and looking like he might be trending in the right direction.
I agree. And it's not sour grapes. I needed Dr. Kraft for second last time and felt lucky to have beaten this horse. This horse did all the dirty work. I don't think he's a particular overlay at 8 to 1. I think he's the right third choice. But the public sees the same thing that Maggie and I see. It's a horse that ran very well last time. He's capable of running well, but he's no better than the third likeliest winner. I mean, you've got two horses in here that feel like they can be stakes quality type horses. I mean, if BU can build on that, it's not like BU, maybe they just got a little overzealous with BU, running him in those stake races as a maiden. I don't blame them for running in the Hopeful, though, because he ran an 88 Beyer losing a nose in his debut. I would have run him in the Hopeful, too, if he was mine, if I had any money. And, maybe a little bit ambitious going the Bluegrass, obviously, and they tried the Woody, where he didn't run very well, but obviously things went wrong. But he has the capability of being a good horse. They give him a chance. And I like the fact that Todd finally won the non-winners of one off a layoff, and instead of, running him in a stake, it's like, let's find a non-winners of 2, let's find another allowance race for him, get another race, and then we'll see if we have a stakes horse. And I like that. It's like, I don't think they made a mistake running him in the Hopeful. Maybe shipping across country to run him in the American Pharoah, but he's still in his third. He didn't run that badly. Yeah. Having said all those things, I think Todd is now taking a more conservative approach, and that's probably the right plan. And obviously, Kingsbridge, we know he can be a stakes horse. He almost beat off a layoff. Bookham Dano, Knightsbridge, excuse me. So,
I know.
These are good horses, potentially.
They're both fast. They're both talented. Let's see if today's the day for either the 2 or the 9, Knightsbridge or BU. Very interesting race coming up here in race 9 as they go in. It's 4-5 on Knightsbridge making his return to the races, and Chris Griffin has the call.
To the outside. And in. All set. And they're off. Broken a very even line. 24 Mamba shows early speed, and there's Knightsbridge, and at the rail is going to be Crushed It, and Knightsbridge. They go at it 1-2 within a neck apart from one another. Then comes 24 Mamba, center of the racetrack. They're followed to the outside by Ignite the Light in 4th. Moving forward is Big Hat Willie, who's to the outside here of Treaty Obligation, going to be mid-pack. Then behind them is Sheriff Bianco, out wider Eliminate. BU is far, far back. It's about 8 lengths the trailer. They work up the backstretch 22.38, that opening quarter mile, and it's a pace duel on the front end. Knightsbridge to the outside here of Crushed It, who holds that rail position still with a head in front. Eliminate is on a wide run here, 4 wide, is moving right around. Ignite the Light, Big Hat Willie's in that mix too. Backing out of it was 24 Mamba, Sheriff Bianco, Treaty Obligation, and still the trailer. BU 45.21 for a half-mile time. Knightsbridge is alone up top. Knightsbridge has barely been asked, has a quarter mile left to go. Junior Alvarado looking over his right shoulder now gives Knightsbridge the cue to put it away. Knightsbridge is trying to sprint away from the field, is doing just that, and he's doing it pretty easily. A furlong left to go, and here comes BU from out of it. Knightsbridge might have to pick it up as BU is trying to cut into the margin. A final 16th to go. The top 2 are way in front of the rest. This is an easy victory. Knightsbridge gallops. BU second, then came Eliminate to the outside of Big Hat Willie in 1 minute 22 seconds flat.
It seemed like the 2 horses could be a class above, and that was very much the case, but no doubt about the winner, Knightsbridge. Very impressive off the layoff.
I got to say, it was an impressive performance by both of them.
Yeah, I agree.
Because, the pace was honest. I'm not saying they were walking, but it wasn't blistering fast. And Knightsbridge dominated like we kind of expected, and the public expected he would. But as we talked about before the race, Flavien and God bless him, the exact same thing we talked about, right? In other words, we're not going to change his running style. He is a deep closer. We're going to live with it. We're going to dance with the girl that brought us there. And he was, 4 or 5 lengths behind the second to last horse. Flavien saved ground, angled out, and ran very well to be second. He was not beating this horse. This horse is probably better than he is. But I think BU ran back to his return race and ran very well. He just happened to run into an unusually good horse in this race.
2985 Eliminate, who you, Maggie, talked about. Aggressive ride. He was forward and kind of in that chasing spot. He checked in 3rd over Big Hat Willie, but no doubt about the top 2. Knightsbridge, impressive return to the races. Hopefully he can stay on the racetrack for a bit now, too. We'll see what the future does hold. As we go back over to Tampa, race 7, coming up a mile in the turf, Maiden Claiming. I know you have a little interest in a horse here.
I do. I don't think there's any question that the horse to beat in this race is greatest, the 10. Way the horse to beat, running against better horses, et cetera, et cetera. I like Mappy. I like the trainer switch on this horse, going to Greg Sacco. I think he's very interesting. As an alternative, so I bet him to win the 11 and bet a little 10-11, and he's got your favorite rider, the man, Sammy Marin.
Looking for a natural hat trick on that filly to the outside. 8-5 on Greatest on the drop in class for Mark Casse. horse that has been running against better on both turf and dirt as they move towards the starting gate for race 7. Maiden claiming on the turf over at Tampa. Jason Beam has the call.
Country Embrace. The final two going to be Beautiful Emma and Mappy will be all set for a start. The Greg Sacco trained Mappy with Samuel Marin aboard. Samuel with 4 winners already today. His grade is still not quite in. Greatest inching forward. Now goes up. And backs away once again, the favorite, 7-5. Greatest, the gates being opened up for this one. Greatest now 3-2. And slowly going forward, but once again backs away. Late pick 3 time here on this first Saturday of the season. Don't forget next week racing Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. That'll be our schedule here for the next few weeks until we add Sundays to the mix just before the Christmas holiday. But lots of great racing now through May here at Tampa Bay Downs. Hope you'll join us for lots of special events here in our 100th anniversary season. Greatest got about halfway in and then back out. So Pablo's going to hop off, and they'll try to load Greatest without the rider on board. As she has proven a handful here, your 3-2 choice. Greatest once again about halfway into the stall before backing away.
Well, I'm not really sure what's going on here.
Delay at the gate. Greatest, the favorite, not wanting to load in. I've never seen her before. I don't know if this is typical, but looking like the starting gate crew really struggling.
Well, I think our crew would have gotten behind her a little bit earlier.
I'm surprised they haven't tried to push her from the back. I don't know. Maybe it's something you can't do with this filly. I don't know. I don't have any familiarity with her, but really struggling. They've taken the rider off and trying to encourage her into the gate. She is acting up quite badly. Hats off to the rest of the field who is
this is unfair to the rest
in
of
the
the
gate. A very tough situation for the rest of them.
Very unfair to the other horses that they've been in the gate now for 3 minutes because of these shenanigans. I'm not sure they don't have it right over in Europe where they just don't let them run.
Europe is amazing. Well, because they're on straightaways, so you can't do it in America because we loop back around mostly on the tracks. But in Europe, they would just open the gate and let the rest of the field go and leave that horse behind.
Well, there was a race at Ascot where Irad wasn't aware of that being a thing, and he didn't break.
I know.
Yeah.
Pretty amazing.
Yeah, this is not fair to the other horses. Sorry, this is just ridiculous.
Very tough. And the horse is 8-5. Again, we don't know if this is typical for this filly, but
should we show her?
Crew.
Should we go talk to Junior and then show this one on replay?
Struggling to get her in. See if they can get her in here. Listen, not an easy job. The gate crew to work with these horses, and it is her first start at Tampa as well.
Right, but so people are aware there's a database that the gate crews use to see about horse peculiarities. Now, for all we know, as you said, maybe she's never done that before.
Right,
I don't know.
We don't know.
You know, I don't.
But she is a horse that is not the quickest out of the gate. So I wonder if she lacks some focus at the starting gate. And looking like they have finally gotten her aboard.
I hope she's
Pablo
faster.
Morales is going to climb up in the gate.
She better be faster out of the gate than she was going in.
She hasn't yet. We shall see. Now they just need Mappy to the outside, loading in. One more time. Let's go back to Jason Beam.
As after that, she's not exactly keen to go forward. Now she goes in, all set. And the race is on. Good start for Chabalita down toward the inside, who was away well. Hot Coco's out in good order. Mappy trying to work over from the outside. And between horses, Country Embrace is right there in that second flight. It is Chabalita, though. And Obardo Kosike, the big long shot to lead it by a length and a half. Country Embrace up to second now. Hot Coco is third. Mappy is fourth. Two more back to the inside is Lovely Cause racing in fifth. After that comes Greatest, who's sixth, 3 deep on the outside. Another length back to Violet's Charm. Advancing outside of that runner goes Beautiful Emma. The two at the back early are Inda Rose and Tap Tap Coco as they go through that first turn. Just over 5 furlongs remaining, 23.53 seconds for 99 to 1 shot. Chabalita takes him out of the backstretch, a length in front of Country Embrace. Antonio Gallardo got a good hold of that runner in the second position. Break of 2 more back to Hot Coco and Mappy. They race together third and fourth. They're 3.5 in front of Greatest, who's now fifth. Beautiful Emma starts to make some inroads there on the far outside. Goes around Lovely Cause, who's now back a spot. Break of 2 more back to Tap Tap Coco and Violet's Charm. And dropping out to the back is Inda Rose. Is up front, Country Embrace can wait no longer. Country Embrace goes up to take over the lead from Chabalito. Took a bit of an awkward step there going to the turn. Meanwhile, Mappy and Beautiful Emma trying to come after this new leader. It's Country Embrace and Gallardo around to the 5/16 pole. Mappy and Beautiful Emma moving 2 and 3 wide respectively. They're 2 clear of Greatest, who tries to run on with Hot Coco as they come around to the top of the stretch. Mappy turns for home narrowly in front with Beautiful Emma right to her outside hip. Country Embrace tries to battle back toward the inside. Greatest trying to level off on the outside and come catch Mappy. Mappy narrowly in front. Here's Greatest on the outside. Greatest coming up to Mappy. These two by the 16th pole. Greatest forges to the front. Mappy back to second. Greatest. Pablo Morales to win it by 2. Mappy was second. Hot Coco third. Fourth looked like Country Embrace. It is a photo there with Beautiful Emma.
Well, after all those shenanigans at the gate, Greatest still managed to outclass this field, running down Mappy late in the stretch.
In a way, you're supposed to say I'm glad that the horse won, because at least it made it worthwhile for that, having to wait for that. Though my 11 ran fine. She was just second best here. Sammy got good position, but as expected, I mean, we talked about it, Greatest was just the best horse on paper, and she got it done.
Drop in class, Fort Marcassi and Pablo Morales, 10-11 in race number 7 at Tampa Bay Downs on the turf. Greatest breaks her maiden on that drop in class. Bring you prices, and we'll wrap up an impressive performance over at Aqueduct from Knightsbridge when we come back. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races. We saw an impressive return to the races from Knightsbridge and Junior Alvarado, a horse who could, I think, have some more stakes in his future. Hopefully he's able to stay on the racetrack as he makes his first start since February, winning one at Aqueduct.
I'm thinking Junior probably has Godolphin pajamas at this point, right?
He should.
I mean,
We're going out pretty well for blue.
Working out pretty well for everybody, for Godolphin, for Bill, and for Junior, doing well together. And it's a nice horse, Knightsbridge. And I tell you, I was impressed with BU. I thought he ran very well being second. This winner's a good horse.
Two nice horses there in race 9. The winner piloted, as mentioned, by Junior Alvarado, who Maggie got a chance to catch up with.
Here with winning rider Junior Alvarado. And Junior, honestly, you did your job, but you more or less look like a passenger aboard Knightsbridge today.
Absolutely. We're just hanging on today, just make sure I don't fall off of it. Yeah, you know, like, that's a very nice horse, you know, and you know, I wasn't worried for the layoff because, you know, I don't think he has run with less than 4 months off, this horse, and you know, he was very sharp today. You know, I look at the workouts, you know, he got very quick workout, which is very unusual for Mr. Mott, and just figured he was doing good.
He looks just like a sleek rocket ship. I mean, he's so athletic. He has that natural high cruising speed. I know you can't call the shots necessarily. Is there that stakes potential in there?
100%. We always thought he was a stake potential. He just like I say, just hard to keep him together. You know, he's that kind of horse. You know, he comes to the races and he tries so hard that all the time, you know, something happened. You know, nothing terrible, but just little things that could keep him away from racing more often. But you know, there's a lot of talent there. Hopefully, you know, fingers crossed. You know, he stays sound this year, and you know, he'll be very competitive.
He's very exciting to watch. Congratulations.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Junior Alvarado back aboard Knightsbridge and back into the winner's circle.
Great to see him back, and I'm very excited to see what the future might hold for Knightsbridge.
Okay, I'm going to map out his year, Bill, for you, because I know you like me to map your horse career. Don't run him 3 times at Gulfstream. Maybe once.
Yeah.
Point towards the Carter. Or if you want to run in one of those races at Commonwealth or something, but get to the Met Mile with this horse, you know, but take your time. No 3 races at Gulfstream.
I would imagine the Met Mile definitely kind of surrounded on the calendar by stars for a horse like this, and you can make things very exciting for the race we always look forward to. Belmont Stakes weekend as race 10, 2-year-old maiden special weight. It's off the turf for New York Breds, and there's a look at the current favorite, the number 9, Unmistaken, who ran well showing speed on turf first time out, but this field, there's not a lot to sink your teeth into for those that stay in this off the turf race.
There really isn't. I mean, the truth is, if you're telling me you're doing a deep dive handicapping here, I wish you luck. The one thing about Unmistaken is horse has speed, so I can understand why to take him, and he is the horse to beat. She is, but you're still taking a horse that ran that race in the turf. You have no way of knowing if she can handle the dirt. I picked the 5 Rocksteady Babe simply because this horse has a good pedigree to handle dirt. There's turf in the pedigree as well, but I wonder a little with Charlie entering some turf, thinking, you know, keep in mind, there was always a little bit of rain forecast, so I don't think it's a shock we ended up coming off. Maybe Charlie thought this horse could run either, because a King for the Day, he is not having success as a turf stallion. So as opposed to all these war dancers, who I love in the turf, don't love them on the dirt.
Several war dancers in here.
I thought I would end up taking, I'd take this one, Rocksteady, but it's just a complete guess on my man Charlie Baker.
Well, for some help in this off the turf race, let's head down and get a paddock report from Maggie.
Oh dear, Keish, I don't know how much help I will be here, as sometimes you look at pedigrees, you dive into whether there's some dirt performers in those bloodlines, and then they come in here and they just look entirely turf meant. So we'll begin with a horse, though, that I think should be quicker, and she ought to be quicker because she does draw down on the rail now, and that's number 2, So True. She is a daughter of Solomini, who obviously he can get a dirt runner. The dam, while she was unraced, there have been 5 dirt winners, albeit on the cheaper side, but they also performed on the wet. And while I know she did not run very well first time out, she just looks like a sprinter through and through. She looks quick. She very much has that quarter horse frame to her, a massive engine to her, a little bit more short and compact overall, as she'll add a pair of 3/4 cup blinkers. she does look a little bit more turf meant when you look at her foot, but again, maybe with getting a little more speed, getting out of the gate cleaner, she could be effective here. As we'll jump to the outside with the 2 taking the most money. When you do a deep dive on your favorite number 9's Unmistaken, her pedigree, well, it's all turf. And we have seen combatants do a bit better on the turf. He's 1 for 19 with his dirt runners, at least on Formulator when I checked it. The Dam, she was entirely turf meant, and this is a half to Mr. Tonic, who again is exclusively turf meant. Looking at her here in the paddock, while she looks tremendous for Carrie Bryan, she really looks like a turf horse. I mean, this is a flat hoof, very slack pastern. Maybe she'll like it because it's sealed and it's a tighter surface for her, but I don't know, at a short price, I'd be willing to take a shot with somebody else. As number 10, Make a Little Love, she showed speed in both of her route races, but honestly, she is built more like a sprinter to me. She's broad and she's got that shorter back to her. She was a little bit green first time out in the paddock in the preliminaries, but she has settled nicely here today, and we'll see what she does with the switch of surfaces. The Dam, she was 0 for 9 on the dirt, and there is 1 dirt winner on the bottom side, and Galilean is 2 for 12 so far with his dirt sprinters. So Acacia, I feel like I have been no help whatsoever because a lot of these really look turf meant.
It's a tough situation, Maggie. We feel for you. Thank you.
No, and I think the problem is, Maggie can say, I don't think this horse is really going to handle the dirt. The truth is, the winner of this race is probably going to run a buyer figure of 50 at best, unless somebody happens to run a blowout performance. But so Maggie can look at them, or you could look at them and be right. This horse doesn't really look very good. I don't really think this horse is a dirt horse. The horse could win, and you're not really wrong because the horse really isn't a dirt horse.
But running against other horses that are in the same boat.
Yeah, I mean, it's, I just, because even like looking at the PPs, I found a little something to like about the 5. That's it. A little more dirt with the sire and the pedigree. But this horse might not be able to run at all. I don't know. Maybe Charlie did want to run the turf because the horse showed nothing on the dirt. I don't know. It's a crapshoot.
Talk a little bit more about it. It will be graduation day for one of these fillies. 2-year-old New York breds coming up. We'll take a quick time out on America's Day at the Races.
And they're off in the Grade 1 Forgo. And it's going to be Yopon who gets to the wire first. The 7 furlongs in 1:21 and 3. The leader is Yopon, 6 furlongs in 1 minute 8 at 2:57.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
Now $1,600,000, $1,600,000 not a minute, $1,600,000 bid now, now $650,000, $1,650,000, $1,650,000 not anybody else $650,000 bid today, $1,650,000 $1,600,000, thank you.
Why wait for fortune to be revealed when you can make your own move? Because no one ever talks about the time they played it safe. So go ahead, press your luck, tempt fate, and claim your destiny. Because once in a lifetime can happen every night. Welcome to a world that revolves around you. Your rules, your world. Resorts World.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. It's golden hour here at Aqueduct.
Yeah, wow.
Oh, it's very pretty with the sun coming in here.
Yeah, I know. I got to get ready for a nap. I'll get my nap in on the train.
You fall asleep on the A train?
I've been known. I've never slept. Once coming back from downtown, when I worked downtown, I slept through my stop.
Oh, no.
I got up at 96th Street. It wasn't that big a deal. I turned around and went back to 72nd.
I wish you went all the way up.
No, I wouldn't want to forget here and end up at Far Rockaway. And confusing.
Post parade underway. So True went by. Here is the 3 Copper Caduceus.
I like Copper Caduceus on the turf. I just don't know about the dirt.
Joyful Dancer tries the dirt.
Well, another war dancer. There are a lot of war dancers in here, and maybe one of them's going to win, but they are good on the turf and not good on the dirt.
First-time starter, Rock Steady Babe.
Yeah, it's my guess here from a man, Charlie.
Owned, trained, and bred by Charlie Baker.
There you go.
Oh.
How can you go wrong?
I know. First-time starter, City War.
Nice to see Leah. We wish Leah the best coming back, just getting back into training. Not a lot of pedigree for this one, though.
Big price on that one. Unmistaken, still the favorite.
Speed, ran well first time. Not my cup of tea, but the horse to beat.
There's the 10, Make a Little Love.
Yeah, I mean, this horse is going to have to be a dirt sprinter after them only going long on the turf. Maybe, not for me.
Banco de Sicilia has been a bad actor so far.
Yeah, this horse has run twice on the dirt and done absolutely no running at very big prices.
Let's see what she can do getting back to the main track. And there is the favorite, the number 9, Unmistaken. 9 to 5, too short a price to take?
Well, for me, yeah. I mean, I'm alive the double to 6. The 5, the double's paying, I think, around $50 for $2, a little over. That's fine. I took a little, just more of action. These are tricky races because you just don't have any form to go on. Mm-hmm. And, I mean, for me, I picked the 9 second. I do agree that she is the likeliest winner, but it's a tough horse to take 9 to 5 on. But I guess the argument is, well, if she handles the surface, she might be the controlling speed and she might just be better than them.
You said that promo there. Earn a 10% bonus today on Exactas at Del Mar. Opt in at NYRABets.com for a 10% Exacta bonus today. There's a look at your favorite warming up as we head back to Maggie Trackside.
Yeah, we'll check in with that duo of first-time starters, Acacia, and one of them being the horse that Andy's interested in, and number 5, Rock Steady Babe, taking a good amount of money because, yes, she does have more of a dirt pedigree, and she's one of the rare ones in this field who actually looks dirt meant. Very upright through her pasterns. She is a bigger type of filly, so wouldn't be surprised that with the King for a Day influence, if she wanted to go a bit further than the 6 furlongs. My biggest problem with her, though, she doesn't look fit. She's got quite a belly on her, and while maybe because she's the only dirt meant horse in here, she could win, but for me to take her, I just wish she looked more tucked up. Now, I had talked to my husband about Copper Caduceus, that's how you say it, and he couldn't stop telling me about our good friend Leah Giamatti's horse in number 7, City War, and she sold for a measly $10,000 because she only worked 10 and 3. She was very green. She was swapping leads, and I did think she moved more like a turf horse. And if you actually go back a generation, the second dam was a stakes winner on the turf, and the dam half to supposedly a graded stakes winner on the surface as well. So there is some pedigree. It was just, there's pedigree for turf, and probably going longer. But Tom did say to me, she's like, look, Leah's horse actually gallops out really well in the mornings when it comes to working on the dirt. So I still think greenness is going to be the main factor with her. While she does look fit, and this might not be her preferred surface, at least it's a place to get her going. Copper Caduceus, she was lugging in horribly down the lane last time. So they've changed the bit. They've gone to a ring bit. They've got Ricardo Santana aboard, who is quite strong and aggressive with horses like that. Yes, she has much more of a turf pedigree, being a daughter of War Dancer, a fool to Barrage, who is a good turf runner. There's a little bit of sprinkling of dirt pedigree. She's not overly turf meant, though. Weirdly, she's that kind of weird war dancer that doesn't look really turf meant as far as her foot, but Tom also did say to me that, like a typical turf horse, she really doesn't gallop out that well on the main track. Acacia?
Often can be a telltale sign. Maggie, thank you. Sometimes you see that in those workouts that turf horses, they work very fast for the 4 furlongs or whatever it is, and then they just stop after that. And it's often a telltale sign that they prefer the grass.
Well, you ever notice the same thing can be true with a dirt horse that tries the turf? Sometimes they'll run off, like there's like runoffs, and they just can't on the turf.
A short,
and then they stop on the
burst.
backstretch or something. So, you know, it's hard to know what they'll do in competitive situations. And listen, there are plenty of horses that work well in the mornings that aren't good in competitive situations, and there's horses that don't work well in the morning that get on the racetrack in competitive situations and they just completely turn things around. I mean, the truth is, horses surprise the best of trainers.
Yes, they do. They keep you humble, that's for sure.
I mean,
keep you on your toes.
You know, and there are times, you know, I've seen them win, first-timers, and I've seen horses win, and like Chad Brown will say to me, honestly, that horse didn't show me anything in the morning. I'm surprised he ran so well. And I'm sure you've seen that with Miguel as well. It's you know, it's one of the things that makes it fun, to be honest. I mean, sometimes frustrating because they're working well.
Or vice versa when they've shown a lot and then don't show up in the afternoon.
You get excited for the first day and they run. You're like, oh my God, I feel like such an idiot. They can't run at all. But that's the game. You know, it keeps us humble, but it keeps us coming back because there's nothing like racing. There's nothing like when you're right. There's
you
nothing
have to
right
enjoy the wins.
Good horses, yeah. It's a great game. It's a great puzzle. But if you're not prepared to be frustrated and if you're not prepared to be wrong, this is not the game for you. If you haven't learned how to be wrong, then you're not in the right game in racing.
Amen to that. 2-year-olds off the turf, loading in this maiden special weight. Chris Griffin standing by for the call at the nightcap at Aqueduct.
Movement to the outside. And they're off. Unmistaken broke sharply from the outside, and here's Unmistaken, who's up by a neck. Joining this leader is going to be Joyful Dancer, is going to apply the pressure. Taken back will be So True in third. Make a Little Love is on the move from fourth, is now going to claim that third spot. And just behind them, in between horses, is Copper Caduceus. But the far outside, that's going to be Bunko Di Cecilia, starting to make up some ground. Second to last, City War. And far back, Rock Steady Babe. 22-4 for the opening quarter mile. Unmistaken is in front. An all-in Joyful Dancers trying to keep up here at the rail, and here comes Make a Little Love on the move. The top duo starts to sprint clear. Unmistaken will have to hold off the charge here from Make a Little Love on the outside. These two approach a quarter mile left to go, trying to make up some ground as well as Bunko Di Cecilia. Unmistaken still fending off the charge of Make a Little Love, who starts to drift out, but here comes Make a Little Love, is trying to get after Unmistaken, who still holds the advantage inside the final furlong. Between these two in the finale, a 16th left to go. Unmistaken, Make a Little Love. Make a Little Love, second to Unmistaken. Unmistaken wins it over Make a Little Love, Bunko Di Cecilia, and Copper Caduceus in 1 minute 11.66 seconds.
Maybe she is more of a turf horse, but she might just have been the best horse in this field. Unmistaken gets the job done, using that speed once again to break her maiden.
Yeah, I mean, listen, 9 and 10 ran, no one else did. I did just look at the gallop out live here. My 5, who is nowhere near being in the picture, that's not even the 5 right there. My 5 is way behind the 7. She didn't get out of the gate. You're going to see her come in. She galloped out right up to the leaders.
Wow.
So maybe
well,
Maggie was right.
did not gallop out much at all.
No surprise. Maybe Maggie was right. You see the 5's moving a little bit towards the back of the pack. Maybe Maggie was right. The horse looked like he needed a start and get the money next time.
There you go.
We're there, Maggie.
One
or
to
not.
Watch.
This was not a good race.
9, 10, 11, 3. Unmistaken, holding off Make a Little Love. Looked like Make a Little Love might be able to just go by.
Yep.
She just didn't really quite have that kick.
I agree. I thought coming to the 8th pole, or the 10 is going by, there was that brief moment, and then you could just see that just kind of hung there a little bit, and Unmistaken got it done. It's actually a respectable final time, and they did put a lot of distance on the others, but that might be a function of overall ability. But 9 gets the job done, Unmistaken.
6 to 5.
Carrie Bryan.
Yeah, well done to the team. Gets the job done to break her maiden. We head back over to Tampa. Race 8 coming up next. It's an $8,000 claiming race, 1 mile and 40 yards. 2 turns on the main track over at Tampa Bay Downs. That's a look at the field.
Don't lie, Acacia. The first thing you said to me when I got in was, man, I can't. That 8th at Tampa, I got a horse in there. So give it up. I'm lying. I picked the race. I had the 6, 7, and 9 open.
Here. All right.
What do we got? What price? Okay, so well, the 6
the
is
field.
favored. The 7's prices.
We're going to do the post parade.
I'm excited.
Trying to make it 4 in a row. Here's Grand Morning.
Has some speed, but I think there's other speed as well.
2's out. There's the 3, the best distance. Is it the best?
I mean, this horse is 0 for 11 on the turf and is currently one of the favorites. Not for me.
Yeah, it's been running on synthetic. There's the 4, Secret Treasure.
Good numbers for this trainer off the claim on dirt, by the way.
Crab Cakes and Beer. I always think of this horse as a Maryland horse. With that
Well,
name.
it should be. It is a
Yeah,
Maryland
it's a
bred,
Maryland
so
bred.
there you go. Certainly not
There's
impossible.
Lonely Ride, one of the contenders.
Has no speed. You want to get some pace.
He's dropping in class.
really
There's
no
the
speed.
7, Conspiracy Fact, won last time out at Prairie Meadows.
Yeah, I thought this horse had some races and has run well at Tampa in the past, too.
Mission Mike, big price.
Yeah, not for me. More of a turf horse.
Thought the 9, Holiday Fantasy, a little bit interesting.
I agree, has really improved since being claimed by Tim Padilla, running
Mm-hmm.
a couple decent races and dropping down from I think a very generous price at 9 to 1.
Yeah, 9-1. Tim does very well over at Tampa as well. And then you go all the way to the 13, Curl and Gunner, who draws in.
Yeah, and this horse also has some races that are not impossible, so I wouldn't completely dismiss this horse. But at the prices, if you put a gun to my head, I'll take the 9.
Yeah, generous price of 9-1 on that one. Now, as we move towards the starting gate, 9-1 on that one. There's number 6, currently the favorite, Lonely Ride, on the drop in class between the 6 and the 3. The 3 is the one that's a bit surprising to me. The best distance has been running on synthetic. I know that sometimes you do see some of those horses that are effective on synthetic do well coming over to the track at Tampa, but a little bit tough, I think, to take at a short price. Though for Juan Arriagada, who does usually do very well down at Tampa Bay Downs.
And to be fair, I mean, he's run figures that make him very dangerous on the dirt. So it's not as though even though he's won on the dirt, he's run races fast enough to win here. So I can understand why people like him. I just prefer others, but I can understand it.
Loading in at Tampa Bay Downs. Looks like a good crowd over there, too. I always have so much fun seeing the crowd at Tampa. It's a small track feel and a really enthusiastic and loyal fan base there.
I have many friends that go there.
Mm-hmm.
I have talked to friends that have gone there because they've heard good things. Never once has anybody said to me, I don't understand the hype about Tampa. I thought it sucked. Everybody likes it there. Everybody has fun there. It's a fun place. They get decent crowds. I haven't been. I'd love to go. I'll get down there one of these days. At some point, I'll get there. And I hear nothing but good things from a whole variety of people.
Gotten a chance to spend some time there throughout the last couple winters. Look forward to being down there again, actually in just a few weeks.
Yes, you'll be there the third weekend in December.
Third week of December, yes.
You are not going to Jamaica with me this year. Maggie's coming.
Yes. Something to look forward to for sure. Race 8 coming up, Tampa Bay Downs on the main track. Jason Beam standing by with the call.
Beer coming up. And Curlin Gunner, Samuel Marin to the outside. Starter Eddie Boobles to send them on their way. 1 mile and 40 yards on the main track. Curlin Gunner goes in. They're all set. Acting up there is Secret Treasure. Gate 4 settles down. And the race is on. The best distance flew right out of the gate, goes right to the front. Trying to go with that one is Grand Morning toward the inside. Going to try to hold that rail position as they sprint toward that first turn. Conspiracy Fact, Mission Mike are out 3rd and 4th. Going to be a wide journey here for Curlin Gunner on the far outside, about 5 deep for that one as they roll past the 7/8 pole. And behind horses Crab Cakes and Beer and Secret Treasure, they're racing together in 5th and 6th. A length and a half more after that back to Holiday Fantasy, and it's about 10 more back to Lonely Ride, who's a distant trailer, about 16 off the lead as they go on to the back stretch. The best distance. Got the good break and a length and a half lead, 23.54 the opening quarter mile time. As it's the best distance just in front. A lineup of 3. Mission Mike out 3 deep. Between horses, Conspiracy Fact down at the fence comes Grand Morning. Those 3 are lined up 2nd through 4th. In behind that, another line. Curlin Gunner going to be wide once again as they run towards turn number 2. Secret Treasure in the yellow colors toward the inside. Then comes Crab Cakes and Beer. Holiday Fantasy still second last. And nothing yet from Lonely Ride, who's still a good 15 lengths behind the leader. The best distance got that opening half in 47.46 seconds. Leads at a length and a half. Here's Curlin Gunner up on the outside trying to come after that one as they wind around the turn. The best distance. Curlin Gunner trying to warm up on the outside. Has covered a lot of ground thus far. The best distance still in front. The top of the stretch they come. It's the best distance, 3/4 of a length in front of Curlin Gunner in second. A length and a half after that to Conspiracy Fact, Mission Mike, and up the inside Secret Treasure. The best distance trying to see it out. It's the best distance by the 8th pole, length and 3/4 in front of Curlin Gunner, Mission Mike. Lonely Ride, who is so far back, is rolling on the outside, but time is ticking away. The best distance still there. The best distance, the winner. Best distance got it. Second might have been Lonely Ride. It is close there in a photo with Mission Mike and Curlin Gunner.
The best distance took money for a reason, was able to control things under Antonio Gallardo and takes them gate to wire.
Yeah, with the scratch of the 10 that I should have been more alert to, this horse was going to probably be the speed in here. And now is no longer winless on the dirt. He gets it done quite easily, and that was some run by the 6.
I know.
Who, I'm with Jason. I thought this horse might have gotten second. Let's see.
Running late. It was tight. Yep,
got
looks
second.
like it was 3-6. Prices when we come back. We're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Gasped by the Gator. He heard that Andy was in town, watching Tampa, and he's coming for you.
Of all the people you know in life, can you think of anybody less likely to want to be near alligators than me? Maybe your husband.
But he's seen his fair share at Payson.
Yes, yeah, he's probably run from them too. Not that there's anything wrong with that.
No, I would as well. They're deceptively fast. Unmistaken, meanwhile, wins at the nightcap in New York. She has speed. She went off as the favorite. She was able to control in this off-the-turf race.
Yeah, worked out for them coming off the turf. The 10 ran well to be second. They put a lot of distance between themselves and the others. Some was about the quality of the others, but actually, for these horses, it was a fairly respectable time. This horse ran well. Gary Bryan gets the win. And even though she missed her last chance to run the turf this year in New York, able to get the win nonetheless.
Gets the victory. Kendra Carmouche in the saddle, $4.66 winner, 9, 10, 11. A little way back to Banco de Sicilia at a big price for third. Over at Tampa Bay Downs, hiding from the Gator. The best distance gets his first win on the dirt as a 7-year-old. Took money, he had speed, especially with the scratches, as you mentioned. Ooh, they have a new winner's circle over at Tampa. Ooh. Very fancy.
I'll tell you what, the wire came just in time, about 3 more strides and Lonely Ride will.
Yeah, flying.
Flying horse.
$7.80 winner in the 8th at Tampa Bay Downs. Tomorrow at Aqueduct, we have some stakes action. First, we'll take a look at the late pick 5 follow along, though. $500, not too shabby.
So I'm just going to do a quick math. 30, 240. So the parlay was about $650 for $2. What did it pay?
$500.
Really? The parlay was around $160, $170 for 50 cents. So nice value there. Once again, you had a bunch of short-priced horses and one horse paying a decent price, and that's how you got. That's what you got. So there you have it.
Here's a look at one of 2 stakes on the card on Sunday. The Pebbles rescheduled, now to be run 1 mile and a 16th on the outer turf, no longer in the inner, as it is our last turf stake of the season at Aqueduct, and Fast Market now drawn the rail. We'll try to do one better after finishing second in the Sands Point.
And I don't think the change from 1 mile to 1 mile and 16th affects any of the 3 major players near. There is an addition to the field that wasn't originally entered. I think Brad Cox looked and said, oh, I got one that belongs in there, and he's entered that, or Sweet Treasure, is that the name? But nothing wrong with Fast Market, and I think she benefits a bit from the redraw in that she draws the rail as opposed to 5-post, and her chief threat on the outside for Chad Brown, Peak Hype, that horse goes to post 8. I still like Peak Hype, who I think is really improving, but she's going to have to run her best race to beat Fast Market.
She will. She steps up to face stakes company for the first time, but Peak Hype had an outside post last time. I know it was an allowance field, but she was wide and she was finishing best there.
I mean, she got spun out in the turn, and a lot of times that really kills horses' momentum. Not with her. She was relentless. The horse in the front, by the way, is the one that got the horrific ride at Tampa.
Yes, that's right.
She was, though, in front in that
Wrigleyville.
race. Right. She almost beat a horse that could win the stake tomorrow, but finished third at Tampa today, being rated. But Peak Hype is improving. But I also think, Sweet Treasure coming in for Brad Cox is dangerous, too. Good trip last time, but she ran a fast race at Keeneland.
Looking forward to the Pebbles tomorrow. We also have the Forever Together. Enjoyed it, Andy, spending some time with you. See you tomorrow. Thanks for joining us today. We saw some great performances. Kali Magic winning in the New York Stallion Series, Staten Island division. Don't forget about Doc Sullivan taking down the Thunder Rumble. Some very cool New York breds. We'll see you tomorrow as we wrap up the week. We'll be back at 12 noon. Good night, everyone.
A provision in a bill passed this summer reduces the tax deduction for wagering losses from 100% to 90%. This unfair change would tax horse players on a percentage of their losses, could cost over $1 billion in handle, and threaten thousands of jobs in the racing industry. That's why the NTRA is fighting to pass the Wager Act, a new bill that would restore the deduction to 100%. Tell Congress to pass the Wager Act. Visit ntra.com/wager.
The 2025 Global Symposium on Racing. It's the premier networking event of the year. Connect with the who's who of racing. Collaborate face-to-face with key decision makers. Be a part of the international conversation. Discover the latest technology and innovation. Join us December 8th through 10th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
And thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter, you've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum, and we're ready for more.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire.
RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.